Poker is a game of decisions, and many of those decisions come down to simple math. Tonight, we will learn how to calculate pot odds, countouts, and understand equity. These concepts are not complicated formulas, but practical tools that guide whether a call, fold, or bet is correct. With examples and shortcuts, we'll make poker math accessible and show how it improves every stage of post-flop play. Welcome to Lesson 6 of our Texas Hold'em Masterclass. Chapter 1. Why Poker Math Matters. Poker is a game of incomplete information. You cannot see your opponent's cards, and you cannot predict exactly which cards will fall next. But what you can do is use math to guide your decisions. Understanding poker math is not about memorizing complex formulas. It is about applying simple tools that help you make better choices in real time. Without math, decisions rely on hunches. With math, they become consistent, logical, and profitable. At the heart of poker math are two core ideas: pot odds and equity. Pot odds tell you the price you are getting to continue in a hand. Equity tells you the likelihood that your hand will win if the cards are revealed. By comparing the two, you know whether a call is profitable in the long run. This simple relationship forms the backbone of disciplined play. Why does this matter so much? Because in poker, most decisions are not about whether you will win a single hand, but whether your play will be profitable over hundreds or thousands of hands. Even the best decisions can lose in the short term. For example, if you call with a flush draw and miss, it does not mean your call was wrong. If your math was correct, that same decision will win more money than it loses over time. Math removes the emotional swings and anchors your choices in logic. Another reason math matters is that it prevents costly leaks. Beginners often chase draws without knowing whether the price is right. They call bets out of curiosity or fear of folding the best hand. These habits may seem small, but they add up to large losses. Pot odds and equity eliminate this uncertainty by showing when a call is justified and when it is not. Importantly, poker math is simple once broken down. You do not need to carry calculators to the table or memorize complex charts. Tools like the rule of 2 and 4 allow you to estimate drawing odds quickly. Understanding that 9 outs roughly equal a 36% chance to hit by the river is more than enough to guide decisions. The goal is not perfection, it is clarity. The key takeaway is this: poker math is your safety net. It helps you avoid bad calls, recognize good opportunities, and stay disciplined under pressure. Without it, you are playing blind. With it, you are playing with a map. This lesson will walk step by step through pot odds, outs, and equity, turning intimidating concepts into practical skills you can use immediately at the table. Chapter 2. Introducing pot odds. The first building block of poker math is pot odds. Pot odds measure the price you are being offered to continue in a hand. Specifically, they compare the cost of your call to the total size of the pot, telling you how often you need to win for the call to break even. Once you understand pot odds, you stop guessing and start making decisions based on logic. Here's the basic idea. If you are asked to call $20 to win a $100 pot, you are risking $20 to win $120 total. Your $20 plus the $100 already in the pot. That means your pot odds are 20-120, or about 17%. To justify this call, your chance of winning must be at least 17%. If your equity is higher than that, the call is profitable. If it is lower, the call is unprofitable. Pot odds are always expressed as a percentage or ratio. In the above example, you could also say the pot odds are roughly 5 to 1, since you stand to win 5 times your call amount. Some players prefer percentages, others like ratios, but the principle is the same. Pot odds measure the relationship between risk and reward. Why does this matter in practice? Because pot odds are the lens through which you evaluate every call. Instead of asking, "Do I feel like calling?" you ask, "Does the math justify calling?" This mindset prevents emotional decisions and ensures your calls are profitable in the long run. Pot odds are also the foundation for bluffing and semi-bluffing. When you bet, you are offering pot odds to your opponent. If you size your bet well, you can deny them the right price to continue with draws. Conversely, if you bet too small, you give them excellent pot odds to call, and they will do so profitably. Understanding this dynamic makes you harder to exploit. The key takeaway is that pot odds are not complicated. They are simply the price you are getting to continue in a hand. Learn to calculate them quickly, compare them to your winning chances, and let the math guide your decision. Once you understand pot odds, poker stops being a guessing game and becomes a game of calculated choices. Chapter 3: Calculating pot odds. Now that you know what pot odds are, the next step is learning how to calculate them quickly and accurately at the table. The formula itself is simple. Take the size of the call you must make and divide it by the total size of the pot after you call. The result is the percentage of the time you need to win for the call to break even. This percentage is the minimum equity your hand must have to justify calling. Let's start with a basic example. Suppose the pot is $80 and your opponent bets $20. The pot is now $100, and if you call, it will become $120. The cost of your call is $20. Using the formula 20-120, 2.166, or roughly 17%. That means you must win at least 17% of the time for your call to be profitable. If your hand has more than 17% equity against your opponent's range, you should continue. If it has less, folding is correct. Consider another example. The pot is $50 and your opponent bets $50. If you call, the total pot will be $150 and you are risking $50. Here the formula is 50-150-50, or 33%. You need to win at least 1 out of every 3 times to break even. If your draw has around 36% equity, like a flush draw with 2 cards to come, calling is justified. Some players prefer to think in ratios rather than percentages. In the first example, you are risking $20 to win $100, which is 5 to 1 odds. In the second example, you are risking $50 to win $100, or 2 to 1 odds. Whether you use percentages or ratios, the principle is the same. Compare the price of your call to your hand's chance of winning. Let's extend this with a third scenario. Imagine the pot is $200 and your opponent shoves all in for $100. If you call, the pot will be $400 and you are risking $100. The formula is 100-400, 25%. That means you need at least a 25% chance of winning. If you are holding a flush draw with 9 outs, your equity is around 36%, making the call profitable. If you are chasing only a gut shot straight, your equity is closer to 16%, making the call unprofitable. Pot odds calculations apply in every situation, whether you are facing a small bet, a large shove, or a tricky multi-way pot. The math never changes. What changes is your ability to estimate your hand's equity accurately. That is where counting outs and understanding board textures come in, which we will cover in later chapters. The most important step is practice. Work through examples with different pot and bet sizes until the calculation becomes second nature. You don't need to be perfect to the decimal. Approximations are enough to guide solid decisions. Over time, you will recognize common bet sizes and instantly know the pot odds. When this happens, you will no longer be guessing. You will be playing with clarity. Chapter 4: Pot odds in action. Understanding the formula for pot odds is one thing, but applying it in real poker scenarios is where the concept comes alive. This chapter walks through common examples that show how pot odds guide your decisions in practice. Imagine you hold a flush draw after the flop. You know a flush draw has 9 outs, which gives you about a 36% chance of hitting by the river. Your opponent bets $30 into a $60 pot. If you call, the pot will be $120, and you are calling $30. Your pot odds are 30-320, 25%. Since your chance of hitting 36% is higher than the required 25%, calling is correct. Now consider a straight draw. You hold 8 outs, giving you about a 32% chance of improving by the river. The pot is $100, and your opponent bets $75. If you call, the pot will be $250, and you are risking $75. That's 75 to 250, 30%. Because your chance of hitting 32% is only slightly higher than the required 30%, calling is marginal, but mathematically profitable. Finally, let's look at a bad example. You have a gut shot straight draw, which means only 4 outs. That gives you about a 16% chance of hitting by the river. The pot is $80, and your opponent bets $40. If you call, the pot will be $160, and you're risking $40. That's 40-360, 25%. But since your chance of hitting is only 16%, this is an unprofitable call. Folding is the correct choice. These scenarios show how pot odds turn abstract percentages into clear decisions. The numbers don't care how much you want to hit your draw. They simply reveal whether the call will be profitable in the long run. Sometimes you'll miss even when the math says call, and sometimes you'll hit when the math says fold. But over thousands of hands, following pot odds ensures that your bankroll grows instead of shrinks. For beginners, the lesson is to practice recognizing these spots. Use simple benchmarks. Flush draws are about 36%, straight draws about 32%, gut shots about 16%. Compare these to the pot odds, and the decision becomes clear. Pot odds in action are not theory, they are your guide to disciplined, winning play. Chapter 5: Introducing outs. To make good decisions in poker, you need to know more than just the strength of your current hand. You need to know how likely it is that your hand will improve on future cards. This is where the concept of outs comes in. Outs are the unseen cards in the deck that can turn your hand into what you believe will be the winning hand. Once you identify and count your outs, you can use them to estimate your chances of improving and compare that percentage against the pot odds you are being offered. Outs are the link between raw cards and poker math. Let's begin with the most common example, the flush draw. Suppose you are holding 2 hearts in your hand, and the flop shows 2 more hearts. That means you currently have 4 hearts total, and need 1 more to make a flush. In a standard deck of 52 cards, 13 are hearts, and you can already see 4. That leaves 9 unseen hearts. Those 9 cards are your outs. If any of them fall on the turn or river, you will complete a flush. Another common scenario is the open-ended straight draw. Imagine you are holding 9 and 8, and the flop comes 7 and 6 with 1 random card. You can make a straight if either a 5 or a 10 comes. Since there are 4 5s and 4 10s in the deck, you have 8 outs. Every one of those cards completes your straight and likely gives you the best hand. Overcards can also count as outs, but they are less certain. Suppose you hold ace and king, and the flop comes 10, 7, 2. If an ace or a king comes on the turn or river, you make top pair. That gives you 6 potential outs. However, the quality of these outs depends on what your opponent holds. If they already have a set or 2 pair, your outs may not actually be enough. This is why outs are always connected to context, not just raw numbers. It is also important to understand the difference between clean outs and dirty outs. Clean outs are cards that almost always give you the best hand. For example, when you are drawing to the nut flush, your outs are clean because no higher flush is possible. Dirty outs are cards that improve your hand, but could also give your opponent a better one. For instance, if you are drawing to a straight on a board that already has 2 suited cards, some of your outs may complete your hand, but also complete your opponent's flush. In that case, not all of your outs should be counted at full value. Learning to identify outs accurately is the foundation of poker math. Every decision involving pot odds and equity begins with asking, how many outs do I have? This skill gives structure to the game, turning what feels like chance into something measurable. In the next chapter, we'll focus on how to count outs correctly and avoid the common mistakes that lead players to overestimate their chances. Chapter 6: Counting outs correctly. Knowing what outs are is the first step. The real skill comes from counting them correctly. Many beginners fall into the trap of overestimating their outs, assuming every card that looks helpful will guarantee them a win. This mistake leads to bad calls, wasted chips, and frustration. To play disciplined poker, you must learn to count outs carefully and adjust them for context. Let's start with a straightforward case of clean outs. You hold 2 spades, and the flop comes with 2 more spades. There are 13 spades in the deck, and you already see 4 of them, leaving 9 unseen. Those 9 spades will give you a flush, because a flush is almost always the best hand in this situation. All 9 outs are considered clean. Now let's look at a trickier case, the straight draw on a dangerous board. Suppose you have Jack and 10, and the flop is Queen and 9 with 2 clubs. At first glance, you might think you have 8 outs, 4 kings and 4 eights. But if one of those cards is a club, your opponent could make a flush at the same time you make your straight. In that case, Your outs are not all clean. Some are dirty, and you should count them with caution. Paired boards also create problems. If the board shows 2 9s and a 5, and you are drawing to a flush, you may think you have 9 outs. But if the turn or river is a 9, your opponent could have a full house, and your flush would no longer be best. This reduces the reliability of your outs. You must always consider whether the board allows for stronger hands that overshadow yours. Another common mistake is double counting outs. Suppose you have a flush draw and 2 overcards. You might add 9 flush outs and 6 overcard outs, totaling 15. But what if one of your overcard outs is also a flush card? In that case, you are counting the same card twice. The true number of outs is smaller than you first thought. The key is to count conservatively. If you are unsure whether an out is clean or dirty, it is better to discount it. By underestimating slightly, you protect yourself from overconfidence and avoid paying too high a price for a draw that may not actually win. Counting outs correctly is not about perfection, it is about discipline. It keeps you from chasing draws that are not worth the risk, and allows you to move forward only when the math supports it. Once you have counted your outs, the next step is turning those outs into percentages. That is where shortcuts like the rule of 2 and 4 come in, which we will cover next. Chapter 7: The Rule of 2 and 4. Now that you know how to count outs, the next step is learning a shortcut to quickly estimate your chances of improving. The most widely used shortcut is called the rule of 2 and 4. This method lets you turn your outs into percentages in just a few seconds, without needing a calculator. Here is how it works. If you are on the flop and want to know your chance of hitting a draw by the next card, multiply your outs by 2. If you want to know your chance of hitting by the river, multiply your outs by 4. This gives you a close estimate of your winning percentage. For example, if you have a flush draw with 9 outs, multiplying 9 by 2 gives you about 18%. That is your chance of hitting a flush on the very next card. Multiplying 9 by 4 gives you 36%. That is your chance of hitting a flush by the river, if you see both the turn and the river. The rule is not exact, but it is close enough for practical use. The exact odds of hitting a flush with 9 outs by the river are about 35%, so the shortcut's 36% estimate is very accurate. The slight differences are not enough to affect your decisions in real play. Let's apply the rule to a straight draw. An open-ended straight draw has 8 outs. Multiply 8 by 2, and you get about 16% to hit on the turn. Multiply by 4, and you get about 32% to hit by the river. These numbers are simple to remember and quick to apply at the table. Even with fewer outs, the rule holds. A gut shot straight draw has 4 outs. 4 multiplied by 2 is about 8% for the next card, and 4 multiplied by 4 is about 16% by the river. These quick estimates allow you to compare your equity to pot odds without slowing down the game. The rule of 2 and 4 is powerful because it keeps poker math practical. You do not need to memorize long tables or exact percentages. Instead, you can glance at your outs, do a quick multiplication in your head, and know whether you are getting the right price to call. By mastering this shortcut, you add speed and confidence to your decisions. And once you know your percentages, The next step is to understand how they translate into actual equity, your share of the pot. Chapter 8. From outs to percentages. Counting outs is useful, but numbers alone do not mean much until you connect them to real winning chances. This chapter explains how outs translate into percentages and how to apply them to live situations. Each out represents roughly 2% for one card to come, and about 4% for two cards to come. This is the logic behind the rule of 2 and 4, and it allows you to convert outs directly into equity. Let's start with a flush draw. You have 9 outs. That means about 18% to hit on the next card, and 36% by the river. When you compare this equity to the pot odds being offered, you can see whether calling is profitable. For example, if your opponent offers you pot odds that require only 25% equity, your 36% chance is more than enough. Next, look at an open-ended straight draw with 8 outs. You have about 16% to hit on the turn and 32% by the river. If you are facing a bet where you need to win at least 30% of the time, this draw makes calling worthwhile. Even smaller draws can be calculated the same way. A gut shot straight draw has 4 outs. That means about 8% on the turn and 16% by the river. If the pot odds require you to win more than 20% of the time, chasing a gut shot is usually unprofitable. It is also important to recognize when multiple draws stack together. For example, suppose you have both a flush draw and 2 overcards. A flush draw gives you 9 outs. The 2 overcards add about 6 more outs. But you must be careful not to double count cards that overlap. If one of your overcard outs is also a flush card, your total is 14 rather than 15. 14 outs multiplied by 4 is about 56%. That means more than half the time you will improve by the river. Turning outs into percentages gives you a simple, reliable way to measure your chances. Instead of guessing whether to call, you can calculate. Instead of wondering whether your draw is strong enough, you can check the math. Outs provide the foundation, percentages turn them into equity, and pot odds tell you if the call is worth it. With these tools in place, the next step is to define equity in detail and understand how it applies in real hand scenarios. Chapter 9. Equity defined. Now that we have linked outs to percentages, it is time to clearly define equity. In poker, equity is your share of the pot, based on the likelihood of winning if all remaining cards were dealt and everyone went to showdown. Put another way, equity represents how much of the pot belongs to you in the long run, given the current situation. Consider a simple example. The pot is $100, and you are all in with a flush draw against an opponent holding top pair. You have about a 36% chance of hitting your flush by the river. That means your equity is 36% of the pot. If you played this exact situation 100 times, you would win around 36 pots and lose around 64. Your equity in this spot is about $36 out of every 100. Equity is not just about draws. Suppose you hold pocket aces before the flop against a single opponent holding pocket kings. You are an overwhelming favorite, winning about 80% of the time. That means your equity is 80% of the pot. Even if your opponent sometimes spikes a king and wins, your aces are still far ahead in terms of expected value. Another example, you hold ace-queen on a queen-high board, and your opponent holds king-queen. You are ahead, but not by much. You will win about 75% of the time, meaning you have 75% equity. The remaining 25% belongs to your opponent, because they could still spike a king or running cards to overtake you. Understanding equity matters because it allows you to compare your chances of winning to the price you are being offered by the pot. If your equity is higher than the percentage required by the pot odds, calling is profitable. If it is lower, folding is correct. This comparison is the heart of poker math. Equity can also be estimated against a range of hands rather than one specific hand. For example, suppose you believe your opponent could have top pair, second pair, or a draw. Each possibility gives you a different chance of winning. By combining them, you can estimate your equity against their range as a whole. This is how experienced players think at the table, and even beginners can start practicing it with time. The important point is that equity turns your draws, pairs, and combinations into measurable percentages. It is no longer about guessing whether you are ahead or behind. It is about knowing your share of the pot and comparing it to the price being asked. With equity clearly defined, the next step is to apply it in common scenarios and see how it plays out in practice. Chapter 10: Equity in Common Scenarios. To make equity more practical, let's walk through some of the most common scenarios in Texas Hold'em. By looking at typical situations like flush draws, straight draws, and overcards, you can see exactly how equity works and how to apply it at the table. Let's start with the flush draw. When you hold two suited cards, and the flop gives you two more of that suit, you have 9 outs. Multiplying 9 by 4 gives about 36% equity by the river. That means more than 1 out of 3 times, you will make your flush. If the pot odds require only 25% equity, calling is a good decision because your actual equity is higher. Now consider the open-ended straight draw. Suppose you hold 9 and 8, and the flop comes 7 and 6. Any 5 or any 10 completes your straight, giving you 8 outs. Multiply 8 by 4, and you get about 32% by the river. If the pot odds ask for 30%, the call is correct. If they ask for 40%, the call is unprofitable. The math makes the decision clear. Next is the gut shot straight draw. Imagine you hold 9 and 8, and the flop comes 6 and 7, with one other card. Only a 5 completes your straight, which means 4 outs. Multiply 4 by 4, and you get about 16% equity by the river. Unless the pot odds are extremely favorable, chasing this kind of draw is usually a losing decision. Overcards are another frequent case. If you hold ace-king on a flop of 10-7-2, hitting an ace or king may give you the best hand. That is 6 outs, which equals about 24% equity by the river. Whether calling makes sense depends entirely on the size of the bet relative to the pot. Sometimes multiple draws combine into very high equity. Suppose you hold ace of hearts and king of hearts on a board with 2 hearts and 2 connected cards. You have a flush draw plus 2 overcards. The flush draw gives you 9 outs. The overcards add 6 more, though some may overlap. Counting carefully, you may have as many as 14 outs, giving you more than 50% equity by the river. In this case, you are not just hoping to improve, you are favored to improve. By studying these common scenarios, you begin to recognize equity benchmarks, about 36% for a flush draw, about 32% for an open-ended straight, about 16% for a gut shot, and about 24% for two overcards. These numbers act as quick references in live play, allowing you to compare them to pot odds instantly. The key idea is that equity is not abstract. It shows up in every hand you play, and once you recognize these patterns, you can make decisions with confidence. The next chapter will connect pot odds and equity directly, showing how to use them together to decide when to call and when to fold. Chapter 11: Pot odds versus equity. You now have two powerful tools: pot odds and equity. Pot odds tell you the price the pot is offering. Equity tells you your actual chance to win if the remaining cards are dealt. The decision framework is simple. Compare the price to your chance. If your equity is greater than or equal to the pot odds requirement, calling is profitable in the long run. If your equity is lower, folding preserves chips for better spots. Start with how to read pot odds. Suppose the pot is $100 and your opponent bets 50. If you call, the total pot becomes $150. You are risking 50 to potentially win 150. 50 divided by 150 equals 0.33, or 33%. That means you need to win at least one time in 3 for a call to break even. Now find your equity. Equity comes from outs, board texture, and sometimes rough estimates against an opponent's range. With a flush draw, you usually count 9 outs. Using the rule of 2 and 4, 9 outs times 4 equals roughly 36% to improve by the river, when you will see 2 cards. Compared to the 33% price in our example, 36 is greater than 33, so the call is profitable. What if the price is tougher? Imagine the pot is $100 and the bet is $100. If you call, the total pot becomes $300. You are risking 100 to potentially win 300. 100 divided by 300 equals 0.33, or 33%. That means you need to win at least one time in 3 for the call to be correct. With a flush draw around 35% equity, calling is profitable. Now suppose the bet is 150 into a pot of 100. If you call, the total pot is 400. You are risking 150 to win 400. 150 divided by 400 equals 0.375, or 37.5%. Your flush draw at about 35% equity is no longer enough. In this case, folding is the disciplined play, unless you believe implied odds will cover the gap. This comparison also works when you have fewer outs. A gut shot straight draw has 4 outs. 4 times 4 equals about 16% by the river. If the pot is laying you only 15% to continue, calling is slightly profitable. If it demands 20%, you should fold. The math keeps you honest when hands feel tempting. You can also compare pot odds and equity when you already have a made hand. Suppose you hold top pair on a coordinated board and face a half pot bet. Required equity is 1/3. Ask, am I ahead at least one time in 3 against this opponent's likely hands? If yes, call or even raise. If no, fold. The logic does not change just because you have a pair instead of a draw. One more refinement: equity against a range. If you think your opponent could have missed overcards, second pair, or a draw, your equity might be higher than against only a single strong hand. Even a rough range estimate helps. For example, top pair with a strong kicker often has well above 33% equity against a mixture of weaker pairs and draws, making half-pot calls routine. Pot odds are the price. Equity is your chance. The skill is putting them on the same scale and letting math, not emotion, choose the profitable path. In the next chapter, we will apply this framework step by step to show exactly when calling is correct. Chapter 12: Calling with correct odds. Calling with correct odds means your hand's equity meets or exceeds the percentage required by the pot. This chapter turns that principle into a repeatable process you can use in live or online play without slowing down. Step 1. Compute the price. Translate the bet into a required percentage. Example 1. The pot is $60. Your opponent bets $30. If you call, the pot becomes $120. 30 divided by 120 equals 25%. You need to win 1 out of 4 times for a break-even call. Step 2. Estimate your equity. Use outs and the rule of 2 and 4. With a flush draw, 9 outs times 4 equals 36% by the river. With an open-ended straight draw, 8 outs times 4 equals 32%. With 2 overcards, 6 outs times 4 equals 24%. You can refine these with exact values. 9-out flush draws are about 35% by the river. 8-out straight draws about 31%. 6 overcards about 24%. Step 3. Compare. In example 1, the price is 25%. A 9-out flush draw at roughly 35 to 36% is comfortably profitable. An 8-out straight draw around 32% is also profitable. 2 overcards at roughly 24% are slightly below the 25% threshold, so the call is close or marginal. If you expect occasional extra money on later streets, implied odds can push that marginal call into the profitable column. Change the numbers and watch the decision flip. Example 2. The pot is $100 and the bet is $100. If you call, the pot becomes $300. 100 divided by 300 equals 33% required. A flush draw at roughly 35% clears it. An open-ended straight draw at about 31 to 32% does not. Unless implied odds are strong, folding the straight draw is correct. Multi-way pots require caution. Example 3. The pot is $90 three-way and a player bets 45. If you call, another player might also call, giving you excellent immediate pot odds. But with more opponents, your outs can be dirty. A heart that completes your flush may also pair the board for someone's full house, or give another opponent a higher flush. When the field is wide, discount questionable outs before comparing to price. Position can turn thin calls into profitable ones. Calling with a draw in position lets you realize equity more often, because you will see how opponents act on the next card before investing more chips. Out of position, you may be forced to fold later and never realize the full value of your outs. The math on paper might say a call is fine, But poor equity realization can erase that edge. Favor calls that you can navigate profitably on future streets. Finally, remember that correct calls lose a significant portion of the time. A 35% equity call fails 65 times out of 100, yet it still makes money because the pot is paying more than the risk. Short-term results do not judge the quality of your decision. The math does. When you consistently call only with correct odds, you plug one of the largest leaks in beginner play. Next, we will look at the discipline of folding when the numbers are not on your side, and why that restraint is a hallmark of winning poker. Chapter 13. Folding with incorrect odds. One of the most important habits in poker is knowing when to let go. Many players lose money not because they lack skill, but because they chase too many draws or refuse to fold when the math tells them to. Folding with incorrect odds may feel disappointing in the moment, but over time it is one of the surest ways to protect your bankroll. Start with the principle. If your equity is lower than the pot odds required, calling is a losing play. You may still hit your draw occasionally, but across hundreds of hands you will lose more than you gain. Folding in these spots is not weakness, it is discipline. Let's use a clear example. Suppose the pot is $80 and your opponent bets 40. If you call, the pot becomes 160. You are risking 40 to potentially win 160. 40 divided by 160 equals 0.25, or 25%. That means you need at least a 25% chance to win. Imagine you hold a gut shot straight draw with 4 outs. 4 times 4 gives about 16% equity by the river. The exact number is roughly 16.5%. 16 is much lower than the 25 required, which makes the call unprofitable. The correct move is to fold. This logic applies to other weak draws. A single overcard gives you only about 6 outs at most, roughly 24% by the river. If the pot odds ask for 30%, folding is again the right choice. Calling with hands that simply do not clear the math threshold may feel hopeful, but hope is not a winning strategy. The discipline to fold grows harder as pots become larger. Many players think, the pot is already so big I can't fold now. But this is exactly when the math matters most. Calling one large bet with incorrect odds can erase the profit from several smaller correct decisions. Avoiding that temptation is what separates steady winners from those who slowly leak chips. Another danger is emotional calling. Players hate folding and then seeing the very card they needed fall on the next street. It feels painful, like a missed opportunity. But the truth is that you saved money by folding. Over the long run, those what-if moments are irrelevant. Poker is a game of thousands of hands, not 1 or 2 lucky turns. Folding with incorrect odds also keeps your range balanced. If you chase every draw regardless of price, opponents will exploit you by betting larger, knowing you will call anyway. By folding when the math says fold, you protect yourself and signal that you cannot be bullied into bad decisions. Remember, folding is not a loss, it is a savings. Every chip you do not waste is a chip available for a more profitable situation. Mastering this skill turns restraint into power. With this discipline in place, we can now move to situations where the math expands beyond immediate pot odds into the concept of implied odds. Chapter 14. Implied odds. So far we have focused on direct pot odds, the price of a call compared to the size of the current pot. But poker often continues beyond the next card. When you expect to win more money from your opponent on future streets, you can sometimes call even when the direct pot odds alone do not justify it. This idea is called implied odds. Implied odds measure the extra chips you expect to win if you hit your draw. For example, imagine you have a flush draw on the flop. The pot is $60 and your opponent bets 40. If you call, the pot becomes 140. 40 divided by 140 equals about 29%. Your equity with a flush draw is about 35% by the river, so the call is fine. But what if the numbers are tighter? Suppose the bet is 70 into the same 60. Now the required equity is 70 divided by 200, or 35%. Your flush draw has around 35%. That call is only break even. This is where implied odds matter. If you believe your opponent will pay off another bet when your flush arrives, the call becomes profitable. For example, if you expect to win an additional $50 on the turn or river, your true reward is larger than the current pot suggests. That extra value makes the math favorable. Implied odds are strongest with hidden draws. A straight completed by an inside card, like a 9 on a 5, 6, 7, 8 board, can surprise opponents who never saw it coming. Because the straight is less obvious, you are more likely to get paid when it hits. By contrast, flush draws are very visible, and cautious opponents may fold when the third suited card arrives. In that case, your implied odds are weaker. Stack sizes also matter. When you and your opponent both have deep stacks, implied odds are high because there is more money to win on later streets. If stacks are shallow, implied odds shrink. You may hit your draw, but there will not be enough left to extract meaningful value. Be cautious though, implied odds can be overestimated. Optimistic players assume opponents will always pay them off, but in reality, strong players fold often. Relying on imaginary future winnings can lead to bad calls. The key is realism. Only count implied odds you can reasonably expect to collect. Implied odds make poker more than just immediate math. They acknowledge that decisions extend beyond the current bet and into future possibilities. When used carefully, implied odds allow you to call in spots where direct pot odds alone would say fold. In the next chapter, we will balance this idea with its opposite, reverse implied odds, the danger of making a hand that still loses. Chapter 15. Reverse implied odds. Implied odds show how you can make money when your draw hits and your opponent continues paying you. Reverse implied odds are the opposite. They describe situations where you hit your draw, but your opponent has an even stronger hand that costs you more money. Understanding this danger is essential because reverse implied odds quietly drain stacks from players who overvalue weak or obvious draws. Consider a common example. You are drawing to a small flush. Suppose you hold the 7 and 6 of spades, and the board shows 2 more spades. Any spade gives you a flush, which looks powerful. But what if your opponent is holding ace of spades and queen of hearts? When the flush card falls, you have a low flush, but your opponent has the nut flush. In this case, you are likely to lose a large pot, because your hand feels strong while it is actually crushed. This is the heart of reverse implied odds, making a second best hand that costs you money. Paired boards are another dangerous spot. Imagine you hold ace and king on a board of 9, 10, jack, queen, with 2 suited cards. You are thrilled to have made the straight. But if the river pairs the board, your opponent may have a full house. Suddenly your straight, which looked unstoppable, is no longer the best hand. Calling or betting heavily in these situations can lead to costly mistakes. Even top pair can create reverse implied odds. Suppose you hold king-queen, and the flop is queen-high, with 2 low cards. You happily bet your top pair. But if your opponent has ace-queen, every chip you put in after that flop is money lost. Your hand looks strong, but it is dominated. The best defense against reverse implied odds is caution. Avoid chasing weak flushes when the ace of that suit is unaccounted for. Be wary of straights on paired boards. Respect heavy aggression when you only have a 1-pair hand. By folding early or controlling the pot size, you protect yourself from losing the maximum when your opponent has the better hand. Stack depth plays a role too. Reverse implied odds are more dangerous when stacks are deep, because there is more money left to lose. With short stacks, the damage is limited, but with deep stacks, you can lose far more than the pot is worth. Reverse implied odds remind us that not all outs are equal. A draw to the nuts, the best possible hand, is far safer than a draw to a weaker version. When deciding whether to chase, always ask, if I hit, can someone still have me beat? That question will keep you away from traps and save you money over the long run. Chapter 16: Multi-way pots and odds. So far, we have mostly considered hands played heads up, where you are against just one opponent. But many pots involve 3 or more players, especially in low-stakes games. Multi-way pots change the math of odds and equity in important ways, and failing to adjust can lead to expensive errors. The first thing to understand is that your equity decreases as more players remain in the hand. In a heads-up pot, if you have a flush draw with 9 outs, your chance of winning is about 35% by the river. But in a 3-way pot, those same outs are not as clean. Another player could also be drawing to a flush, possibly to a higher one. Even if you make your hand, you are less likely to win because there are more live combinations that beat you. Let's look at an example. The pot is $90 3-way, and one opponent bets 45. You are offered good direct pot odds to call. But your equity is split across 2 opponents, not 1. If you are drawing to a flush, your chance of being the best hand shrinks because you must beat both players, not just one. In other words, the pot looks bigger, but the competition makes the math tougher. Multi-way pots also change how clean your outs are. A card that looks like an out may give another opponent a better hand. Suppose you have 9 and 8 on a 7 and 6 flop. Any 5 or 10 makes your straight. But what if another player has 9 and 10? Now some of your outs give them a higher straight. Similarly, flush draws are more dangerous multi-way, since the nut flush may already be in another hand. Bluffing also loses value in multi-way pots. Fold equity decreases because the more opponents there are, the less likely everyone will fold. Pot odds may invite you in, but your chance of forcing opponents out is smaller. As a result, value betting and strong draws increase in importance, while speculative plays weaken. Position matters even more. Calling with a draw in late position in a multi-way pot can still be profitable because you see what the others do. Calling out of position is risky because you might face additional raises behind you. Suddenly the attractive odds vanish and you are stuck in a bloated pot. The adjustment is clear. Play stronger ranges in multi-way pots, discount questionable outs, and avoid chasing marginal draws without excellent odds. Remember that while the pot is larger, so is the difficulty of winning it. Survival and discipline matter more here than gambling on slim hopes. Chapter 17: Common Math Mistakes. Learning poker math is not difficult, but many players apply it incorrectly. Small errors in counting or calculation add up to big losses over time. This chapter highlights the most common mistakes and shows how to avoid them. The first mistake is miscounting outs. Players often assume every card that appears to help them is a clean out, when in fact many are dirty. For example, suppose you are drawing to a straight on a 2-club board. You count 4 8s and 4 kings as 8 outs. But 2 of those outs are clubs, which may give your opponent a flush at the same time you make your straight. In reality, you have only 6 clean outs, not 8. Overestimating equity leads to bad calls. The second mistake is double counting outs. This happens when players add up different categories without checking for overlap. For example, you hold Ace of Hearts and King of Hearts on a board with 2 hearts and a queen. You count 9 flush outs plus 6 overcard outs, making 15. But some of those overcards are already hearts, so you are counting them twice. Your true number of outs is lower, closer to 12 or 13. Being precise avoids inflated expectations. The third mistake is ignoring reverse implied odds. A small flush or straight on a paired board looks good, but may not be the winner. Beginners call because their outs look real, but they are not considering the chance that their opponent already has a higher hand. This is a form of overestimating equity that quickly drains chips. Another common issue is misreading pot size. If the pot is $100 and your opponent bets 50, many players think the pot becomes 150. But if you call, the total pot is 200. The formula is call divided by pot plus call. 50 divided by 200 equals 25%. Forgetting to include your own call in the denominator is a frequent error that leads to wrong calculations. The fifth mistake is rounding too generously. The rule of 2 and 4 is an estimate, but some players stretch it too far. For example, with 4 outs, multiplying by 4 gives 16% by the river. The exact number is about 16.5. That is fine, but claiming close to 20% is misleading. Over time, these exaggerated numbers add up to incorrect decisions. Use the shortcut, but stay within a % or 2 of accuracy. Finally, some players forget that equity must be realized. You may have a 36% chance to hit a flush by the river, but if you fold to a bet on the turn, you never see the river. Equity on paper is not equity. You always realize in practice. Recognizing this helps you avoid chasing spots where you may be forced out before your outs arrive. By steering clear of these mistakes, you turn poker math into a reliable guide rather than a false comfort. Accuracy in counting, careful pot sizing, and discipline in applying the numbers will keep your game sharp. With these errors corrected, we can now look at how math supports a key strategic tool, the semi-bluff. Chapter 18: Pot Odds and Semi-Bluffs. A semi-bluff is a bet or raise made with a drawing hand that has potential to improve. Unlike a pure bluff, which wins only if your opponent folds, a semi-bluff can also win by making the best hand later. This combination of fold equity and actual equity makes semi-bluffing one of the most powerful plays in poker. Pot odds and equity explain why it works. Let's start with an example. You hold ace of spades and 10 of spades, and the flop comes king of spades, 7 of clubs and 2 of spades. You have a flush draw with 9 outs plus the possibility of hitting an ace or 10 for top pair. If you bet here, you can win in two ways. Your opponent folds, or you hit your draw. Even when called, you still have equity to back you up. Now connect this to pot odds. Suppose the pot is $100 and you bet 70. Your opponent calls. The pot is now 240. On the turn, you are offered odds of 70 divided by 240, which equals about 29%. With 9 flush outs and possibly extra overcards, your equity is more than enough to justify the continuation. Even if you miss on the turn, you can still fire again on the river, or fold, depending on conditions. Semi-bluffs are strongest when your equity is high. Combo draws, such as a flush draw plus a straight draw, often have 14 or more outs. 14 outs multiplied by 4 equals about 56% equity by the river. That means you are actually a favorite to improve. Betting aggressively with this much equity is not reckless. It is correct. The key is balance. Semi-bluffs should fit naturally into your range. If you only ever bet with strong-made hands, opponents will fold too often and you will miss value. If you bet with every draw regardless of odds, they will call more and punish you. By choosing semi-bluffs backed by strong math, you maintain pressure while protecting your stack. Pot odds also help you avoid bad semi-bluffs. For example, bluffing with a gut shot on a large bet may give you only 16% equity by the river. If the pot odds demand 30%, your play is unprofitable. Semi-bluffing in this spot looks aggressive, but is mathematically unsound. The beauty of semi-bluffs is that they let you win pots in more ways than one. Even when you are behind, you give yourself multiple outs to victory. Pot odds and equity prove when these plays are justified, keeping you from guessing and grounding your aggression in logic. Chapter 19: Bluffing without odds. Not every bluff in poker is backed by outs. Sometimes you bet or raise with a hand that has almost no chance of improving if called. These are called pure bluffs. Pure bluffs win only if your opponent folds. They are riskier than semi-bluffs, but when chosen carefully, they can still be effective tools in your strategy. To understand pure bluffs, think about the role of fold equity. Fold equity is the chance that your opponent will give up their hand when you apply pressure. When you have no real outs, fold equity is your only path to winning the pot. This means the success of a pure bluff depends entirely on timing, board texture, and opponent tendencies. Consider an example. You are on the button with 9 and 8 of clubs. The board comes ace of spades, king of hearts, and five of diamonds. You completely missed the flop. If both blinds check to you, betting here can represent strength. Many players will fold small pairs or weak holdings on such a scary board. Your bluff has no equity if called, but it works if your opponents believe your story. Pot odds also play a role, but in a different way than with semi-bluffs. With a pure bluff, you cannot justify your bet by counting outs. Instead, you must decide whether the risk of your bet is worth the reward of the pot. Suppose the pot is $100 and you bet 70. You are risking 70 to win 100. That means your bluff must succeed at least 41% of the time to break even. If your opponents fold more often than that, the bluff is profitable. If they call more often, the bluff loses money. Board texture is critical. Pure bluffs work best on boards that favor the pre-flop raiser, especially with high cards or coordinated patterns that opponents may fear. Bluffing on dry, disconnected flops like ace, king, 5 is more believable than bluffing on 10, 9, 8 with two suited cards. On the latter board, opponents are more likely to have connected with the flop. Opponent type also matters. Bluffing calling stations, or players who never fold, is a losing proposition. Pure bluffs should be reserved for opponents who are capable of laying down medium-strength hands. Against observant players, your image also influences success. If you have played tightly and shown down strong hands, your bluffs will be believed more often. Because pure bluffs carry higher risk, they should be used sparingly. Lean on them in situations where the story fits, the board supports your range, and the math says the fold frequency is high enough. Overuse will make you predictable and cost you money. Used wisely, pure bluffs keep you balanced and prevent opponents from assuming you only bet when you are strong. Chapter 20: Equity Realization. Equity is the mathematical chance of winning a hand at showdown. But having equity on paper does not guarantee you will realize it in practice. Equity realization is the percentage of your theoretical equity that you actually capture during play. This concept explains why some calls look profitable in theory, but lose money in reality. Take the classic flush draw example. With 9 outs, you have about 35% equity by the river. On paper, if the pot odds require less than 35%, calling seems correct. But what if you are out of position and your opponent keeps betting large on the turn and river? You may be forced to fold before seeing both cards. In that case, you never realize your full 35% equity. Your theoretical math was correct, but the practical outcome is worse. Position plays a huge role in equity realization. In position, you control whether to check behind, call, or raise. You are more likely to see both the turn and river, which allows you to capture your outs fully. Out of position, you are at the mercy of your opponent's actions. They can deny you the chance to see the river by betting amounts that are too costly to call. Opponent tendencies also matter. Against aggressive players, your ability to realize equity decreases because they put constant pressure on you. Against passive players, you can often see cards cheaply, which improves your equity realization. The same flush draw that is difficult to play against an aggressive opponent may be easy to chase against a passive one. Stack depth changes realization as well. With deeper stacks, opponents have more chips to pressure you across multiple streets, making it harder to realize your full equity. With shallow stacks, you are more likely to go all in and guarantee you will see all the cards, which locks in your equity. Equity realization also explains why some hands perform better than others in practice. Suited connectors like 8-7 of hearts may only look average before the flop, but they realize equity well because they hit disguised straights and flushes that get paid off. Hands like Ace-3 offsuit may appear stronger, but they realize poorly because they often make weak top pairs that lose to better kickers. When you evaluate whether to call, do not stop at pot odds and theoretical equity. Ask yourself how likely you are to see the cards you need, and whether you can extract value when you hit. A hand with 35% equity that realizes 90% of it is stronger than a hand with 40% equity that realizes only half. Equity realization ties the math of poker to the psychology and dynamics of live play. It shows that numbers alone are not enough. Context matters. By considering position, opponents, and stack depth, you move beyond theory and into practical decision-making. This ensures that the equity you see on paper is the equity you actually collect in chips. Chapter 21. Shortcuts for live play. Poker is often fast-paced. You don't always have time to run through detailed calculations at the table. This is why players rely on shortcuts that simplify pot odds and equity into quick mental checks. These shortcuts may not be perfect, but they are accurate enough to keep your play sharp in real time. The first shortcut is the rule of 2 and 4. Multiply your outs by 2 if you will see one more card, such as from flop to turn. Multiply your outs by 4 if you expect to see both the turn and river. A flush draw with 9 outs becomes roughly 18% to hit on the next card, and about 36% by the river. An open-ended straight draw with 8 outs becomes 16% for the next card, and 32% by the river. Even a gut shot with 4 outs works the same. 8% for the next card, 16% for both. These rounded values are close enough to the exact numbers to guide decisions. The second shortcut is to think in ratios instead of percentages. Many players find it easier to say, "I am getting 4-1 on a call," than to think in decimals. To do this, compare the size of the bet to the size of the pot. If the pot is $80 and your opponent bets 20, you are risking 20 to win 100. That is 5-1 odds. You only need to win about 1 time in 6 to break even, which is around 17%. Ratios make mental math simpler, especially when chips are flying across the table. A third shortcut is to round pot sizes. If the pot is $215 and the bet is 85, round to 225 and 90. Now you are calling 90 to win 315, which is close enough to 90 divided by 300 equals 30%. By simplifying numbers, you save time without sacrificing accuracy. Some players also memorize common equity benchmarks. Flush draw, about 35% by the river. Straight draw, about 31%. Gut shot, about 16%. 2 overcards, about 24%. When you see these situations, you don't need to recalculate. You just compare the remembered number to the pot odds and act accordingly. Finally, train yourself to think in terms of break-even fold frequency for bluffs. If you are betting half the pot, your bluff needs to work about 33% of the time. If you are betting the full pot, it needs to work about 50% of the time. These simple rules let you evaluate whether your bluffs are reasonable. Shortcuts are not replacements for full math, but they make poker playable at live speed. The goal is not perfect precision, it is fast, confident decisions that hold up over the long run. In the next chapter, we will see how tournament dynamics change the way pot odds are applied. Chapter 22: Pot odds in tournaments. Tournaments create a unique environment where chip values shift constantly. Rising blinds, antes, and payout structures all affect decision-making. Pot odds are still important, but in tournaments you must also weigh survival and payout pressure, not just raw math. Let's start with blinds and antes. As the tournament progresses, blinds rise and antes are added. This makes the pots larger before the flop, which improves the pot odds for calls. For example, with blinds at 100 and 200 and antes at 25, a pot might already be 500 chips before any raises. Calling a small raise now offers much better immediate odds than at the start of the tournament. But survival pressure complicates this. Unlike cash games, where every chip equals its real value, in tournaments chips are worth more when you have fewer of them. Losing your stack means elimination, which has more weight than simply losing money. This is why tournament players often fold in spots where cash game players would call. Pot odds might justify the call in a vacuum, but survival says otherwise. Independent chip model, or ICM, becomes critical at final tables. For example, if 5 players remain and only 4 get paid, calling with marginal odds can be disastrous if losing means bubbling out. Even if pot odds say you should call, the risk of elimination outweighs the equity gain. ICM teaches that protecting your stack can sometimes be more valuable than chasing a mathematically thin edge. Short stacks also shift the math. When blinds are high relative to your stack, you may be pot committed with many hands. If you raise or call pre-flop, folding later becomes impossible. In these cases, pot odds matter less than stack-to-pot ratio. The decision is often push or fold, rather than calculating odds across multiple streets. On the other end, deep stack tournament play looks more like cash games, where implied odds matter greatly. Early in tournaments, when stacks are 200 big blinds deep, calling with speculative hands can be profitable because you can win a massive pot when you hit. Here, pot odds and implied odds combine to justify risk. Tournament players must balance math with context. Pot odds still guide whether a call is profitable, but survival, payout jumps, and stack sizes create extra layers. Sometimes the correct fold in a tournament would be a clear call in a cash game. The numbers alone do not tell the full story. The structure does. By adapting pot odds to the unique pressures of tournaments, you keep your decisions grounded in math while respecting the reality of survival. In the next chapter, we will shift back to cash games and see how deep stacks change the use of odds in a different way. Chapter 23: Pot odds in cash games. Cash games differ from tournaments in one crucial way. Chips always equal real money. A $100 chip is always worth $100, no matter how many players remain. This changes how pot odds are applied. In cash games, the math is purer because you don't have to worry about survival or payout structures. However, deep stacks introduce both opportunities and risks. Let's begin with implied odds. When players are deep stacked, meaning they each have 100 or more big blinds, the value of speculative hands increases. Suppose you call a raise with 8 and 7 suited. If the flop gives you a flush draw or straight draw, your implied odds can be enormous. Winning a large pot when you hit your disguised hand justifies calls that might not be mathematically sound, based on pot odds alone. For instance, calling $10 to potentially win several hundred when your straight comes in is often correct, even if your immediate equity is below the required threshold. Deep stacks also magnify reverse implied odds. Small flushes, low straights, or weak top pairs can become expensive mistakes. Imagine calling with 5 and 4 suited, flopping a straight, and then facing heavy action. If the board later pairs or a higher straight is possible, you can lose your entire stack. In these spots, the pot odds may look favorable, but the reverse implied odds make the call dangerous. Another feature of cash games is consistency of blinds. Unlike tournaments, blinds do not rise, so your calculations remain stable. This allows you to focus purely on the math of each situation, without factoring in time pressure. For example, if the pot is $100 and you face a $50 bet, you know the required equity is always 1/3. You can compare that directly to your draw percentages, without considering whether elimination is on the line. Stack-to-pot ratio, or SPR, becomes more significant in cash games. A small SPR, where the pot is large compared to remaining stacks, reduces implied odds because there is little left to win. A large SPR, where stacks are deep relative to the pot, increases implied odds but also increases the risk of reverse implied odds. Strong players adjust their calls based on this ratio, not just the immediate pot odds. Finally, player tendencies shape how pot odds function in cash games. Loose players who pay off bets increase your implied odds, while tight players who fold often reduce them. Calling a draw against a tight player who will fold to pressure has less value because you may not be paid when you hit. Against a loose player, the same call may be highly profitable. In short, cash games reward precision. Pot odds provide the baseline, implied odds expand your opportunities, and reverse implied odds keep you disciplined. By weighing these factors together, you learn when to chase, when to fold, and when to capitalize on deep stacks. Chapter 24. Example hands. Sometimes theory clicks best when seen in action. Let's walk through a few complete examples that apply pot odds and equity step by step. Example 1. Flush draw call. The pot is $60 and your opponent bets 30. If you call, the pot becomes 120. 30 divided by 120 equals 25%. You have a flush draw with 9 outs, giving you about 35% equity by the river. Because 35 is greater than 25, calling is profitable. Example 2. Open-ended straight draw. The pot is $100 and your opponent bets 75. If you call, the pot becomes 250. 75 divided by 250 equals 30%. An open-ended straight draw has about 31% equity by the river. Since 31 is just above 30, the call is slightly profitable, but the margin is thin. If you are out of position or face aggressive opponents, folding may still be best. Example 3. Gut shot straight draw. The pot is $80 and your opponent bets 40. If you call, the pot becomes 160. 40 divided by 160 equals 25%. A gut shot has only 4 outs, about 16% equity by the river. 16 is far below 25, making this a clear fold. Example 4. Made hand with top pair. You hold ace-queen on a queen-high board. The pot is 100 and your opponent bets 50. 50 divided by 200 equals 25%. The question is not about outs, but about whether your hand is ahead of your opponent's range more than 25% of the time. Against draws and weaker queens, the answer is yes, so calling or even raising can be correct. Example 5. Implied odds with a small pair. You hold pocket fives and face a raise to $10 in a deep stacked cash game. The pot will be 25 if you call. The chance of flopping a set is about 12%, meaning you will miss almost 9 out of 10 times. The immediate pot odds don't justify the call. But because you and your opponent both have $200 behind, your implied odds are strong. If you hit your set, you could win a stack, making the call worthwhile. These examples show the process. Calculate the price, estimate your equity, and compare the two. Add implied odds, or reverse implied odds when stacks are deep. By practicing this step-by-step approach, you turn theory into instinct. Chapter 25. Lesson Recap. Pot odds and equity form the backbone of poker math. They transform decisions from hunches into calculated choices and give you confidence to call, fold, or raise with clarity. This lesson has walked through every step, from the basic formulas to the deeper concepts of implied odds, reverse implied odds, and equity realization. We began by defining pot odds as the relationship between the size of your call and the total pot after you call. The formula is call divided by pot plus call. This percentage tells you how often you need to win for the call to break even. A half pot bet requires 1/3 equity, while a full pot bet requires 1/2. Once you know this percentage, you compare it to your hand's equity. Next, we introduced outs, the unseen cards that improve your hand. Counting outs accurately is crucial. 9 outs for a flush, 8 for an open-ended straight, and 4 for a gut shot are common examples. The rule of 2 and 4 gives you quick percentages. Multiply outs by 2 for 1 card to come, or by 4 for 2 cards to come. Flush draws are roughly 35% by the river, straights about 31%, and gut shots about 16%. With outs and pot odds, you can now calculate equity and compare it to the price. If equity is higher, calling is profitable. If it is lower, folding is correct. This logic applies whether you are chasing a draw or defending with a made hand. The math keeps you disciplined, even when emotions push you to call. We then explored implied odds, which measure future winnings when you hit, and reverse implied odds, which warn against making the second best hand that loses big pots. Multi-way pots showed how outs and equity shrink when more players are involved. Equity realization reminded us that theoretical percentages only matter if you can actually see the next cards and get paid when you hit. Finally, we covered practical tools. Shortcuts like the rule of 2 and 4, Ratio thinking and quick rounding make live play manageable. We compared how tournaments and cash games change the way pot odds are applied, with tournaments emphasizing survival and payouts while cash games reward precision and deep stack strategy. The big idea is simple. Poker math is not complicated. It is a set of tools that, when practiced, become second nature. Once you internalize pot odds and equity, you no longer guess. You know. This clarity is what separates disciplined players from those who rely on luck. Chapter 26. Looking ahead to bluffing and semi-bluffing. Now that we have covered pot odds and equity, we are ready to connect math to one of poker's most exciting skills, bluffing. Many players think bluffing is purely psychological, about boldness, timing, and reading opponents. While those elements matter, the truth is that math plays just as big a role. Semi-bluffs are the perfect example. When you bet with a flush draw or straight draw, you can win in two ways. Your opponent folds, or you hit your draw. Pot odds and equity tell you whether this play is profitable. If the pot is laying you 25% and your draw has 35% equity, you know the math is on your side. The fold equity is an added bonus. Pure bluffs, on the other hand, depend entirely on fold equity. Here too, math matters. If you bet half the pot, your bluff needs to succeed one time in 3. If you bet the full pot, it needs to work half the time. Knowing these thresholds prevents reckless betting and helps you pick spots where your story is believable and the numbers make sense. In the next lesson, we will dive into bluffing and semi-bluffing in detail. We will explore different types of bluffs, from continuation bets to double barrels, and examine the risk versus reward of each. We will study board textures, opponent profiles, and bet sizing strategies that make bluffs credible. Most importantly, we will show how to blend psychology with math, so that your bluffs are not random gambles but structured, profitable plays. Pot odds and equity are not separate from bluffing. They are its foundation. They tell you when aggression is backed by real chances to win, and when restraint is the smarter choice. By combining math with timing and observation, you will be ready to master the art of bluffing. This concludes Lesson 6 of the Sleepy Poker Masterclass, Beginner to Master. In Lesson 7, we take the next step, learning to bluff with confidence and to semi-bluff with mathematical precision. Welcome back to the Sleepy Poker Masterclass, Beginner to Master. In this 7th lesson, we'll study the art of bluffing and semi-bluffing in Texas Hold'em. Bluffing is one of poker's most misunderstood skills, part strategy, part psychology, and part mathematics. You'll learn how to recognize the right boards, opponents, and moments to bluff, and how to balance your betting patterns so you remain unpredictable. By the end of this lesson, you'll understand how to turn selective aggression into a powerful weapon at the table. Chapter 1. Why bluffing matters. Poker would be an easy game if players always bet only when they had the best hand. Every pot would simply go to whoever held the strongest cards, and the rest would fold quietly. But that version of poker would be predictable, and predictable players are easy to defeat. Bluffing exists to prevent that. It gives life to the game, introducing uncertainty, balance, and opportunity. At its heart, bluffing is not about trickery for its own sake. It is about strategy. When you bluff, you make your opponents confront doubt. You tell a believable story that forces them to question the value of their own hands. By adding the possibility that you might not actually have what you represent, you make it dangerous for opponents to fold too much or to call too often. This tension keeps poker balanced and dynamic. If you never bluff, your value bets lose power. Imagine you bet every time you have a strong hand and check whenever you miss. Before long, everyone at the table will know that your bets mean strength and your checks mean weakness. They will fold when you bet and attack when you check. You will win small pots and lose large ones. Bluffing prevents that pattern. It protects your strong hands by making your weak ones look similar. The best bluffers do not rely on theatrics. They rely on logic and consistency. A good bluff fits naturally within the story of the hand. If you raised before the flop, continued on the flop, and now bet on a dry turn, your opponents must consider that you could easily have connected. The credibility of your line, not your acting skills, drives success. Bluffing also magnifies fold equity, the value gained when opponents lay down better hands. Each time you cause someone to fold a winner, you gain invisible profit. Over hundreds of sessions, these moments add up to significant earnings. The math supports this. If your bluffs succeed often enough to cover their cost, they are profitable even without strong cards. Of course, bluffing can be overused. Random aggression turns predictable in a different way. Opponents simply call you down. The art lies in moderation. Bluff often enough to stay balanced, but not so often that you lose credibility. In short, bluffing matters because it transforms poker from a game of pure cards into a game of decisions. It allows weak hands to win, protects strong hands from exploitation, and rewards players who think beyond what they can see. Without bluffs, poker is mechanical. With them, it becomes an intricate contest of logic and nerve, the very reason players keep coming back to the table. Chapter 2: Defining a Bluff. Before we can master bluffing, we must define it clearly. A bluff is any bet or raise made with a hand that expects to win only if the opponent folds. It is the act of representing strength when you have weakness, a way to claim a pot without showing the best cards. In contrast, a value bet invites a call because you believe you are ahead. The difference is intent. There are two main types of bluffs: pure bluffs and semi-bluffs. A pure bluff has no realistic chance to win if called. It relies entirely on fold equity. For example, betting the river with 7 high on an ace king king queen 10 board is pure bluffing. A semi-bluff, on the other hand, has potential to improve. When you hold a flush draw or an open-ended straight draw, your bet pressures opponents while keeping live equity in reserve. If they fold, you win now. If they call, you still have a path to victory. Understanding this distinction helps shape correct aggression. Pure bluffs should be rare and timed carefully, ideal when your range appears strong and your opponent's appears weak. Semi-bluffs are more frequent because they carry built-in safety through possible improvement. A good bluff must also make sense within the hand's narrative. Your actions across the pre-flop, flop, turn, and river must be consistent with the hand you claim to represent. Random betting patterns fail because they tell no believable story. For instance, if you limp pre-flop and then suddenly shove on an ace-high flop, your story collapses unless you are known for unorthodox play. Bluffing also has a mathematical component. Each time you bet, you risk a certain amount to win what is already in the pot. If your opponent folds often enough, your bluff shows profit over time. For example, if you bet 50 into a pot of 100, you are risking 50 to win 150. You need your opponent to fold at least 1/3 of the time for the play to break even. Anything higher becomes profitable. Finally, remember that bluffing is not guesswork. It is a structured part of poker theory, an intentional decision that supports your value betting range. By blending bluffs and value bets in similar proportions and sizes, you become unreadable. Opponents cannot easily tell whether you want a call or a fold, forcing them into mistakes. Bluffing begins with this definition: betting not because you must, but because you can. Once you understand its purpose and structure, every future lesson, from psychology to semi-bluffs, builds naturally on that foundation. Chapter 3: The Psychology of Bluffing. Bluffing may look like a simple act of deception, but in truth, it is a study of human behavior. Every decision at the poker table, calling, folding, betting, or raising, flows from a mix of logic and emotion. Understanding that emotional balance is what turns bluffing from a gamble into a skill. The first psychological principle of bluffing is credibility. Your opponents must believe the story you are telling through your actions. Confidence, composure, and consistency create that credibility. When you act too quickly, talk too much, or show visible excitement, your actions appear unnatural. Calm, deliberate motion invites belief. The best bluffers project the same demeanor, whether they hold the nuts or complete air. A second key is projection. Players often read you not by what you say, but by how you behave between decisions. Breathing patterns, timing, and posture all send signals. A sudden change, like leaning forward, grabbing chips too early, or staring too long, can give away uncertainty. In live games, controlling these cues matters as much as the bet itself. Online, projection comes through timing. Acting instantly in some spots and hesitating in others can create patterns sharp opponents will detect. Next is emotional control. Bluffing works best when emotions are quiet. Fear of being caught makes bets timid. Frustration turns them reckless. The ideal mindset is steady confidence, accepting that bluffing is a tool, not a personal risk. If you treat each bluff as an investment rather than a statement of ego, the outcomes stop affecting your composure. Bluffing also requires reading emotion in others. Watch how your opponents handle success and pressure. Do they sit taller after winning a pot? Do they freeze when unsure? Do they breathe differently after calling reluctantly? These cues reveal when they feel strong or weak. Many successful bluffs occur not because of the board, but because of what an opponent's behavior suggests. Another psychological factor is reputation. Every bluff you make shapes how others see you. If you have been quiet and selective for an hour, your sudden aggression will be respected. If you have been wild and unpredictable, the same bluff will attract calls. Managing that reputation, your table image, is an ongoing process that determines how believable you are in future hands. Finally, psychology connects directly to math and discipline. Even perfect acting fails if the numbers are wrong. The best bluffers blend the psychological and the mathematical. They pick moments where fold equity supports the story their behavior tells. They bluff because logic allows it, not because emotion demands it. Bluffing psychology is about balance. It is the meeting point of composure, observation, and calculation. When your mind is calm, your story believable, and your reads accurate, bluffing stops being a gamble and becomes an expression of control. Chapter 4: The Power of Fold Equity. Fold equity is one of the most powerful and least understood concepts in poker. It is the invisible profit that comes from making your opponent fold a better hand. Every time you bet, your potential winnings come from two sources: your actual hand equity, which is your chance of winning if called, and your fold equity, which is your chance of winning immediately when your opponent folds. Combined, they define the total value of aggression. To calculate fold equity conceptually, think about what happens when you bet. Suppose the pot is $100 and you bet 50. If your opponent folds even 1/3 of the time, your bluff breaks even. That's because you risk 50 to win 150, and 1/3 of 150 equals 50. Any fold frequency above 1/3 turns a profit. You don't need to win every time, just often enough to make your risk worthwhile. This principle explains why aggressive players often outperform passive ones, even when their cards are worse. They collect the pots that go uncontested. Every fold they induce adds invisible earnings that don't appear on any scoreboard but matter in the long run. Fold equity also affects semi-bluffs. Suppose you have a flush draw with about 35% equity if called. If your opponent will fold 30% of the time, your total expected value rises dramatically. Even when you miss your draw, the times they fold make the bluff profitable. This combination, some chance to improve and some chance to win immediately, creates hands that thrive on aggression. However, fold equity is not guaranteed. It depends on opponent type and situation. Tight players give you more fold equity because they dislike risking chips without strong hands. Loose players offer less, as they call frequently and refuse to back down. Board texture also matters. On a dry board like Ace-7-2, your continuation bet represents strength and earns folds. On a connected board like 10-9-8, with two suits, opponents are more likely to call, shrinking your fold equity. Bet sizing directly affects fold equity. Larger bets make folding easier for your opponent, but risk more of your stack. Smaller bets risk less, but may look weak. The best bluff sizes balance pressure with value. Large enough to convince, small enough to repeat profitably. Fold equity transforms poker into a game of controlled aggression. It rewards precision, not recklessness. Understanding it means knowing when your story and math align to create invisible profit. Once you can estimate fold equity intuitively, you stop fearing bluffs and start using them as deliberate, profitable tools. Chapter 5: Bluffing with a Plan. Bluffing without a plan is one of the most common mistakes in poker. Many players decide to bluff in the moment, driven by impulse or frustration, rather than strategy. A successful bluff, however, follows a structured plan based on range, position, opponent tendencies, and board texture. It tells a believable story from start to finish. Every bluff begins before the chips go into the pot. Ask yourself 3 questions. What hand am I representing? What story does the board allow me to tell? And how likely is my opponent to believe that story? If you cannot answer those questions clearly, it is not the right time to bluff. For example, suppose you raise pre-flop with ace-king, and the flop comes 9-6-3 rainbow. You missed the board completely, but this is still a good bluffing opportunity. The board is dry, meaning your opponent's range rarely connects strongly. Because you were the pre-flop aggressor, your continuation bet represents over pairs like aces, kings, or queens. Your story is believable because it aligns with your earlier action. Now imagine a different flop, 10, 9, 8, with two suited cards. Bluffing here makes little sense because that board favors your opponent's calling range. They can have straights, two pairs, or strong draws. Your story does not fit the texture, and your bluff would likely fail. A plan means recognizing which boards belong to you and which belong to them. A good bluffing plan also includes exit points. You should know in advance when to stop applying pressure. If you continuation bet the flop and get called, plan what to do on the turn. Will you fire again on scare cards that help your story? Or will you shut down if the board becomes more dangerous? Without that roadmap, you may bluff multiple streets blindly and lose unnecessary chips. Timing is another key part of the plan. Bluffing early in a session can establish an image of activity that gets paid off later with value hands. Bluffing against tired or frustrated opponents near the end of a session can exploit mental fatigue. The timing of when you bluff often matters as much as the bet itself. Finally, discipline binds the plan together. Even the best constructed bluff can fail when an opponent refuses to fold. Accepting that outcome calmly keeps your image strong and your decision process intact. The goal is not to win every bluff, but to execute sound ones consistently. When you bluff with a plan, you act from logic, not emotion. Each street follows a purpose, each action builds credibility, and every bet contributes to a coherent story. That structure turns a risky move into a controlled weapon, one that makes you respected at the table, even when the cards do not cooperate. Chapter 6: Pure Bluffs versus Semi-Bluffs. Not all bluffs are created equal. Some rely entirely on the opponent folding, others have a backup plan in case they are called. Understanding the difference between pure bluffs and semi-bluffs helps you choose the right moments to apply each. A pure bluff is a bet made with no chance of improving if called. It wins only when your opponent folds. For example, betting the river with 7 high on a board of ace, king, king, queen, and 10 is a pure bluff. You have no realistic way to win if someone calls. Because pure bluffs depend entirely on fold equity, they must be chosen carefully. You need the right opponent, the right story, and the right board. Pure bluffs work best when the board heavily favors your perceived range. If you raised pre-flop and the flop comes ace-high with disconnected cards, your continuation bet represents strength. Your opponent, seeing few ways their hand can improve, may fold small pairs or medium holdings. This is how pure bluffs survive, through credibility, not luck. A semi-bluff is different. It is a bet made with a drawing hand that can improve if called. Common examples include flush draws, straight draws, or hands like ace-queen on a king-high flop. Semi-bluffs are safer because even if your opponent calls, you still have outs to win. You combine fold equity with actual hand equity. For instance, if you hold 10 of hearts and 9 of hearts on a flop of queen, jack, 2 with 2 hearts, you have both a straight draw and a flush draw, a strong semi-bluff opportunity. If your opponent folds, you win immediately. If they call, you still have roughly 50% equity to improve. This mathematical safety net makes semi-bluffs a central part of profitable aggression. Another advantage of semi-bluffing is image control. By betting draws aggressively, you create balance in your range. Opponents cannot tell whether your bet means strength or a draw. Later, when you bet with a made hand, they are more likely to pay you off because they have seen you bet with less. Pure bluffs are high-risk, high-reward plays. Semi-bluffs are steady, mathematically supported tools. The art of poker lies in mixing both, using semi-bluffs frequently to apply safe pressure and pure bluffs selectively to maximize fold equity. When combined, they form the backbone of a balanced, unpredictable strategy that keeps opponents guessing. Chapter 7: Choosing the right spots. Bluffing successfully is not about being fearless, it is about being selective. The best players do not bluff often, they bluff well. Each attempt is chosen with care, based on board texture, opponent tendencies, position, and timing. Learning to recognize the right spots turns bluffing from a guess into a calculation. The first step is to look at board control. Good bluffing spots appear when the board favors your perceived range more than your opponent's. Suppose you raise pre-flop and the flop comes ace-7-2. That board hits the range of the pre-flop raiser, the player who could easily hold strong aces or overpairs. It is a poor board for the caller, who usually holds medium-strength hands or speculative connectors. This imbalance makes bluffing effective. Now imagine a flop of 8-7-6 with 2 suited cards. That board connects heavily with the caller's range. Bluffing there is dangerous. Choosing spots means recognizing who the texture truly benefits. Next, consider position. Bluffing works far better when you act last. The advantage of position is information. You see how your opponents behave before making your decision. If everyone checks to you, their weakness invites aggression. Acting last also lets you control the pot size and choose when to shut down. Out of position, bluffing becomes guesswork. In position, it becomes strategy. Another key factor is opponent type. Bluffing a tight player is smart because they fold often. Bluffing a loose player is risky because they call too much. Bluffing a tilted or emotional opponent may backfire entirely, since frustration leads to unpredictable calls. You should always aim your bluffs at opponents who can actually fold. Timing is equally important. Early in a hand, a small continuation bet can pick up a pot with minimal risk. Later in a hand, when more money is in play, your story must be stronger. A river bluff with no logical foundation will almost always fail. Choose spots where the narrative makes sense from pre-flop to river, where your aggression fits the hand's natural progression. Table dynamics also play a role. If you have been quiet for several orbits, opponents will give your bet more respect. If you have been betting frequently, your credibility is lower. Sometimes the best bluff is not a single move, but a setup. playing conservatively for several hands to prepare for the one that counts. Finally, trust discipline over emotion. Bluffing just because you feel like it almost never works. The right spot is one that checks all boxes. Your story is credible, your opponent is capable of folding, and the math supports your risk. Every other time, patience will earn more than impulse. Selecting bluffing spots with care is what separates thoughtful players from gamblers. The best bluffers wait for the right combination of position, texture, and timing, and when that window opens, they strike confidently, knowing both logic and psychology are on their side. Chapter 8: Board Texture Analysis. No concept influences bluffing success more than board texture. Board texture describes how well the community cards connect with typical hand ranges. Some boards are dry, meaning they are disconnected and unlikely to hit opponents' hands. Others are wet, filled with connected and suited cards that create multiple draws. Reading this texture determines whether your bluff makes sense or fails immediately. Dry boards are a bluffer's friend. A flop like Ace-7-2 Rainbow is difficult for most players to connect with. If you were the pre-flop raiser, a bet here represents many strong hands: Ace-King, Ace-Queen, or overpairs like Kings or Queens. Since your opponent rarely hits, their most common holdings are small pairs or unpaired Broadway cards. A simple continuation bet on this board often wins immediately. The board texture supports your story of strength. Now contrast that with a wet board, such as Jack-10-9 with two suited cards. That texture heavily favors the caller's range. They can have straights, pairs plus draws, or even combo draws. Your continuation bet will be called frequently, and bluffing becomes much riskier. On these boards, checking or taking a smaller stab can be better than large, costly aggression. Semi-wet boards fall somewhere between. A flop like King-9-4 with two suits offers middle ground, some strong-made hands and some draws. Bluffing can still work, but you must use selective aggression, targeting opponents who are likely to miss the specific combinations this board connects with. Another key factor is card removal. When you hold certain cards, they reduce the likelihood that your opponent has specific strong hands. For example, bluffing on an ace-high board is safer when you hold one ace yourself. It becomes part of your blocker advantage, which we'll explore later in this lesson. Also, pay attention to turn and river textures. Many players continue bluffing blindly when the board changes unfavorably. A flush completing or a straight arriving should make you reconsider. On the other hand, scare cards, like an ace on the turn, can increase your fold equity because they favor your perceived range. Bluffing without reading board texture is like driving without a map. You might reach your destination, but it will be by luck, not design. By recognizing which boards belong to you and which favor your opponent, you refine your aggression into precision. Board texture turns random betting into intelligent storytelling, and mastering it is one of the clearest markers of poker maturity. Chapter 9: Representing Strong Hands. Every effective bluff tells a believable story. At its core, bluffing is a performance of logic. You are representing a hand that fits the actions you have taken. When your bets follow a narrative that makes sense, opponents feel pressure to fold. When the story is inconsistent, they call you down easily. The first rule of representing strength is consistency across streets. Imagine you raise pre-flop from early position, and the flop comes King 7-3 rainbow. You continuation bet. On the turn, a harmless 2 falls. If you bet again, your line represents strong kings, overpairs, or sets. The story fits your previous action and the board texture. But if you check suddenly on the turn and then shove on the river, the story becomes confused. Sudden changes in aggression without logical cause make your bluff less believable. Your bet sizing also communicates strength. Players expect big hands to bet confidently. However, consistency is more important than size. If your value bets are usually half pot, then your bluffs should match that pattern. When your sizing aligns across both types, opponents cannot easily distinguish between real strength and manufactured pressure. An unbalanced player who bets large only when bluffing or small only when strong becomes readable. Board texture shapes what kinds of hands you can credibly represent. On an ace-high flop, you can tell a believable story of having ace-king or ace-queen. On a coordinated board like 10-9-8, representing top set or an overpair is harder because most players would bet cautiously with those hands. Good bluffers consider what story the board allows before acting. Another important tool is continuity through the hand. If you raised pre-flop, bet the flop, and barrel the turn, you are continuing to represent a premium hand. Each street reinforces your image of strength. Stopping that story too early can make opponents sense weakness. However, overextending into illogical aggression, like firing large on a river that completes every draw, undoes the story entirely. Know when to stop telling the tale. You can also use timing and demeanor to strengthen your representation. Taking too long before betting often suggests indecision. Acting quickly, with confidence, reinforces believability. In live play, consistent chip movement and calm posture make your line appear genuine. Online, steady timing and similar bet patterns serve the same purpose. Finally, representing strong hands is about credibility over time. If you build a reputation for straightforward play, your sudden aggression will command respect. If you have been bluffing frequently, the same line loses authority. The strongest representations come from players who mix both seamlessly, showing value when they have it, and maintaining composure when they don't. Bluffing without a story is noise. Bluffing with a story creates tension, doubt, and respect. The more coherent your narrative, the more likely opponents are to fold, even with decent hands. In poker, logic persuades as effectively as chips, and consistency is what makes logic believable. Chapter 10: Bluffing in Position. Position is the bluffer's best friend. Acting last provides information, control, and flexibility, 3 pillars that make bluffs safer and more profitable. When you are in position, you can see what your opponents do before deciding, which lets you tailor your actions precisely. The first advantage is information. When your opponents check, hesitate, or bet small, you gain insight into their range. A check usually signals weakness or caution. A small probe bet may indicate uncertainty. Each detail refines your picture of their hand. With that information, your bluff becomes targeted rather than blind. You attack weakness backed by logic, not guesswork. The second advantage is pot control. In position, you determine the final size of each street's wager. If your bluff is challenged, you can choose to slow down or check behind, avoiding unnecessary losses. This control protects your stack and lets you apply measured aggression rather than reckless force. The third benefit is pressure through presence. Acting last allows you to threaten future bets. Even when you check, opponents know you can bet on the next street, which forces them to play defensively. This invisible leverage increases your fold equity without even placing a chip in the pot. Consider a practical example. You raise pre-flop with Queen-Jack suited from the button. The big blind calls and the flop comes Ace-7-2. Your opponent checks. This is a great bluffing opportunity. The board favors your perceived range as the pre-flop aggressor, and your opponent's check shows weakness. A simple continuation bet often wins. If called, you can evaluate the turn and either continue on scare cards or shut down if conditions worsen. That flexibility is the heart of positional play. In position, timing tells also work in your favor. You can take a few moments to read your opponent's response before acting. Their breathing, chip handling, or betting rhythm might reveal whether they are comfortable. The more information you gather, the more accurate your bluffing decisions become. Bluffing in position also helps you manage equity realization. When you have a drawing hand, such as a semi-bluff, position ensures you see more cards and realize your equity fully. Out of position, opponents can deny you that chance with large bets. In position, you decide whether to check, call, or raise, controlling when and how you invest. Finally, position allows you to end hands on your own terms. If opponents check to you on the river, your bluff can close the action immediately. Even small bets gain power because you represent a complete story from start to finish. In poker, knowledge is power, and position provides both knowledge and initiative. It transforms bluffs from desperate moves into calculated plays backed by logic, awareness, and control. Mastering positional bluffing is one of the most efficient ways to increase both confidence and profit. Chapter 11. Bluffing out of position. Bluffing out of position is one of the most difficult skills in poker. When you act before your opponent, you must commit to your decision without knowing how they will respond. This uncertainty makes every bluff riskier. Still, with discipline and structure, it can be done profitably. The first challenge is information disadvantage. Out of position, you act blindly compared to your opponent. They get to see what you do first, and they can use that information to counter you. Because of this, you must bluff less often and choose your moments carefully. When you do bluff, it should be with purpose, representing a narrow, credible range that fits the action and the board. A common out-of-position bluff is the check raise. This move allows you to represent strong hands, even after checking first. Suppose you defend from the big blind with 9-8 suited, and the flop comes King 7-6. You check, your opponent bets, and you raise. This play tells a convincing story of flopped straights, two pairs or sets. It also gives you fold equity immediately, while allowing semi-bluffs with draws. The check raise works best on boards that favor your range, not your opponent's. Barreling from out of position, betting multiple streets, requires caution. When you act first, Opponents can trap you by calling down with strong hands. Only continue your bluff when the next card improves your story or creates scare cards for your opponent. For example, if you continuation bet a queen high flop and the turn brings an ace, a second barrel makes sense because the ace strengthens your perceived range. But if the turn brings a low card that connects with your opponent's calling range, slow down. Pot control is critical. Because you lack information, avoid building large pots with weak or uncertain holdings. Smaller bets can still apply pressure without committing too many chips. For instance, a 1/3 or half pot bluff keeps your line believable, while leaving room to retreat if raised. Overbetting out of position often exposes desperation rather than confidence. Timing and demeanor also matter. Acting too quickly signals discomfort. Taking a consistent, calm rhythm for all decisions keeps your range hidden. Strong players notice hesitation and use it as a cue to call you down. When bluffing from early position in multi-way pots, it's usually better to avoid aggression altogether. With more players involved, fold equity drops sharply. Wait for boards that clearly favor your range, or for spots where your opponent's tendencies justify the risk. The key to out-of-position bluffing is precision over volume. You will bluff less often, but each attempt should be well structured, backed by logic, and supported by fold equity. Mastering these situations builds resilience. Even when the positional odds are against you, you can still create pressure through calculated, believable aggression. Chapter 12. Bet sizing for bluffs. Bet sizing is the language of poker. Every chip you push forward sends a message about the strength of your hand. For a bluff to succeed, your message must be clear, logical, and believable. The right size makes opponents fold hands they would otherwise call. The wrong size exposes your weakness or risks too much for too little game. The first rule is match your bluffs to your value bets. If you always bet small with weak hands and large with strong ones, observant opponents will catch on. Your bet sizing should be consistent across both categories. A half-pot bet that looks natural for a value hand should look identical when bluffing. Consistency hides your intentions. Second, understand risk versus reward. A smaller bluff needs to work more often than a larger one, but it costs less to fail. A half-pot bet risks 1 unit to win 2, requiring folds 1/3 of the time to break even. A full pot bet risks 1 unit to win 1, needing 50% folds. A double pot shove risks more, but only needs to work about 67% of the time. The math reveals that large bluffs are powerful but costly. Choose sizes that achieve the fold frequency you need while staying efficient. Board texture also guides sizing. On dry boards like Ace-7-2 Rainbow, a small bluff often gets the job done because there are few draws for opponents to continue with. On wet boards like Jack-10-9 with 2 suits, a larger bet is necessary to push out strong draws and made hands. Your bet size should reflect the danger of the board, bigger when opponents have equity, smaller when they don't. Consider the opponent's perspective. Against tight players, smaller bluffs can succeed because they fold easily. Against looser opponents, larger bets may be required to apply enough pressure. Always size bluffs based on how your opponent interprets them, not just your own comfort. Multi-street bluffing adds complexity. When planning to fire 2 or 3 barrels, think ahead about stack depth. If your flop bet is too large, you may leave yourself without room to continue later. Balanced bluff sizing considers not only the current street, but the entire hand's potential progression. One advanced concept is over-betting, betting more than the pot. Used sparingly, overbets create maximum fold equity because they pressure even strong hands. Overbetting works best on rivers where your line strongly represents a polarized range, either the nuts or nothing. When executed correctly, these bluffs can win massive pots with minimal risk of being called. Finally, stay emotionally neutral. Some players increase their bet size out of frustration or fear, revealing weakness instead of strength. Your sizing choices should always serve your story, not your emotions. When you control your bet sizes with intention, every bluff becomes part of a coherent strategy. Opponents can read uncertainty, but they cannot read consistency. Through thoughtful sizing, you turn your chips into persuasion, quiet, deliberate, and profitable. Chapter 13: Bluffing Frequencies. Bluffing is not about how bold you are. It's about how balanced you are. Every strong player develops a sense of rhythm between bluffs and value bets. This balance is called bluffing frequency, and it's one of the most misunderstood aspects of poker strategy. Bluff too often, and opponents call you down. Bluff too little, and they fold every time you bet. The key is finding the middle ground that keeps them uncertain. The first step is understanding why frequency matters. Poker is a game of incomplete information. Your opponents can't see your cards, but they can observe patterns. If your betting behavior becomes predictable, they can exploit it. Bluffing too frequently turns your aggression into noise. They'll wait with strong hands and trap you. Bluffing too rarely makes you transparent. They'll fold when you bet and attack when you check. Balanced frequencies make your range appear dangerous in both directions. The math behind bluffing frequency connects to pot odds and value betting. In theory, if you bet the size of the pot, your opponent gets 2-to-1 odds on a call. That means they need to win 1 out of 3 times to break even. To make them indifferent between calling and folding, your bluffs should make up roughly 1/3 of your total betting range. If you bet smaller, your bluff ratio decreases. If you bet larger, it increases. These numbers aren't meant to be memorized, but they illustrate how math supports strategic balance. In practice, you adjust your frequency based on opponent type and table flow. Against tight players, you can increase your bluffing frequency because they overfold. Against loose players, you reduce it because they call too often. In other words, your opponents dictate how many bluffs are profitable, not just the cards or board. Board texture also influences frequency. On dry ace-high boards, bluff often. Your range appears strong, and your opponent rarely connects. On wet, connected boards, bluff less. Each street should have its own frequency. You might continuation bet 60% of the time on favorable flops, but only double barrel 30% of the time on tricky turns. Finally, your table image ties the frequencies together. If you've been tight for a while, a sudden bluff will command more respect. If you've been caught bluffing recently, slow down. Opponents adjust based on perception, so you must adjust back. Bluffing frequency is a living thing, not a fixed rule. It evolves with every hand you play. Balanced bluffing creates harmony in your range. It ensures that when you bet, opponents never know whether to call or fold. The moment you become predictable, the math works against you. But when you blend bluffs and value seamlessly, you turn uncertainty into profit. Chapter 14. The Continuation Bet Bluff. Few plays define modern poker more than the continuation bet, often called a C-bet. It's a simple idea. You raise before the flop, miss the board, but still bet on the flop to represent strength. The continuation bet works because you often have the advantage in perceived range. You showed aggression pre-flop, so you're more likely to have big cards or pairs, while your opponent's range includes more weak and speculative hands. The power of the continuation bet comes from initiative. By betting, you maintain control of the hand and put pressure on your opponent. Most players miss the flop about 2/3 of the time, meaning your opponent likely didn't connect either. Your K-bet forces them to defend without clear information, creating instant fold equity. However, not every flop is a green light. On dry boards, like Ace-7-2 Rainbow or King-8-3, continuation bets succeed often because there are few strong combinations your opponent can have. These are your bread and butter spots. On wet boards, like Jack-10-9 with 2 suits, C-bets lose power because your opponent can easily have a piece of the texture. On such boards, either check or size your bet down to minimize risk. Position also shapes your success. In position, you can continuation bet wider because you'll see how opponents respond and can barrel again on scare cards. Out of position, C-bet selectively. When you get called, you're forced to act first on later streets, giving opponents the advantage of reaction. Bet sizing determines credibility. A small C-bet, around 1/3 of the pot, often works on dry boards by targeting weaker holdings. Larger bets around 1/2 to 2/3 of the pot are more appropriate on coordinated textures where you need stronger fold equity. Avoid huge C-bets unless you have the nuts or a very specific read. Overly large bets invite mistakes. Timing and table image also matter. If you've been C-betting every hand, opponents will start fighting back. Mix in occasional checks with strong hands to balance your range and trap them when they get bold. If you've been passive, a well-timed continuation bet will earn extra respect. A common mistake is caboting without a plan for later streets. Before betting, ask, "What will I do if I'm called?" You should know whether you'll barrel on certain turns or give up. Blindly firing flop bets without follow-up logic leads to chip leaks. Continuation bets are powerful because they combine logic, math, and psychology. You don't need a strong hand, you just need a believable story supported by range advantage and timing. Used wisely, they're not reckless aggression, they're structured control, disguised as confidence. Chapter 15. Double and triple barrel bluffs. A bluff that spans multiple streets, betting the flop, turn, and sometimes river, is called a double or triple barrel. This is advanced poker. Multi-street bluffing demands logic, courage, and a precise understanding of how opponents think. When used correctly, it can win large pots without a showdown. When used poorly, it drains your stack. The key to barreling successfully is story consistency. Each bet must build on the last. Imagine you raise pre-flop, the flop comes king 8-4, and you continuation bet. Your opponent calls. The turn brings a queen. This card favors your perceived range. You can credibly represent hands like ace-queen, king-queen, or pocket queens. A second barrel makes sense because your story remains strong. If the turn brings a low connecting card, such as a 5, that improves your opponent's likely holdings, and continuing aggression would be less believable. The best turns for double barrels are scare cards, high cards that connect with your perceived range, or cards that complete draws you could logically have. Likewise, a good river for a triple barrel is one that adds more pressure, like an ace or a third flush card, representing hands that now beat much of your opponent's range. Barreling without improvement is not reckless if it aligns with math and psychology. Suppose you have Jack 10 suited on a Queen 9-3 flop. You continuation bet and get called. The turn is a king. That card completes your straight, or at least strongly represents it. Even if you don't have the straight, a second barrel makes sense because your story fits. You also block key hands your opponent might hold, such as ace-king or king-queen, adding credibility. Sizing is critical for multi-street bluffs. Your flop bet should leave room for a second or third barrel, without committing too much too early. A common structure is 1/3 pot on the flop, half pot on the turn, and 2/3 on the river. This progression mirrors the story of growing confidence. Overbetting early often ruins the narrative and limits your flexibility. You also need awareness of opponent type. Multi-street bluffs work best against players who think logically about ranges. Against calling stations who hate folding, even a perfect story fails. Against sharp players, barreling works when your line fits believable hands they know you could have. Discipline is what separates professionals from amateurs here. Every barrel you fire adds commitment. Before you bet the flop, you should already know which turns and rivers you'll continue on, and which cards will make you stop. That discipline protects you from ego-driven bluffs that spiral out of control. A well-timed triple barrel feels effortless because it flows naturally from the story of the hand. Each bet reinforces the illusion of strength. You're not betting randomly. You're writing a narrative your opponent doesn't want to challenge. In poker, the best stories win, and multi-street bluffs are storytelling at its finest. Chapter 16: Semi-Bluffing with Draws. Semi-bluffing is one of poker's most powerful tools. It combines pressure and potential, allowing you to win in two different ways. Either your opponent folds now, or you improve later and win at showdown. Because of that built-in safety net, semi-bluffs form the core of a strong aggressive strategy. A semi-bluff happens when you bet with a hand that isn't currently strong but has clear outs to improve. The most common examples are flush draws, straight draws, and combo draws. Suppose you have 10-9 of hearts, and the flop comes Jack of hearts, 7 of hearts, and 2 of clubs. You have an open-ended straight draw and a flush draw, a massive semi-bluff opportunity. If your opponent folds, you win immediately. If they call, you still have plenty of cards that can give you the best hand. The math supports this style of play. With 9 flush outs, your chance to hit by the river is about 35%. Add open-ended straight outs, and your equity can exceed 50%. That means even when called, your semi-bluff remains profitable over time. You're leveraging both fold equity and real equity. Semi-bluffing also builds balance in your strategy. If you only bet when you have made hands, opponents will stop paying you off. But when you mix in aggressive plays with strong draws, your range widens. Now when you bet, opponents can't easily tell whether you're value betting or semi-bluffing. This balance keeps your entire game unpredictable. Position enhances semi-bluffs. Acting last lets you see how your opponent responds before deciding whether to continue or take a free card. When you're out of position, semi-bluffing is riskier. You may face raises or be denied the chance to see the next card. Choose spots where position and stack depth give you flexibility. Bet sizing should match your story. On dry boards, small bets apply enough pressure to fold weaker hands. On coordinated textures, slightly larger bets protect your equity and discourage draws from continuing cheaply. Consistency in sizing between bluffs and value hands is crucial. It keeps your range disguised. The art of semi-bluffing lies in recognizing when your draw carries both potential and credibility. A semi-bluff on a wet board, where you could easily have strong hands, is powerful. A semi-bluff on a board that misses your range entirely is just wishful thinking. Ultimately, semi-bluffing turns potential into profit. It's where logic, math, and timing meet. When you bet with both a plan and equity behind you, you control the hand's pace while giving yourself multiple ways to win. In poker, that dual advantage is one of the greatest weapons you can hold. Chapter 17: Combo Draws and Equity. A combo draw is one of the most powerful tools in poker. It gives you multiple ways to win. A combo draw is any hand that has more than one draw at once, such as a straight draw and a flush draw together. These hands combine strong potential with fold equity, turning aggression into a profitable weapon. Imagine you have 10 of hearts and 9 of hearts on a flop of Queen of Hearts, Jack of Hearts, and 2 of clubs. You have an open-ended straight draw and a flush draw. That means any king, any 8, or any heart can improve your hand. You have 21 total outs, though some overlap slightly. Even with that adjustment, your equity is close to 50% against a single opponent. You can win by making your hand or by forcing a fold. Combo draws are ideal for semi-bluffing. When you bet or raise with this kind of hand, you apply pressure while still holding real potential. If your opponent folds, you collect the pot. If they call, you have a strong chance to improve on later streets. This combination of immediate and future equity creates confidence and keeps your strategy balanced. Position makes combo draws even stronger. Acting last gives you control over pot size and information. You can check behind when you miss or continue applying pressure when favorable cards appear. Out of position, it is better to play combo draws aggressively early in the hand. Doing so lets you define the action and avoid facing difficult decisions later. Stack depth also matters. The deeper the stacks, the more valuable your combo draws become. Deep stacks give you room to build large pots when you hit. They also create implied odds, meaning you can win much more than what is currently in the pot. With shallow stacks, you lose that flexibility, so it is often better to commit early when your draw has strong equity. Be careful not to overplay weak combo draws. For example, a low straight draw and small flush draw can still be dominated by higher cards. Always consider whether your draw could lose even when it improves. When you are drawing to the nuts, aggression is justified. When you are drawing to second best, control your pace. Combo draws sit at the intersection of math and psychology. They create natural bluffing opportunities while keeping your play mathematically sound. They allow you to bet with purpose rather than fear. Mastering combo draws teaches you how to stay aggressive without becoming reckless. They are the perfect bridge between value and deception. Chapter 18. Reading Opponents. Bluffing is only as strong as your understanding of who you are. Bluffing. Every opponent is different. Some fold too easily. Others never let go. Reading these tendencies gives you the information you need to choose your spots wisely. The first skill in reading opponents is observation. Watch how they act before and after the flop. Notice who plays many hands and who plays few. Tight players wait for strong cards and often fold to aggression. Loose players call with wide ranges and chase draws. These tendencies shape your bluffing plan. Pay attention to timing and rhythm. Quick checks or small bets often show weakness. Long pauses before a call can signal doubt. Fast calls usually mean confidence or a draw that your opponent does not intend to fold. Online, timing tells can be just as useful. Instant bets may indicate a prepared decision, while hesitation can reveal discomfort. Body language matters in live games. Relaxed breathing, calm posture, and steady eye contact often show strength. Tension, fidgeting, or avoiding eye contact can reveal insecurity. However, be cautious. Experienced players sometimes fake tells to mislead you. Rely on patterns over time, not single moments. Learn to read bet sizing as language. A small bet can be an attempt to see the next card cheaply. A large bet might be designed to push you out. Some players always bet large with strong hands. Others do it with bluffs. The key is to identify consistency. Once you spot a pattern, you can predict behavior. Also note how opponents react to pressure. Some become defensive and fold quickly when facing aggression. Others become stubborn and call down to prove a point. Bluff the first type more often. Value bet the second type relentlessly. Good readers do not rely on a single clue. They combine many details into a complete picture. Table position, recent hands, emotional state, and stack size all provide context. You are not just playing cards, you are playing people. Finally, remember that observation works both ways. As you study others, they study you. Vary your pace, bet sizes, and reactions to avoid being predictable. A player who is hard to read is hard to beat. Bluffing is not only about telling your story. It is also about listening to theirs. Every opponent reveals something if you pay attention. The better you listen, the more precisely you can strike. Chapter 19. Exploiting tight players. Tight players are some of the best bluffing targets in poker. They play few hands and fold often when faced with pressure. While disciplined and cautious, Their predictability creates opportunities for well-timed aggression. Knowing how to exploit tight opponents helps you win many small pots and maintain control of the table. The first step is identification. Tight players fold frequently pre-flop, avoid marginal spots, and rarely bluff. They often sit patiently, waiting for premium hands like pocket aces or ace-king. Once in a hand, they tend to play straightforwardly. They bet strong when strong and check when weak. You can recognize them by long stretches of folding, followed by sudden activity only, with clear value hands. Bluffing tight players works because they fear risk. They prefer certainty and dislike guessing. When the board turns scary or the pot grows large, they often retreat unless holding a very strong hand. This gives you room to apply pressure. Simple continuation bets on ace-high or king-high boards can win many pots against them because they assume you always have it. Position enhances your advantage. When you act after a tight player, you see their hesitation before deciding. If they check to you on a board they should like, it often signals weakness. A small confident bet can take the pot immediately. Tight players also dislike calling bets out of position because it leaves them uncertain for future streets. You can exploit this by applying steady, believable aggression. Use storytelling through consistency. Bluff with the same sizing you use when holding real hands. If you continuation bet half the pot with top pair, use the same half pot size when bluffing. This prevents them from detecting patterns. Over time, they will fold to avoid difficult decisions. Avoid over-bluffing once you have been caught. Tight players remember mistakes and adjust by calling more often. After one exposed bluff, give them several hands of honest, value-heavy play before bluffing again. The goal is to re-establish credibility. Bluffing tight players is about measured pressure. You don't need large bets or dramatic moves. Small, well-timed aggression is enough. When they sense uncertainty, they protect their stacks by folding. This allows you to collect small pots repeatedly, slowly building profit without big showdowns. Against cautious players, aggression feels powerful because it targets their discomfort. Their discipline becomes your opportunity. By respecting their strengths while leveraging their fears, you can outmaneuver them quietly and efficiently. Chapter 20. Avoiding calling stations. While tight players are ideal bluffing targets, calling stations are the exact opposite. A calling station is a player who refuses to fold. They call with weak pairs, poor draws, or even complete air, simply because they hate giving up a hand. Bluffing them is almost always a losing effort. Success against calling stations comes not from bluffing, but from patience and value betting. The first rule is recognize them early. Calling stations enter many pots and call frequently, but raise rarely. They chase long shot draws, call down with middle pairs, and rarely fold even when the board becomes dangerous. They often say things like, "I had to see it," after paying you off. Once you identify this type, shift your focus completely away from bluffing. Against calling stations, your strategy becomes value-first poker. Bet your strong hands for maximum value and avoid tricky plays. When you have top pair or better, keep betting. They will call with worse. When you miss the board, check or fold. Don't waste chips trying to make them fold, because they won't. Bet sizing is key. Use larger bets for value since they will call regardless of size. If you have a strong hand, charge them full price to see the next card. Save your smaller bets for spots where you're unsure. The beauty of this strategy is that calling stations pay you off without realizing they're helping you win. Patience is your greatest weapon. Many players grow frustrated when their bluffs fail against frequent callers. Emotion leads to chasing losses, which plays right into their hands. Stay calm. Let them keep calling, and eventually they'll call when you actually have the goods. Avoid complicated bluffs or multi-street aggression without equity. Even believable stories fail because calling stations simply don't fold. Their decisions are based on curiosity, not logic. The only way to win is to let the math and their bad habits do the work for you. It's also wise to tighten your range against these players. Since they call so often, you'll go to showdown frequently. Hands like top pair, top kicker, and strong overpairs perform well. Marginal hands lose value because there's little fold equity to protect them. When facing calling stations, the game becomes simple. Bet when you're strong. Check when you're weak. Collect the chips they donate, one call at a time. Over time, their unwillingness to fold becomes your steady income. Good poker means adapting. Bluffing loses its value when opponents don't fold, so shift to a style that profits from their stubbornness. Against calling stations, your patience and discipline earn more than any bluff ever could. Chapter 21: Image and Table Dynamics. Your table image is your poker reputation. It is how your opponents see you based on your past actions. Whether you are tight, aggressive, cautious, or unpredictable, that image shapes how others respond to your bets. Understanding and controlling your image is a key part of successful bluffing. Your image develops from patterns. If you have played few hands and shown down strong cards, opponents view you as tight and trustworthy. When you suddenly bluff, they are more likely to believe your story and fold. On the other hand, if you have been active, raising and betting constantly, your image becomes aggressive. In that case, even your value bets may be called more often. The first skill is awareness. Pay attention to how others are reacting to you. If your recent bluffs have worked easily, opponents may be tightening up. If your bets are being called more often, they may no longer trust your aggression. Adjusting to these shifts keeps you one step ahead. Table dynamics also influence your decisions. Every table has its own rhythm. Some games are quiet and cautious. Others are fast and volatile. Bluffing frequency should adapt to that energy. In a slow, careful game, small acts of aggression stand out and earn respect. In a wild game with constant raises, a bluff may go unnoticed or get called lightly. Your recent history also matters. Players remember what happened a few hands ago, far more than what happened an hour ago. If you were caught bluffing recently, your next attempt will have less credibility. Wait until time passes or a new situation resets perceptions. Position ties into image as well. Bluffing from early position looks stronger because it represents tighter ranges. Bluffing from late position is more common, so it earns less automatic respect. However, by maintaining a steady balance of strong and weak hands in each position, you can blur that difference. Managing image also means mixing gears. After long stretches of tight play, add a few well-timed bluffs. After several aggressive or loose hands, slow down and show strength. This variety keeps opponents unsure of what you will do next. Unpredictability protects you. The best players use their image as a weapon. They know what their opponents believe about them and act accordingly. When everyone thinks you are solid, bluff more. When everyone thinks you are wild, value bet more. The goal is not to have one fixed identity, but to shift your reputation as the table evolves. Table dynamics and image are part of the same conversation. One is the mood of the game. The other is how you fit into it. Together they determine how believable your bluffs appear. When both align, even small bets can make big statements. Chapter 22: Over-bluffing and under-bluffing. Finding balance is one of the hardest parts of poker. Bluff too often, and opponents start calling you down. Bluff too rarely, and they fold every time you bet. Both extremes are costly. Learning to recognize and correct these tendencies keeps your play sharp and unpredictable. Over-bluffing happens when aggression outweighs logic. You begin betting in situations where your story makes little sense. You may be frustrated, impatient, or chasing momentum. The result is frequent confrontation and unnecessary losses. The main sign of over-bluffing is when your bluffs are being called too easily. If your opponents seem comfortable calling light, it's time to slow down. To fix over-bluffing, return to structure. Choose bluffs that fit the board and your range. Ask yourself if the story is believable. Bluff less often and focus on semi-bluffs with real equity. This keeps your play aggressive, but grounded in logic. Under-bluffing is the opposite problem. You fold too often and only bet with real strength. At first, this feels safe, but over time it makes you predictable. Opponents fold every time you bet and attack when you check. You win small pots, but lose large ones. The fix is to add selective bluffs back into your range. Start with continuation bets on dry boards or small pressure bets in position. Build confidence slowly until your range feels balanced again. Balance is not about exact percentages. It is about keeping opponents uncertain. They should never know whether your bet means power or weakness. When you sense they are adjusting, adjust right back. Your emotional state also affects balance. Frustration leads to over-bluffing. Fear leads to under-bluffing. Recognizing those emotions helps you make corrections before mistakes multiply. A calm, patient mindset supports the right mix of aggression and control. Table texture matters too. In loose games, you need fewer bluffs because people call often. In tight games, you can bluff more frequently because folds come easily. The right ratio changes from one environment to another. Finally, review your sessions. Track how often your bluffs succeed and when they fail. Patterns will appear. You may discover that you overbluff on turn cards or underbluff after losing a big hand. Awareness leads to adjustment. Balanced bluffing is a conversation between logic and discipline. Too much aggression creates noise. Too little invites exploitation. The sweet spot lies in thoughtful moderation, where every bluff serves a purpose and every fold protects your edge. Chapter 23. Using blockers in bluffs. Blockers are one of the most overlooked parts of modern poker strategy. A blocker is a card in your hand that reduces the likelihood your opponent has a certain strong holding. When used correctly, blockers make bluffs safer and more logical. For example, holding the ace of hearts on a board with 3 hearts means your opponent cannot have the nut flush. You block that possibility. This gives you extra confidence to represent strength because you know the best hand is less likely to exist. Similarly, if the board shows king, queen, and jack, and you hold an ace, your opponent cannot have the nut straight. This information increases your bluffing opportunities. Blockers do not guarantee success. They simply adjust probabilities in your favor. Good bluffers use blockers to identify spots where opponents have fewer strong combinations to call with. This lets you apply pressure with lower risk. When you bluff, think about which hands your opponent could logically hold. If your cards remove many of those combinations, the bluff becomes stronger. For instance, if you bet on a board where a flush is possible, and you hold a high card of that suit, your opponent has fewer flushes in their range. You can use that to your advantage. Blockers also protect against reverse scenarios. Sometimes you should avoid bluffing when your blockers remove the very hands you want your opponent to fold. For example, if you hold the ace of hearts on a dry board and want to bluff a missed flush draw, your ace blocks those draws. That means your opponent is less likely to hold them, making your bluff less believable. Bluffing works best when the story fits the available hands. The most effective blockers come from high-value cards, like aces, kings, and queens. These cards often connect to the strongest possible combinations. Holding them narrows your opponent's range dramatically. Weak cards rarely function as strong blockers because they do not interact with the top of your opponent's possible hands. Position increases the value of blockers. When you act last, you can combine blocker knowledge with information from your opponent's betting patterns. If they check on a dangerous board that you partially block, a well-timed bluff can win the pot instantly. Out of position, you must rely more on logic and balance, since you cannot see how they would react first. Blockers turn bluffs from guesses into calculations. They add precision to your decision-making and make your story mathematically believable. Every time you bet, ask yourself what your hand says about your opponent's likely range. When the cards in your hand make their strong hands less probable, bluffing becomes not only creative but correct. Chapter 24. Example hands. Now let's put theory into practice. Seeing how bluffing and semi-bluffing play out step by step helps solidify the concepts we've studied so far. Below are several example hands that demonstrate key bluffing situations and how to think through them. Example 1. Semi-bluff flush draw. You hold king of clubs and 10 of clubs. The flop comes ace of clubs, 9 of hearts, and 4 of clubs. You have a flush draw with 2 overcards. Your opponent checks. You bet half the pot. This semi-bluff works for 2 reasons. First, you have fold equity. Your opponent may fold small pairs or weak aces, Second, you have strong potential to improve if called. Whether they fold now or call, you're playing a profitable situation. Example 2. Pure bluff on a dry board. You raise pre-flop with Queen-Jack suited, and the flop comes King 7-2 rainbow. You missed completely, but this board favors your range as the pre-flop raiser. Your opponent checks, and you continuation bet small, about 1/3 of the pot. Because your story is credible and their range is weak, they fold. You win the pot without needing a hand. Example 3. Multi-street bluff. You hold ace of spades and 10 of spades. The flop comes queen of hearts, 9 of clubs, and 3 of spades. You bet, and your opponent calls. The turn is the king of diamonds, a perfect scare card. You bet again, representing strong hands like ace-king or king-queen. When your opponent calls again, the river brings a low blank card. You follow through with a third barrel. The story fits perfectly, and your opponent folds a medium-strength hand. Your consistent narrative wins the pot. Example 4. Failed bluff against a calling station. You hold Jack 10 of hearts. The board runs out 8 of hearts, 9 of clubs, Queen of diamonds, 2 of spades, and 3 of hearts. You missed your straight draw and decide to bluff the river. Your opponent, known for calling everything, calls again with bottom pair. You lose. This hand reinforces a simple rule: never bluff players who refuse to fold. Save your chips for better opportunities. Example 5. Using blockers for a bluff. You hold ace of hearts and king of diamonds on a board showing 10 of hearts, 5 of hearts, and 2 of hearts. You don't have a flush, but your ace of hearts blocks the nut flush. When your opponent checks, you make a calculated bet. Since they are less likely to have the best possible flush, your story appears strong, and they fold a weaker hand. Each of these hands shows a key lesson. Bluffing and semi-bluffing are not random acts of courage. They are structured, logical plays rooted in fold equity, position, and psychology. With practice, your bluffs will feel less like risks and more like precise tools used at the right moment. Chapter 25. Lesson Recap. Bluffing and semi-bluffing form the heartbeat of modern poker. They connect logic with emotion and transform every hand into a story. When done correctly, they create balance and power. When done poorly, they drain confidence and chips. This lesson brought structure to that chaos, showing how to bluff with reason instead of impulse. We began by defining bluffing. A bluff is any bet made with the intention of making your opponent fold a better hand. Bluffing protects your value hands and keeps your opponents uncertain. Without it, poker becomes predictable and mechanical. We explored the psychology of bluffing and learned that confidence, composure, and consistency build credibility. The calm player, not the loud one, tells the most believable story. Fold equity became the mathematical foundation of bluffing, showing how profit comes not only from winning at showdown, but from making others fold. We discussed planning each bluff. Every action should follow a purpose, from the flop to the river. Random aggression loses meaning, but structured aggression builds trust in your story. We distinguished pure bluffs from semi-bluffs. Pure bluffs rely only on fold equity. Semi-bluffs carry backup equity from draws and potential improvements. From there, we studied how to choose the right spots and read board texture. The best bluffing boards favor your perceived range and weaken your opponents. Dry textures, scare cards, and position create natural openings. Wet, connected boards punish careless aggression. We then explored advanced bluffing ideas, double barrels, triple barrels, and semi-bluffs with combo draws. These plays depend on consistency, sizing, and believable storytelling. Multi-street aggression succeeds only when every step logically connects to the one before it. You also learned how to tailor bluffs to your opponents. Tight players fold too often, which makes them prime bluffing targets. Loose players or calling stations refuse to fold and should be attacked only with real value. Observation and adaptation turn theory into profit. Finally, we connected everything with image and table dynamics. Bluffing works best when your reputation supports your story. Tight images win folds. Wild images win calls. Balancing those two identities keeps opponents guessing. In short, this lesson showed that bluffing is not about deception. It is about balance, logic, and timing. Every bluff should tell a believable story, backed by math and awareness. When you blend all of these elements, you move from random risk to strategic persuasion. That is the difference between a gambler and a professional. Chapter 26. Looking ahead to defending against bluffs. Every great bluffer eventually faces an opponent who tries to turn the tables. The next skill in your poker development is learning to spot and counter bluffs. Defense is as important as offense. Knowing how to recognize false aggression protects your chips and punishes players who rely too heavily on pressure. In the next lesson, we will study the art of calling down. You will learn how to detect bluffing frequencies that are too high, and how to read bet patterns that don't make sense. We will also explore range-based thinking, how to compare the story your opponent is telling with the possible hands they could realistically have. You will see how to identify bluff-heavy spots based on board texture, timing, and bet sizing. When opponents overrepresent their strength, you can call confidently with medium hands that usually fold. Defense is not about stubbornness. It is about logic and awareness. We will also examine emotional control from the opposite side. Staying calm while facing big bets allows you to think clearly. Panicking or rushing decisions is how players give up pots that belong to them. Recognizing bluffing behavior, fast bets, inconsistent sizing, and nervous speech gives you the advantage. Finally, you will learn to adjust your own image to discourage future bluffs. When opponents realize you can't be bullied, they stop trying. This balance between bluffing and defense creates complete strategic harmony. Lesson 7 taught you how to bluff with control. Lesson 8 will teach you how to call with confidence. Together, they form the full circle of poker mastery: pressure and resistance, attack and defense, courage and patience. Welcome back to the Sleepy Poker Masterclass, Beginner to Master. In this 8th lesson, we explore how to defend against bluffs in Texas Hold'em. You'll learn how to identify false aggression, read patterns that reveal weakness, and make confident decisions when facing pressure. By the end of this lesson, you'll understand when to stand firm, when to fold, and how to turn an opponent's bluff into your profit. Chapter 1: The Psychology of Defense. Every poker player faces moments of uncertainty. You hold a decent hand, your opponent bets big, and your mind begins to race. Are they strong, or are they bluffing? This mental struggle is part of poker's essence. To defend against bluffs, you must first master your own emotions. Defensive play starts with composure. When chips are in the pot and pressure rises, panic clouds judgment. Calm players think clearly. They compare the facts, the betting pattern, the board, the opponent's style, before making a decision. Emotional players see only fear. They fold too quickly or call too loosely. Emotional balance is the first layer of defense. Patience is the second. You cannot call every bet or fight every bluff. Good defense means waiting for spots where logic supports your decisions. Folding to strong aggression can be correct, even if you later learn your opponent was bluffing. Over time, discipline protects far more chips than curiosity ever wins. Another key is perspective. When opponents bluff, they are testing your perception of reality. They are telling a story and asking whether you believe it. Your job is not to react emotionally, but to analyze that story. Does it make sense? Does the betting sequence fit the type of hand they represent? Strong defenders treat poker as investigation, not confrontation. Confidence plays a vital role too. Many players call out of frustration or fear of being bluffed. That mindset turns defense into revenge. Confidence means knowing that folding can be powerful. It also means trusting your reads when logic tells you the bluff is likely. Confidence lets you respond with authority instead of anxiety. The psychology of defense also involves emotional detachment from individual hands. Winning or losing one pot does not define success. Every call or fold is just one decision in a larger system. When you detach emotionally, you can think objectively about long-term results. Over hundreds of hands, correct decisions add up far more than short-term outcomes. Finally, good defenders use observation to control emotion. Watching others calmly while staying silent allows valuable information to surface. Notice who gets nervous under pressure, who talks too much, and who avoids eye contact. Patience and awareness transform defense from reaction into preparation. The mind is the real battleground in poker. Bluffs win not because of cards, but because of reactions. The players who remain calm, logical, and patient turn that psychological pressure into opportunity. In this lesson, we'll learn how to recognize when the story doesn't add up, and how to keep your emotions from writing a bad ending. Chapter 2: Recognizing Bluff Patterns. Spotting bluffing patterns turns confusion into confidence. While every player bluffs differently, most follow predictable habits. Learning to recognize those habits gives you the power to separate truth from fiction. The first step is to understand storytelling in poker. Every bet tells a story. A strong player's bets progress logically through the streets, reflecting believable hand development. A bluffer's bets often contradict themselves. They tell a story that falls apart when examined closely. For example, an opponent raises pre-flop and bets heavily on a low flop, like 5-6-2. On the turn, they check, then suddenly fire a large river bet when a high card appears. The story doesn't fit. What strong hands check the turn, only to overbet the river on a card that helps your range more than theirs? That inconsistency often signals weakness. Another common bluff pattern is sudden aggression after passivity. A player checks through multiple streets and then bets large when the pot is small. This shift in behavior rarely represents strength. It usually shows desperation. Bluffers often get impatient when a hand drags on without resolution. Pay attention to bet sizing. Small flop bets, followed by large river bets, often indicate missed draws or overcompensation. The bet grows not because the hand improved, but because the bluffer wants to force a fold. Conversely, consistent sizing across streets usually reflects real value. Timing is also part of the pattern. Quick bets can mean confidence, but they can also mean fear. Some bluffers act instantly to avoid thinking. Others take too long, trying to appear deliberate. The key is consistency. If their timing changes dramatically between streets, something has shifted, often their comfort level. Watch for repeated behavior. Players who bluff successfully once often try it again soon after, especially if they gained confidence. Likewise, those caught bluffing may go quiet for a while. Understanding these emotional rhythms helps you predict when bluffs are more or less likely. Finally, remember that bluffing patterns don't exist in isolation. Always connect them to the board, position, and player type. A bluff pattern that works in one situation might be meaningless in another. Context is everything. Recognizing bluff patterns takes practice. The more you observe, the clearer the differences become between believable stories and broken ones. Over time, you'll begin to see bluffs not as surprises, but as signatures, predictable expressions of habit waiting to be read. Chapter 3: Reading Timing and Tempo. Timing tells are among the most subtle but reliable clues in poker. Every player has a rhythm, and that rhythm changes under stress. By observing how long an opponent takes to act, you can often detect hesitation, uncertainty, or false confidence. Learning to read these patterns gives you valuable information without seeing a single card. Start with consistency. Each player develops a natural tempo. Some act quickly. Others take their time. The key is not the speed itself, but the change in speed. When a player suddenly acts faster or slower than usual, that break in rhythm reveals something about their comfort level. A fast bet can signal confidence or fear. Some players bet quickly because they have a strong hand and see no reason to wait. Others bet fast to appear strong, hoping speed will discourage calls. The difference lies in how the timing fits their overall pattern. If a typically cautious player fires instantly on a difficult board, that often suggests bluffing. They are using speed to mask uncertainty. A long pause before betting can be equally revealing. Many bluffers hesitate, trying to decide if their story is believable. The longer the delay, the more likely the player is building courage rather than counting value combinations. In contrast, value bettors usually know what they want to do and act naturally. Watch the rhythm between streets of betting. Bluffers often act inconsistently. They might bet quickly on the flop, pause too long on the turn, and then shove immediately on the river. Each change reflects doubt or improvisation. Strong hands flow more smoothly from one street to the next. Online, timing tells are still powerful. Instant bets after the flop can indicate pre-planned continuation bets. Long tanking before small bets often shows weakness. A player who snaps calls the flop, but tanks on the turn, may have hit a piece of the board but feels uncertain about future aggression. Every timing shift adds to your read. In live play, combine timing with physical observation. Quick breathing before a bet or sudden stillness after one can signal tension. A player who reaches for chips early may have already decided to bluff. The key is to notice the difference between natural behavior and performance. However, beware of false tells. Experienced players know how to manipulate timing to confuse you. They might pause deliberately with a strong hand, or act fast with a bluff to create a trap. Never rely on timing alone. Always connect it with board texture, bet sizing, and previous behavior. Timing tells are not about speed. They are about comfort. When a player's rhythm breaks, something has changed. Reading that change with logic and patience turns timing into one of your most reliable defensive tools. Chapter 4: Understanding Player Types. Every opponent falls into a category based on how they play their hands. Recognizing these types helps you adjust instantly and defend more effectively. Bluffing tendencies change with personality. Knowing what motivates each player saves chips and builds profit. The first group is the tight passive player. These players avoid risk. They play few hands and rarely bluff. When they bet, they usually mean it. Defending against them is simple. Believe their story. If they show aggression, fold your marginal hands. Trying to catch bluffs here wastes chips because they almost never bluff. Next are tight aggressive players, often called tags. They play fewer hands but bet strongly when involved. Tags use selective, structured bluffs. They continuation bet often on favorable boards, but slow down when conditions worsen. To defend against them, analyze board texture. When their aggression fits the board, respect it. When it does not, consider calling down lighter. Loose passive players are the classic calling stations. They play many hands but rarely raise. Bluffing against them is pointless, but defending is easy. Simply value bet, strong hands, and fold weak ones. They rarely apply pressure through bluffs, so there is little need for complicated defense. Then come the loose aggressive players, or lags. These opponents are the most dangerous bluffers. They thrive on pressure and constantly test your resolve. Against them, patience is critical. Do not fight every hand. Choose your battles. Wait for clear evidence that their story does not add up. Once you find inconsistency, call them down. Lags rely on volume. Discipline beats them. Another type is the emotional or tilted player. These players act out of frustration rather than logic. Their bluffs are impulsive, not calculated. You can identify them by rapid betting, size, or visible irritation. Against tilt, stay calm. Let them keep firing. When you have a decent hand, call. Their aggression eventually works against them. Online, player types are reflected through stats and tendencies. Tight players have low pre-flop raise percentages. Loose players enter many pots. Aggressive players have high continuation bet rates. Study these patterns through observation or tracking software, if available. Defending against bluffs means matching your response to the personality behind the bet. Some players bluff from calculation. Others bluff from emotion. Some barely bluff at all. Adjust your defense to fit the opponent rather than forcing one strategy onto everyone. Understanding player types is like knowing the rules of each conversation. Once you recognize who is speaking, their words, meaning their bets, become easier to interpret. And when you can read the speaker, you control the table. Chapter 5. The role of position in defense. Position is just as important when defending as it is when attacking. Where you sit at the table changes how much information you have and how you can use it. The later you act, the more data you collect from others' decisions. That knowledge turns defense into strategy instead of guesswork. When you are in position, meaning you act after your opponent, you hold a major advantage. You see their timing, bet size, and behavior before you decide. This gives you time to process logic instead of emotion. If an opponent fires multiple barrels, you can judge whether their story fits the texture of the board. You also control the final bet on each street, allowing you to slow the pot or end the hand when you choose. In position, defense often feels calm. You can call down with marginal hands when logic supports it, because you see the full picture of the hand as it develops. You can also use your position to bluff catch on the river. When your opponent bets after showing weakness earlier, you can decide whether the story holds together. If it doesn't, calling with medium strength can be profitable. When you are out of position, everything becomes harder. You act first, meaning you must make decisions without knowing what your opponent will do next. Bluffers exploit this by applying constant pressure. They bet more often because they know you have less information. The key to defense out of position is structure and discipline. Out of position defense starts pre-flop. Playing too many hands from early seats puts you in difficult spots later. Tighten your range when you will act first. Post-flop, focus on pot control. Avoid building large pots with medium-strength hands. Small, deliberate checks and calls give you flexibility while preventing opponents from exploiting your position. If you sense a bluff, gather every clue before reacting. Compare their current aggression to previous hands. Look at how the board interacts with their pre-flop range. When the story breaks, consider a well-timed call or even a check raise. But never force action just because you are tired of folding. Position gives power to your decisions. In position, you can defend confidently because you have information. Out of position, you must rely on patience and careful observation. The best defenders use both sides of the table wisely, protecting chips in the blinds and striking decisively from the button. Chapter 6. The Math of Calling Down. Defending against bluffs is not only about reading people. It is also about numbers. Every decision in poker has a mathematical side, and calling down against aggression is no exception. Knowing the math behind your calls prevents emotional mistakes and keeps your play consistent over time. The most basic concept is pot odds. Pot odds tell you how often your hand needs to win to justify a call. You compare the size of the bet you must call to the total pot after you call. For example, if the pot is $100 and your opponent bets 50, you are calling 50 to win 200. 50 divided by 200 equals 25%. That means you need to win 1 in 4 times for your call to break even. If you believe your opponent is bluffing more often than that, calling is profitable. If they bluff less, folding saves you money. This math creates discipline. You no longer call because of curiosity. You call because the numbers make sense. The next step is understanding minimum defense frequency, or MDF. This concept shows how often you must defend against bets to prevent opponents from profiting with automatic bluffs. For a half-pot bet, your MDF is 67%. That means you should continue with your hand 2 out of 3 times, either by calling or raising. If you fold more often, opponents can bluff with any 2 cards and show a long-term profit. You do not need to memorize these percentages perfectly. What matters is understanding the logic. Larger bets require you to defend less often, while smaller bets require more frequent calls. The bigger the bet, the higher the risk for your opponent, which balances the equation naturally. When deciding to call down, combine math with logic. Start by asking if the story fits. If the bluff seems possible, check the pot odds. Then decide whether the call aligns with your overall strategy. Each step removes emotion from the process. Avoid hero calls driven by pride. Calling to prove a point rarely ends well. Instead, trust the numbers and the patterns. When the math supports the call, make it confidently. When it doesn't, fold without regret. The math of calling down builds structure in chaos. It turns emotional decisions into logical ones and teaches you to protect your chips with precision. The more you rely on numbers, the less control fear has over your game. Chapter 7. Bet sizing as a clue. Every bet in poker tells a story, and the size of that bet reveals much about its purpose. Understanding how to interpret bet sizing gives you one of the strongest tools for detecting bluffs. When you combine sizing with board texture, timing, and position, you can often identify when a player's actions are inconsistent with their supposed strength. The first principle is consistency. Skilled players keep their bet sizes steady across different situations. When a player suddenly deviates from their usual pattern, something often changes in their confidence. A sudden overbet from someone who usually bets small, or a timid bet from an aggressive player, should catch your attention. Consistency, or the lack of it, often separates truth from fiction. Small bets can serve several purposes. Value bettors use them to extract thin profit from weaker hands. Bluffers use them to appear strong while risking less. A small bet on a scary board might look like a trap, but it can also be a defensive move meant to end the hand cheaply. When opponents use small bets in spots where strong hands would normally bet large, the story may not hold up. Large bets create pressure. Bluffers often overcompensate by betting big, trying to force folds instead of earning them. However, strong players also use large bets for value. The difference lies in context. A large bet that fits the story of a premium hand deserves respect. A large bet that arrives suddenly, with no consistent narrative, often masks weakness. Pay attention to progression across streets. Logical bet sizing grows steadily. For example, a player might bet 1/3 pot on the flop, half pot on the turn, and 2/3 on the river. That rhythm makes sense for both value and balanced play. But if the pattern shifts, such as a small flop bet, followed by an oversized turn bet, it signals uncertainty. The player may be testing your reaction rather than following a clear plan. Stack size adds another layer. Bluffers sometimes bet amounts that leave them with awkward stacks. For example, they might bet half their remaining chips, putting themselves in a poor position if called. Value bettors rarely do this. Their bet sizes usually preserve flexibility for future streets. Finally, remember that sizing alone is not proof. Some experienced players intentionally vary their bets to confuse you. Always link bet sizing clues with other factors: position, timing, and the board itself. Bet sizing is the voice of a hand. Strong hands speak clearly and calmly. Weak ones shout too loud or whisper too soon. Listen closely, and the truth reveals itself. Chapter 8: Detecting Story Inconsistencies. Poker is a game of storytelling. Each bet and call describes what a player wants you to believe. Defending against bluffs means testing whether that story makes sense from start to finish. Bluffers often build their tales carelessly. When details don't align, the story collapses under pressure. Begin by tracking the timeline of aggression. If an opponent raises pre-flop and bets the flop, the line should continue logically through later streets. When aggression stops suddenly or restarts without reason, something is off. A player who checks a strong turn and then fires big on a blank river rarely holds a monster. More often, they are trying to reclaim the pot after missing their draw. Look for contradictions between action and texture. Imagine a flop of 8, 9, and 10 with 2 suits. If your opponent represents a strong hand, they should have many draws in their range. When they check the flop and raise the turn, the story feels unnatural. A hand that truly connected would often bet earlier. Bluffers rely on delayed aggression, hoping later pressure will rewrite the story. Inconsistency also shows in bet sizing. A small bet on a wet flop, followed by a huge bet on a safe turn, often means the opponent is trying to scare you rather than protect a made hand. Strong hands usually bet big when danger exists, not after it passes. Pay attention to position and initiative. When an out-of-position player starts leading after calling the flop, it can be suspicious. Ask yourself what improved for them. If the new card changes nothing, the sudden aggression likely represents weakness. Players who hold real strength tend to stay consistent from one street to the next. Another key sign of inconsistency is impossible representation. Sometimes bluffers forget what they are pretending to have. A player who checks pre-flop and then raises hard on a flop full of high cards cannot logically represent aces or kings. Their actions contradict the ranges they would have shown aggression with earlier. Consistency builds credibility. Bluffers lose that credibility when they improvise mid-hand. Their bets no longer follow a coherent line of logic. and those contradictions are your invitation to call. When you detect a broken story, verify it with context. Compare the hand to what you know about the player. If they tend to bet draws aggressively, their sudden passivity followed by aggression later becomes a clear red flag. Defending against bluffs is not about guessing. It is about listening to the story and identifying where it falls apart. Every hand tells a narrative. The more carefully you read it, the easier it becomes to know when fiction replaces truth. Chapter 9: Emotional Triggers and Over-Aggression. Bluffing often begins as logic, but turns into emotion. Players who lose control of their feelings start bluffing for the wrong reasons. Understanding emotional triggers helps you recognize when aggression is no longer rational. Once you learn these signs, you can detect bluffs before they happen. One common trigger is frustration. After losing a big pot or missing several draws in a row, players feel the urge to win back what they lost. They start forcing situations that are not favorable. When you see a player take a tough beat and suddenly raise or bet heavily in the next hand, stay alert. Their focus has shifted from logic to revenge. Another trigger is ego. Some players cannot stand being outplayed. When an opponent calls them down or wins several small pots, pride takes over. They bluff to reassert dominance, not because the cards support it. Ego-driven bluffs often appear as large, dramatic bets meant to prove something. When someone suddenly overbets in a spot where a normal bet would suffice, the motive is often emotional. Tilt combines frustration and ego into one dangerous state. A tilted player plays faster, louder, and less carefully. Their bet sizing becomes erratic, and their patience disappears. These players are easy to exploit because their emotions override strategy. They fire second and third barrels without thinking through the story. When you recognize tilt, stay calm. Let them dig their own hole. Fear can also trigger bluffs, though it may seem strange. Some players bluff not from aggression, but from panic. They fear being seen as weak, so they bet big to avoid showing uncertainty. This fear bluff often happens on the river, when a missed draw leaves them with nothing but nerves. A sudden large bet, after previous hesitation, usually signals this pattern. Learn to read emotional patterns over time. You can spot when a player's behavior changes from logical to reactive. Rapid chip movements, sighs, shaking hands, or nervous chatter all signal tension. Even online, hesitation after losing a big hand, followed by instant aggression in the next round, often means emotion is in control. Your best defense is composure. Emotions spread across a table like ripples in water. Stay calm when others lose balance. Emotional players rely on chaos to win. If you remain steady, you control the rhythm. Spotting emotional triggers turns defense into opportunity. Each sign of frustration or fear gives you permission to call lighter and trust your read. Over time, emotional awareness protects your chips as effectively as any mathematical calculation. Chapter 10: Using your image to invite bluffs. Not all bluffs should be avoided. Sometimes, the best way to profit from them is to invite them. When opponents see you as tight and cautious, they will try to test you. By maintaining that image deliberately, You create traps that turn their aggression into your gain. A tight image forms naturally when you play fewer hands and show down strong cards. After a while, opponents assume you are incapable of calling light or bluffing yourself. They begin bluffing you more often, especially when the pot grows large. This is where your preparation pays off. To invite bluffs, control your table image intentionally. Start by playing solid, disciplined poker for a stretch of time. Fold weak hands. Show strong ones. Speak calmly and avoid reacting emotionally. Let opponents believe you are safe to attack. Once that perception sets in, they will start bluffing into your strength. When you notice their aggression increase, switch gears. Begin calling more often with medium-strength hands. These are the moments when logic beats reputation. If your opponent's story seems exaggerated or disconnected from the board, trust your tight image. They are likely bluffing because of how you appear, not because of what they hold. You can also manipulate image through timing. Take a little longer before calling, as if you are unsure. Show hesitation even when you plan to call. Bluffers interpret hesitation as weakness and may fire again on later streets. When you call again, the trap closes naturally. Another way to invite bluffs is through checking strong hands. Instead of betting with top pair or better, check to your opponent. Many players view checks as surrender. They respond with aggression, trying to steal what they think is unprotected. A calm call at that moment can win large pots, while reinforcing your reputation as too tight to trap. Balance remains important. If you always slow play, observant opponents will adjust. Mix in some regular bets with your checks to stay unpredictable. The goal is not to act weak every time, but to choose moments where your image gives you maximum payoff. Inviting bluffs requires confidence and patience. You must trust your read and resist the urge to chase every small pot. Let opponents build their own traps through overconfidence. In poker, few things are more satisfying than catching a bluff that you quietly encouraged. Chapter 11. Calling with marginal hands. Calling with marginal hands is one of the hardest skills in poker. These hands sit in the gray area between strong and weak, and deciding what to do with them often defines long-term success. Good players do not avoid marginal spots. They learn to manage them with logic and control. A marginal hand is one that can beat bluffs but loses to most value bets. Examples include middle pairs, weak top pairs, or second-best hands on coordinated boards. These hands rarely feel comfortable, but they often provide the right opportunity to catch a bluff. The first step is context. Before making a tough call, review how the hand developed. Did your opponent's aggression make sense from pre-flop to river? If their story feels inconsistent, your marginal hand gains strength. But if every bet fits a believable line, folding is often correct. You are not calling because you hope to win. You are calling because logic says you are likely ahead. Pot odds also guide the decision. If you are facing a small river bet, you don't need to win very often to justify calling. For example, if the pot is $100 and your opponent bets 20, you need to win only once in 6 times. A hand like second pair might be enough in that situation. Small bets often signal weakness, so trust the math when the price is right. Position matters too. When you act last, you can observe your opponent's behavior before deciding. Marginal hands gain value when you control the final action. In position, you can safely call down lighter because you see how confidently your opponent bets. Out of position, it's harder. Without full information, calling marginally can lead to mistakes. Avoid emotional calls. Players often convince themselves they are due to win a pot. That mindset turns logic into hope. Instead, base every call on structure, pot odds, hand strength, and betting patterns. Calling down with discipline means losing small when wrong, and winning big when right. Finally, use observation over ego. You don't need to be right every time to profit. Catching a few well-timed bluffs over a long session makes a significant difference. Marginal hands become profitable, not through luck, but through precision. When played with patience, these hands defend your range and stop opponents from bluffing you freely. Each correct call adds quiet confidence. You no longer fear uncertainty. You understand it. Chapter 12. Balancing your own range. Defending against bluffs does not stop at reading others. You must also manage how your own play looks to them. If you fold too often, opponents will exploit you. If you call too easily, they will value bet relentlessly. Balance keeps your opponents uncertain, and uncertainty keeps you safe. A balanced range means mixing your actions with both strong and weak hands. For example, when facing a continuation bet, you might call sometimes with top pair and sometimes with draws or medium pairs. This blend hides your intentions. Your opponent cannot tell whether your call means strength or curiosity. Balance begins with awareness. Track your own tendencies, just as you study others. Ask yourself, do I fold too much to aggression, or do I call too often with weak hands? The answer changes as the table changes. Tight tables reward more calls. Loose games demand more folds. Adjust your defense to match the environment. When you balance correctly, opponents cannot bluff profitably. They do not know which part of your range they are facing. Suppose you defend the big blind and call a flop bet, with both strong top pairs and some weaker draws. When your opponent bets the turn, they must respect both possibilities. This uncertainty limits how freely they can bluff. Balance also protects your image. Folding every time you face aggression makes you predictable. Bluffers thrive on predictable players. Calling occasionally with medium hands, even if it costs small losses, keeps your image resilient. Opponents will think twice before trying to bully you. Do not confuse balance with perfection. You do not need to defend every hand in perfect ratios. The goal is flexibility. When opponents notice that you adapt, they stop attacking automatically. Flexibility discourages exploitation more effectively than rigid precision. Position again plays a role. In position, you can defend more often and still stay balanced. Out of position, a tighter range maintains structure. The difference lies in the information available to you. Balanced defense takes practice. It requires letting go of emotional habits and building decisions on logic. Over time, it becomes natural. You'll fold when the story makes sense, call when the math supports it, and mix your range often enough to stay unreadable. Poker rewards players who make others uncomfortable. Balance is what makes you unpredictable. And unpredictability is the greatest defense of all. Chapter 13. Detecting double and triple barrel bluffs. A double or triple barrel bluff occurs when a player continues betting on the flop, turn, and sometimes the river without a made hand. These bluffs can be intimidating because the consistent aggression feels convincing. But even multi-street pressure follows patterns, and learning to read them transforms fear into confidence. The first key is story consistency. Ask whether the opponent's line makes sense from one street to the next. On the flop, they represent a range of strong hands. On the turn, their story should continue logically. If the turn card does not help their supposed range, yet they keep betting, the story weakens. For example, if the flop is ace, 10, 4, and the turn is a 9, an opponent who barrels again might not actually have an ace. That new card connects better with your calling range than theirs. Watch for scare cards. Double and triple barrels rely on using high or coordinated cards that appear dangerous. A player who bets big when an ace or king hits may be leveraging fear rather than strength. Compare how quickly and confidently they act. True value hands often take a moment of thought, while bluffs fire instantly to maintain pressure. Bet sizing also tells a story. Consistent sizing across all streets feels credible. But erratic patterns, small bets followed by oversized ones, suggest improvisation. Bluffers frequently change sizes mid-hand when uncertainty grows. The bigger the bet without clear logic, the more likely it's emotional aggression rather than structured play. Position influences how multi-street bluffs appear. Players in position can control the pace, applying pressure because they act last. But out-of-position barrels require confidence and strong storytelling. When you face repeated aggression from early position, question whether the player truly has enough strong combinations to justify it. Often they don't. Patience is your defense. When you call a flop and turn bet, your opponent expects you to fold. Many bluffs crumble when faced with steady resistance. If the board does not drastically change on the river, a well-timed call can expose the entire sequence. Look for breaks in rhythm. Bluffers sometimes hesitate before their final barrel, debating whether to finish the story. True value hands move smoothly from start to finish. The hesitation reveals doubt. Double and triple barrels are meant to intimidate. They rely on your discomfort, not superior cards. When you stay calm, compare logic to pattern, and trust your analysis, those once frightening bluffs lose their power. Chapter 14. The importance of board texture. Board texture determines how believable a bluff really is. Understanding how different card combinations affect ranges helps you decide when aggression makes sense and when it doesn't. Defense starts with reading the board, not just the opponent. A dry board contains cards that don't connect. Examples include Ace 7-2 or King 10-3 Rainbow. On these boards, the pre-flop raiser usually has the range advantage. When they bet, their story sounds believable. However, if that same player keeps firing on later streets without improvement, start questioning the logic. There are few cards that change the situation, and continued aggression might be more bluff than value. A wet board is the opposite. These flops have straight and flush possibilities, such as 10-9-8 with two suits. On such textures, many hands connect, which makes bluffs harder to sell. If an opponent barrels aggressively on a wet board, their range must be very strong or very brave. Defenders should call more often in these situations, because the odds of them missing are higher. Turn and river cards change everything. A scare card, like an ace or a third suited card, can shift perceived advantage. Good players use these cards to continue bluffing. To defend correctly, ask whether that card logically improves their range or yours. For instance, if a third hard lands, and you know the opponent rarely bets flush draws, their new aggression is suspicious. Compare each bet to the evolving story of the board. If an opponent bets strongly when the board favors your range, such as when low cards complete possible straights, it might be a bluff. Most players prefer to check in these moments with real value to control the pot size. Texture also affects bet sizing. On dry boards, smaller bets make sense. On wet boards, larger bets are needed to deny equity. When you see the opposite, tiny bets on dangerous textures or huge bets on harmless ones, your alarm should sound. Bluffers often misunderstand texture and bet incorrectly for the situation. Board reading also helps prevent overreactions. Many players panic when scary cards appear. A flush card on the river might complete a draw, but if your opponent's range included few of those draws to begin with, it changes little. Stay logical. Evaluate probability, not fear. The more you understand texture, the more clearly you can see through false aggression. The cards on the table don't just build hands, they tell stories. When that story doesn't fit, your calm, logical defense turns confusion into profit. Chapter 15. Reading Bet Sequencing. Every hand in poker unfolds like a conversation. Each bet and check forms a sentence that reveals intention. When you learn to read that sequence, you can identify when a player's story makes sense and when it begins to fall apart. Bet sequencing means studying how actions connect from street to street. A logical sequence reflects consistency. A flawed one exposes weakness. Strong players plan their hands before the flop, already knowing which textures they will bet, check, or give up on. Bluffers often improvise. Their decisions shift as pressure increases, creating patterns that stand out. Start by tracking who showed aggression first. The pre-flop raiser usually represents strength. If they continue betting on the flop and turn, that story feels credible. But if a player who called pre-flop suddenly becomes aggressive on a board that doesn't fit their range, suspicion is justified. Their sequence doesn't follow the natural flow of strong hands. Timing between streets offers more clues. A smooth, steady pace usually comes from confidence. Hesitation between bets often signals uncertainty. Bluffers tend to stall on later streets as the pot grows, debating whether to continue the act. Their inconsistency gives you the advantage. Observe changes in bet size. A sequence that grows logically, small on the flop, medium on the turn, larger on the river, feels believable. A sudden shift, like a tiny flop bet, followed by an oversized turn shove, often means the player is trying to regain control of the narrative. Bluffers frequently use oversized bets to rewrite a weak story. Pay attention to action reversals. For example, a player who checks the flop, bets the turn, and then checks again on the river often lacks a clear plan. Real value hands follow steady aggression. Disjointed sequences, with aggression appearing and disappearing, suggest uncertainty or missed draws. You can also learn from previous behavior. Some players have predictable lines. They might always continuation bet the flop, but slow down after being called. Others double barrel, often, but rarely triple barrel. Recognizing these habits helps you anticipate when aggression is genuine or forced. When you study sequencing, think like a storyteller. Ask whether each action fits the hand they claim to have. If their words don't match their actions, their story collapses. Calling in these moments isn't a gamble, it's reasoned defense. Every bet is a sentence. Every sequence is a story. Listen closely, and you'll start hearing which ones are true and which are fiction. Chapter 16. Live tells and physical cues. In live poker, information hides in more than just chips and cards. Every player reveals subtle physical clues. These cues, known as tells, can help you identify when an opponent is bluffing or strong. The key is to observe patterns calmly and avoid overreacting to single moments. The most reliable tells come from inconsistency. A player's natural behavior is steady. When that rhythm changes, something inside them has shifted. Watch for signs of tension or relaxation. Many players act one way when strong and the opposite when weak. For example, nervous chatter often covers discomfort during a bluff, while quiet, steady breathing usually signals confidence. Hands and posture provide early hints. A player who suddenly sits upright or freezes after betting may be uneasy. Others fidget, shuffle chips rapidly, or avoid eye contact when bluffing. Some may do the opposite, stare at you intensely to appear strong. The trick is to spot what is normal for that person first. Once you know their baseline, any break from it becomes meaningful. Timing is another live clue. Quick bets often mean premeditated bluffs. They want to appear certain before fear catches up. Long pauses followed by small bets may show hesitation or weakness. Notice whether they act quickly in every hand, or only when under pressure. Verbal behavior can be revealing. Over-explaining, joking, or repeating phrases like, "You can fold if you want," are signs of anxiety. Confident players usually say little. When someone starts talking mid-hand, they're often trying to influence your decision instead of relying on their cards. Watch chip handling. Players who bet confidently move chips smoothly and deliberately. Bluffers often handle chips awkwardly or hesitate before pushing them forward. Sometimes they grab too many chips and then adjust at the last second, a nervous attempt to appear natural. However, no single tell is perfect. Some experienced players use reverse tells, acting weak with strong hands or strong with weak ones. Always cross-check physical cues with betting patterns and logic. A tell is a supporting clue, not proof on its own. The best defenders observe without judgment. Keep your breathing slow and your posture relaxed. When you are calm, others reveal more. You see what tension hides in their movements, hear what nervousness adds to their voice, and sense what fear does to their timing. Physical observation deepens your awareness. It turns each poker hand into a study of human behavior. When paired with logic and math, these small details complete the full picture of defense. Chapter 17. Online Bluff Indicators. Online poker removes physical tells, but it replaces them with digital ones. Timing, sizing, and frequency become your eyes and ears. Bluffing still follows patterns. They just look different behind a screen. Once you know what to watch for, the lack of physical presence becomes an advantage, not a limitation. The first and most powerful clue is timing. Instant actions often reveal pre-planned decisions. When a player bets the flop immediately after it appears, that bet was already in their mind. It might be a standard continuation bet, or it might be automatic aggression without thought. Slow reactions, on the other hand, show hesitation. A long pause followed by a small bet often signals uncertainty, a possible bluff or weak attempt to take the pot. Pay attention to bet sizing across multiple hands. Many online bluffers fall into patterns. Some bluff small, afraid of losing chips. Others bluff large, hoping to end the hand quickly. Because the environment feels less personal, players lean into extremes. Tracking these sizing habits gives you insight into who is balanced and who is emotional. Frequency is another key factor. Some players continuation bet almost every flop. Against them, your defense should be patient and mathematical. If they bet nearly 100% of the time, your calling range widens automatically. Other players rarely bluff twice. Once you call their flop bet, they shut down on the turn. Take notes. Frequency data is one of the few certainties online play provides. Use software tools or mental tracking to notice these trends. Even casual note-taking makes a difference. Write down how often someone fires multiple barrels, how large their bets are on each street, and how often they follow through on the river. Small sample sizes can mislead you, but repeated behavior tells the truth. Timing between actions also matters. When a player calls quickly on one street but tanks on the next, that rhythm break means something. Fast calls often represent draws or weak pairs. Long pauses before aggression show indecision. Bluffers online hesitate too, they just do it digitally. Finally, stay aware of stack depth and situation. Short-stacked players bluff less because they can't afford to. Deep stacks encourage more creative aggression. Watch how their comfort with chips changes their strategy. Online, every piece of information is numerical or mechanical. You can't see their face, but you can still read their patterns. The key is patience and precision. Data becomes instinct, and instinct becomes control. Chapter 18. Turning defense into offense. Good defense doesn't mean constant caution. Sometimes the best way to counter a bluff is to seize the initiative. By turning defense into offense, you shift the pressure back onto your opponent. The key is timing, choosing moments when the board, position, and logic support a bold response. The most common form of offensive defense is the check raise. You allow the opponent to bet first, then raise their bluff. This move forces them to prove strength immediately. It works best when the board favors your range, or when their story seems inconsistent. For example, if the flop comes low and disconnected, and your opponent continues betting aggressively after raising pre-flop, a check raise can expose their imbalance. You can also use float calls to set up later aggression. A float is when you call a flop bet, intending to take the pot away on the turn. You let your opponent's bluff continue for one street, then strike when they show hesitation. This method is especially effective in position. When they check the next street, your bet often wins uncontested. Timing remains everything. Never attack blindly. Choose moments when your opponent's actions clearly contradict a believable hand. On boards that miss their likely range, a check raise or delayed bluff can flip the script instantly. Stack depth matters here too. Deep stacks allow you to apply sustained pressure. Shallow stacks limit flexibility because you risk committing too much. Always calculate how many chips you are willing to invest before turning defense into attack. Body language and timing cues can also signal when to act. In live play, sudden stillness after betting often means weakness. Online, long pauses, followed by small bets, reveal doubt. When you sense that hesitation, calculated aggression becomes your strongest weapon. Another form of offensive defense is thin value betting. Instead of waiting to be bluffed, you bet small with slightly better hands. This takes away your opponent's ability to bluff, while still building profit. For instance, betting a weak top pair on the river denies them the chance to represent strength. You control the narrative. Turning defense into offense is not reckless. It's controlled assertion. You are not fighting emotion with emotion. You are using logic to flip the power dynamic. Bluffers rely on pressure. When you apply it back, they collapse. The moment you stop fearing bluffs and start countering them with structure, your entire game changes. Defense becomes confidence, and confidence becomes control. Chapter 19. Recognizing unbalanced opponents. Every poker player has habits. Some bluff too often. Others hardly bluff at all. Recognizing when an opponent's strategy becomes unbalanced allows you to adjust perfectly and exploit them. Once you learn to spot these imbalances, defending against bluffs feels less like guessing and more like simple observation. Start by tracking frequency of aggression. Players who bet every flop and continue firing turn after turn are likely over-bluffing. Their range becomes too wide, filled with weak hands that cannot stand pressure. Against this type, call lighter and let them pay for their own excess. Conversely, some players are under-bluffers. They bet only when strong and check when weak. Against them, you can fold more often without fear. Their aggression carries real weight. Every time they bet big, it's likely for value. Knowing which type you face saves countless chips. Board texture helps expose imbalance. An over-bluffer fires on boards that clearly favor your range, ignoring logic. For example, if the flop is 8, 7, 6, and your opponent raised pre-flop, they shouldn't bet that board too often. When they do, their story is thin. On the other hand, under-bluffers miss profitable opportunities to pressure you on favorable textures. Their caution gives away control. Pay attention to showdowns. Every time a hand reaches the end, you gain valuable data. Take note of what they showed after betting aggressively. Did they have value or air? Bluff-heavy showdowns reveal imbalance faster than anything else. A few clear examples can define their overall pattern. Bet sizing patterns also reveal imbalance. Over-bluffers often size bets inconsistently, alternating between small stabs and oversized bluffs. Under-bluffers prefer medium, steady bets that match strong hands. Each player tells a silent story through their chips. Once you identify imbalance, adjust without overreacting. Against over-bluffers, tighten your raising range and widen your calling range. Against under-bluffers, fold earlier and focus on extracting value when you hold strength. You do not need to fight every hand. Precision beats chaos. Balance is rare at most tables. The players who come closest to it are usually professionals. Everyone else drifts one way or another. Your goal is to notice that drift before they notice yours. When you do, you turn their predictability into steady profit. Chapter 20. Example hands. Reading bluff lines. Theory becomes powerful only when it meets experience. These example hands illustrate how bluff detection works, step by step. Each one shows how logic, math, and awareness combine to reveal the truth behind aggression. Example 1. The inconsistent story. You call a raise with 9-8 suited. The flop comes king, 10, 4 rainbow. Your opponent bets large. You call. The turn brings a 2. They bet big again. The story feels weak. What strong hand bets so heavily on a harmless turn? You call once more. The river is a 3. They bet again, but the board hasn't changed since the flop. You call and they show queen jack for a missed straight. The key was noticing the broken story. The turn and river did not support their aggression. Example 2. The over-bluffer. You face a player who continuation bets nearly every hand. You call pre-flop with ace-7 of spades. The flop comes 9, 4, 2, with 1 spade. They bet again. You call. The turn is a queen. They fire a second barrel instantly. The card helps their perceived range but not their actual tendencies. You call again. The river brings a blank 5. They shove all in. You take a breath, trust the pattern, and call. They show jack 10 for nothing. Recognizing over-aggression turned defense into profit. Example 3. The delayed bluff. You check the flop with top pair. Your opponent checks behind. The turn brings a blank. Suddenly they bet large. You call. The river changes nothing, and they shove all in. Their line doesn't add up. Why check the flop with a strong hand, then overbet later on? Safe cards. You call and win. The delayed aggression gave away the bluff. Example 4. The tight player. You play against a known underbluffer. They rarely bluff and value bet consistently. They raise pre-flop and fire all 3 streets on a coordinated board. Even though you hold a decent hand, folding saves chips. Knowing their type keeps you from paying off real strength. Example 5. The emotional bluff. You see a frustrated player lose 2 hands in a row. On the next hand, they raise pre-flop and continuation bet on a dry flop. You call with middle pair. The turn changes nothing. They shove all in with shaky hands. Their anger is visible. You call, and they reveal a random bluff. Emotional patterns speak louder than math. Each example shows the same lesson. Bluff detection is not about guesswork. It's about collecting information, recognizing inconsistency, and trusting logic over emotion. The more you practice reading bluff lines, the less power aggression holds over you. Chapter 21. Managing fear of being bluffed. Every poker player knows the sting of being bluffed. It feels personal, like a challenge to your pride. But emotional reactions are what bluffers rely on most. Learning to manage that fear gives you the calm, steady mindset needed to make logical decisions instead of emotional ones. The first step is acceptance. You will get bluffed sometimes. Every player does. Even professionals fold the best hand on occasion. The goal is not to eliminate being bluffed, but to reduce how much it affects your judgment. One correct fold against a real hand outweighs several small bluffs you could have caught. Ego fuels bad defense. Many players call too often, simply to prove they can't be pushed around. They treat the game as a test of toughness, not logic. Poker rewards patience, not pride. The moment you feel compelled to call just to catch a bluff, step back. Ask yourself whether the story makes sense and whether the math supports the call. If not, folding is strength, not surrender. Another key to managing fear is long-term thinking. Poker is a game of averages, not single hands. When you make disciplined folds, you lose less money over time, even if a few opponents occasionally show bluffs. Over hundreds of hands, good decisions add up to profit. Emotional calls add up to loss. Practice emotional reset after tough hands. If you folded and later discover your opponent was bluffing, breathe and move on. That information is valuable. It tells you how they think, but it should not influence your next decision. Emotional carryover, known as revenge tilt, leads to chasing. Bluffers win most when you try to get even. Fear fades with preparation. When you understand pot odds, board texture, and opponent tendencies, you no longer guess. You decide. Confidence built from knowledge protects you from fear. Logical structure replaces insecurity. Finally, remember that being bluffed is not a failure. It is part of poker's balance. If no one could bluff you, the game would collapse. Your job is not to stop bluffs, but to choose when to fight them. The more you control your reactions, the less control bluffers have over you. Calm defenders do not fear deception. They expect it, study it, and profit from it. Chapter 22. Pot control and bluff resistance. Pot control is a defensive tool that keeps you safe from unnecessary risk. It means managing the size of the pot so that future bets do not trap you. By keeping pots smaller, you limit the leverage opponents have when they try to bluff. Pot control starts early in the hand. When you have a medium strength holding, avoid building large pots without a clear plan. Bet smaller, or check to see how your opponent reacts. Every chip you save gives you flexibility later. Bluffers rely on large pots to create pressure. Smaller pots reduce their power. In position, pot control is simple. You can check behind on certain streets, forcing opponents to reveal more information. For example, if you hold top pair with a weak kicker and face an uncertain board, checking the turn allows you to call a river bet safely. You keep the pot manageable while still controlling the outcome. Out of position, pot control requires discipline. Avoid leading into aggressive opponents unless you have strong hands. Instead, let them set the pace and respond calmly. If you sense pressure building, slow the action. A single check can stop a bluffer from inflating the pot beyond comfort. Pot control connects directly to bluff resistance. When pots stay small, opponents lose incentive to bluff. The risk-to-reward ratio shifts against them. Bluffing into a large pot offers reward. Bluffing into a small one does not. By reducing the stakes, you make their bluffs less profitable. Another benefit is clear decision-making. When the pot stays manageable, each call or fold carries less emotional weight. You can focus on logic, not fear. A small pot means small mistakes, and small mistakes are easier to recover from. Pot control also ties into value protection. When you do have strong hands, you can shift gears and build pots intentionally. The key is awareness. You choose when to grow or shrink the pot based on control, not emotion. In short, pot control is about discipline and design. You decide how big the hand becomes. Bluffers lose their edge when they can't use pressure as a weapon. Each controlled pot is a shield, and each calm decision behind that shield adds consistency to your defense. Chapter 23: Value Betting to Punish Bluffers. One of the best ways to counter aggressive bluffers is to punish them with value bets. Instead of waiting for them to make mistakes, you guide them into paying you off. Value betting is not just offense, it is defensive strategy disguised as pressure. Value betting means wagering with the intention of being called by a worse hand. Against players who bluff often, you can expand the range of hands you bet for value. You no longer need the absolute nuts to build pots. Even top pair or second pair becomes strong enough when the opponent refuses to fold. The first step is identifying bluff-heavy players. These are opponents who bet frequently and represent strength too often. Once you know who they are, adjust by betting more of your medium-strength hands. Bluffers interpret betting as challenge. They respond by calling or even raising light. Both outcomes are profitable for you. Value betting requires control of sizing. Against loose, aggressive players, use smaller bets to keep them engaged. A 1/3 or half pot bet tempts them to continue. Against calling stations, you can go bigger. They will pay off regardless. Adjusting size ensures you maximize value without scaring them away. Timing also matters. Many players expect you to check after calling their earlier aggression. When you instead lead out with a value bet, it disrupts their rhythm. They may misread it as weakness, and respond by bluff raising. This is exactly what you want. Their own aggression becomes fuel for your profit. Be careful not to slow play too often. Against bluffers, checking strong hands gives them free chances to realize equity. Instead, apply consistent pressure with real strength. Force them to keep making mistakes by calling or bluffing into superior holdings. Observation sharpens value betting. Track how your opponent reacts to your bet sizes. Do they fold often to large bets, but call small ones? Do they raise frequently when sensing weakness? These tendencies tell you how to price your value hands perfectly. Value betting against bluffers turns their strength into weakness. They thrive on pressure, but steady, logical betting removes their advantage. You control the hand by dictating the pace, size, and rhythm of the pot. They follow. You lead. Chapter 24. Recognizing when to fold. Folding is not failure. It is a sign of control and awareness. Knowing when to let go protects your stack and defines your longevity as a poker player. Every great defender understands that folding correctly is often more profitable than calling wrongly. The first step is logic over emotion. Ask whether your opponent's story makes sense. If every street follows a believable path, and their range includes strong combinations that beat you, folding is the smart choice. You do not need to test them to prove strength. The pot you save is just as valuable as the pot you win. Consider pot odds. If the price to call does not justify your hand's chances of being good, fold calmly. For example, if you must call $100 to win a pot of $200, you need to be right one time in 3. If your read tells you your opponent is bluffing less often than that, folding gains long-term profit. Board texture often decides the moment. When the board heavily favors your opponent's range, like when straight or flush possibilities complete, avoid calling without strong reason. Many players convince themselves to call just in case, ignoring how the texture changes strength distribution. Strong defenders see the shift clearly and let go without hesitation. Watch for timing cues. Some bluffs are instant, made before logic settles in. Others come after a long pause, revealing doubt. But the most convincing bets often arrive with calm, measured confidence. If your opponent's actions remain smooth and consistent through all streets, and the story fits, trust it. Stack size helps clarify tough spots. When deep stacked, you can afford occasional calls for information. When short stacked, discipline must tighten. Every chip matters more. Folding in marginal spots extends your play and keeps your bankroll safe for stronger opportunities. Most importantly, separate ego from decision-making. Folding feels like surrender, only to those ruled by pride. True professionals fold with calm certainty, knowing the game will offer better spots soon. The strongest players are not the ones who call most often. They are the ones who fold at the right time. Logic, not fear, drives their choices. Each fold builds trust in their process, and over time that trust becomes their edge. Chapter 25. Lesson Recap. Defending against bluffs is not about guessing right. It is about gathering information, staying calm, and applying logic under pressure. Every decision you make at the table, whether to call, fold, or raise, reflects your control over emotion and understanding of the story being told. In this lesson, we learned how to think clearly when facing aggression. Defense begins with psychology. Confidence replaces fear. Patience replaces ego. The calm player listens instead of reacting. Bluffers thrive on panic, and when you remove that panic, their weapon loses power. You studied patterns and timing, how rhythm, hesitation, and speed reveal more than words. You learned how bet sizing exposes inconsistencies, and how to read when aggression stops making sense. Every hand tells a story, and by comparing the action to logic, you find the truth hidden between the bets. We explored the mathematics of defense through pot odds and minimum defense frequency. Numbers protect you from emotional mistakes. They guide your calls and folds with reason instead of impulse. When the math supports your decision, you no longer fear being wrong. Position and board texture became your allies. Acting last gives clarity. Understanding how the cards connect gives context. Together, they turn reaction into prediction. You learned how to use your image to your advantage. A tight, disciplined image invites bluffs that you can profit from. At the same time, balance prevents opponents from exploiting you. You mix strong and weak hands, creating uncertainty that keeps them guessing. We covered how to spot over-aggression, manage fear, and use pot control to limit risk. You discovered how value betting punishes reckless bluffers, and how folding at the right moment is a sign of strength, not weakness. Every skill in this lesson connects to one theme: control. Bluffers win when you lose composure. Defenders win when they stay centered. Each calm decision builds long-term profit and quiet confidence. By mastering defense, you see the game from both sides. You understand not just how bluffs are made, but how they are broken. Chapter 26. Looking ahead to range thinking. The next step in your poker development is learning range thinking. So far, we have studied hands in isolation, yours versus your opponent's. Range thinking changes that view. It teaches you to see the entire set of possible hands each player could have, not just one. In the next lesson, you will learn how to analyze opponents logically based on position, action, and board texture. You will discover how to estimate the percentage of hands they play from each position and how those ranges shift with aggression or passivity. We will explore range versus range analysis, how your likely hands interact with theirs across the board. You will learn to spot when your range dominates, when it trails, and when balance creates opportunity. These concepts explain why professionals rarely rely on gut feeling. Their decisions come from probability and structure. Range thinking also connects directly to defense. Instead of asking, "Does my opponent have it?" you will ask, "How often can they have it?" That question transforms uncertainty into measurable insight. It also refines your bluff catching and value betting decisions by grounding them in math rather than emotion. Finally, we will apply range thinking to real examples, showing how pre-flop choices influence post-flop decisions, and how narrowing ranges across streets reveals hidden patterns. Bluffing and defense are the heartbeats of poker. Range analysis is the mind that controls them. By combining psychology, logic, and probability, you move from surface-level play to complete strategic awareness. Lesson 8 taught you how to stay calm under fire. Lesson 9 will teach you how to see the entire battlefield. Welcome back to the Sleepy Poker Masterclass, Beginner to Master. In this 9th lesson, we'll explore the psychology behind poker and how to read your opponents with calm precision. You'll learn how to recognize betting patterns, identify personality types, and interpret timing or emotional cues. By the end, you'll see that poker isn't just about cards, it's about people. Chapter 1: The Human Element of Poker. At its core, poker is not a game of cards, it's a game of people. The cards simply set the stage. The real story plays out in the faces, actions, and emotions of those sitting across the table. Understanding the human element of poker transforms strategy from mechanical calculation into intuitive connection. Every hand you play unfolds as a conversation. Each check, bet, and fold is a sentence in that language. When you learn to interpret tone and rhythm, you begin to hear what others are saying without words. It's not about reading minds, it's about noticing patterns in behavior and how emotion guides decision-making. The first step is recognition, acknowledging that no player acts in a vacuum. Every move stems from a blend of logic, fear, confidence, and fatigue. A tight player folding again and again isn't just waiting for good cards. They might be cautious by nature or protecting a short stack. The loose player who keeps raising may be chasing excitement rather than playing mathematics. Poker psychology begins with empathy, not manipulation. You're not trying to trick people, you're trying to understand them. When you observe calmly and without judgment, you gain access to information others overlook. Small details like posture, breathing, or chip placement can reveal more than 1,000 words. Human behavior tends to repeat under pressure. A player who bluffs recklessly once will often do it again. A player who freezes during big pots will freeze the next time too. These patterns emerge when emotions override structure. Your task is to stay composed while others react. Observation also deepens your own self-awareness. The moment you start watching others carefully, you begin to notice your own habits. You see how nerves affect your breathing, or how excitement speeds your movements. This mirror effect helps you strengthen emotional control, a vital skill that prevents your own psychology from betraying you. The human element of poker is not about dominance or deception, it's about clarity. It reminds you that every decision across the table is made by someone managing their own emotions, insecurities, and desires. When you see players as people instead of opponents, you connect to the real flow of the game. Poker strategy can be studied in books, but poker understanding begins here, with the quiet art of watching people. Chapter 2: Observing without judgment. To read opponents accurately, you must learn to observe without coloring what you see. Human judgment is quick to label. We decide someone is reckless, nervous, or confident within seconds, and that bias shapes everything we notice afterward. True observation in poker requires neutrality, watching like a scientist, not a critic. When you sit down at the table, your goal is to collect data, not to decide who's good or bad. Watch how often each player enters pots. Notice whether they check automatically when unsure, or if they pause before small bets. See if their hands stay steady, or if their chips move faster when they're bluffing. Each detail adds a piece to the puzzle. The danger comes when you attach meaning too quickly. For example, you might see a player fidgeting and assume they're bluffing, only to discover that's their normal state. Without context, interpretation becomes guesswork. Observation requires patience. You must see patterns repeat before assigning them significance. Neutral observation also applies to emotion. When an opponent hits a lucky river card or wins a big pot, you may feel frustration rise. That emotion blinds your focus. The best players stay centered. They don't punish luck, they study it. They ask how the player acted before, during, and after the hand, storing that behavior for future use. Developing this mindset takes discipline. Try viewing every session as research. You're not just playing, you're studying behavior under pressure. Over time, this objectivity becomes natural. You stop reacting to outcomes and start noticing rhythms. How often someone continuation bets, how quickly they fold to aggression, or how posture shifts during key moments. Observation without judgment also applies inward. Monitor your own reactions. Do you lean forward during big pots? Do your breathing or hand movements change when you bluff? Controlling these subtle cues prevents sharp opponents from reading you in return. The calm observer gains power through patience. By refusing to label too early, you keep your perception pure. You start seeing truth rather than projection. Poker rewards those who notice what others miss, but only if they watch without bias. Judgment narrows vision. Observation expands it. The difference is not talent, it's attention. Chapter 3: Classifying Player Types. Before you can read opponents deeply, you must understand the basic categories of players that appear at every table. Classifying player types gives you a foundation for predicting tendencies before you have specific reads. These categories aren't labels of skill or worth, they're behavioral patterns that help you anticipate decisions. The four most common archetypes are tight passive, tight aggressive, loose passive, and loose aggressive. Each plays the same cards differently because of their personality, confidence, and comfort with risk. A tight passive player, often called a rock, plays very few hands and rarely bluffs. Their range is strong but narrow. They fold early and avoid confrontation. When they suddenly enter a pot or raise, respect that move. Tight passive players value security over creativity. The best way to exploit them is through patience, steal blinds and small pots, while waiting for strong hands to punish their predictability. A tight aggressive player, or tagir, is disciplined and assertive. They choose hands carefully, but when they play, they bet with conviction. Tags form the backbone of professional poker. They understand position, value, and pressure. Against them, pure bluffing rarely works. Instead, use position to force them into difficult spots, and recognize that when their story makes sense, it often is true. A loose passive player, the calling station, plays too many hands and hates folding. They chase draws, call bets with weak pairs, and rarely apply pressure. Exploiting them is simple. Stop bluffing and value bet relentlessly. Every bet they call, with second best, puts chips in your stack. Finally, a loose aggressive player, or LAG, thrives on chaos. They enter many pots, apply pressure constantly, and use fear as a weapon. Their range is wide, and their image is unpredictable. The best counter is control. Tighten your range and force them to prove their aggression with real hands. They depend on opponents folding. When you don't, their volatility becomes your opportunity. These categories are not permanent labels. Many players shift types based on stack size, table image, or emotion. A calm lag can turn into a tilted maniac after losing a big hand. A tag might tighten excessively late in a tournament. The key is noticing the transition. Understanding player types helps you make sense of the table's rhythm. You no longer react blindly, you respond logically. Over time, you'll see that most hands play themselves once you know who's holding the cards. Chapter 4. Recognizing betting patterns. Betting patterns are the heartbeat of poker psychology. Every bet tells a story, whether the player knows it or not. Recognizing these patterns lets you read hands more accurately, predict behavior, and uncover bluffs hidden in plain sight. The first step is to track frequency. Notice how often a player continuation bets after raising pre-flop. Some bet nearly every flop, regardless of texture. Others check automatically when they miss. Over time, you'll see rhythms emerge, habits that become readable signals. Next, observe bet sizing. Small bets often indicate medium-strength hands, seeking control or cheap information. Large bets polarize ranges. They represent either strong value or complete bluffs. Watch how each player scales their bets with strength. If someone bets big only when confident, you can fold safely when they fire large again. If they use the same size across all holdings, their range stays balanced and requires deeper analysis. Timing also shapes patterns. Quick bets can signal premeditated action, often continuation bets or bluffs. Long pauses before large bets may show internal debate or nerves. Still, remember that timing tells vary by player. Context matters more than speed alone. Another key element is consistency. Some players use the same sequence in every strong hand. Raise pre-flop, bet flop, check turn, shove river. Others bluff with the same pattern. Your goal is to map those tendencies and test them. If a pattern breaks suddenly, something has changed in their comfort level or in their hand. Focus too on positional betting. Many players bet confidently in position, but check too often out of position. Recognizing this difference reveals how comfortable they are with information control. Exploit those who grow passive when acting first. They're easier to pressure. Finally, track reactions to aggression. When a player is re-raised, do they fold instantly or call reluctantly? Do they slow down on future hands? Betting patterns extend beyond single hands. They evolve as emotions shift. Each change is a clue. Over time, betting patterns reveal personality as much as strategy. You'll see who thrives under pressure and who crumbles. The cards may change, but behavior rarely does. Reading patterns turns chaos into structure. Each decision becomes a data point, and every opponent becomes an open book, if you're patient enough to read it. Chapter 5. Timing tells. Timing tells are subtle patterns in how long players take to act. They reveal comfort, uncertainty, or intention. While they can't be read in isolation, combined with betting and position, they become one of the most reliable psychological tools in poker. The rhythm of decision-making often mirrors emotion. A player who acts instantly tends to be confident or predetermined. A player who hesitates is often processing fear or uncertainty. But these patterns must be observed over time. Each individual has their own natural tempo, and what looks fast for one may be slow for another. The most common timing tell appears after the flop. When a player bets quickly, it usually means the decision was made before the card fell. This suggests a continuation bet, a pre-planned move, rather than a reaction to the board. These bets often occur when the player missed but wants to maintain pressure. A quick bet on a dry flop often means weakness hidden beneath routine. In contrast, a long pause before betting usually signals calculation. Strong players may delay to size their bet properly, but weaker players often hesitate because they hit the board hard and are deciding how much value to extract. This pause can reveal strength, especially when the bet is followed by stillness. Instant checks carry meaning too. Many players check quickly when uninterested, trying to move the hand along. But some use instant checks as traps, feigning disinterest to induce a bet. Again, context is everything. The key is consistency. If a player always checks instantly when weak, but suddenly pauses one hand before checking, that change may indicate a shift in confidence. Online poker also reveals timing tells, though in different ways. Fast bets often come from pre-selected actions, such as bet or call buttons. Slow responses can mean indecision or multitasking. In high-level play, deliberate timing manipulation, known as tank betting, is common, where players delay on purpose to disguise intentions. The best approach is to record timing data quietly. Watch for repetition. How long does a player take before making a continuation bet? Do they hesitate longer when bluffing? Over multiple hands, these rhythms form a profile. Remember that timing tells are not about seconds, they're about shifts. The difference between a 5-second pause and an 8-second pause is irrelevant. The difference between normal rhythm and sudden hesitation is everything. Patience turns timing into language. Over time, you'll begin to hear meaning in silence and confidence in speed. Chapter 6: Physical Cues in Live Poker. Physical tells are the oldest form of poker reading, the small unconscious actions that reveal what words and strategy conceal. In live games, players' bodies betray what their minds work hard to hide. Recognizing these signals with calm observation gives you an advantage without ever saying a word. The first rule of reading physical cues is subtlety. You're not looking for exaggerated gestures or movie-style reactions. Real tells are quiet, changes in breathing, posture, or micro-expressions that appear briefly and fade. Start with posture. Confident players often sit relaxed, leaning slightly back. Nervous or uncertain players tend to lean forward, drawn toward the pot. When someone suddenly sits upright, it often indicates excitement or tension. Notice posture changes more than fixed positions. They mark emotional shifts. Next, watch breathing. Calm, steady breathing suggests composure. Quickened breathing often signals adrenaline, which accompanies big hands or major bluffs. The player who suddenly inhales sharply as the flop lands may have connected strongly or may be bracing for pressure. Time will reveal which. Hands and chips provide another window. Players handling chips loosely or stacking them calmly tend to be relaxed. Shaking or fumbling usually signals nerves. Pay attention to when players stop touching their chips. Many freeze their hands when bluffing, afraid of giving away too much movement. Eye movement can also betray thought. Some players glance quickly at chips or the pot when they like their hand. Others avoid eye contact when bluffing. Still, this varies. Introverted players may avoid eye contact naturally, while confident players might use eye contact to intimidate. As always, pattern recognition matters more than isolated gestures. Speech and mannerisms also shift under pressure. Players who suddenly talk more than usual often do so to mask tension. Conversely, those who become quiet after chatting comfortably may be focusing deeply or trying to hide excitement. Use this information ethically. Observation is fair, manipulation is not. Don't invade personal space or provoke reactions intentionally. The goal is awareness, not exploitation. Physical tells are valuable, but not absolute. Strong players can fake them, and weak players may not realize they're giving them away. Combine these cues with logic and betting history for accurate conclusions. The best readers aren't magicians, they're patient observers. They learn that every action, however small, is a reflection of the mind behind it. Chapter 7: Emotional Triggers and Tilt. Every poker player battles emotion. Beneath the calculations and statistics lies a constant struggle between patience and impulse. Emotional triggers, those moments that pull players out of balance, can decide whether a session ends in control or chaos. Understanding these triggers, in yourself and others, allows you to turn emotion into insight. Tilt is the term for emotional instability at the table. It happens when frustration or pride replaces logic. A player on tilt may chase losses, call without reason, or overbluff in desperation. Tilt rarely announces itself. It slips in quietly after a bad beat or missed draw. The first sign is often subtle impatience. To recognize emotional triggers, watch for changes in rhythm. A calm player who suddenly starts playing faster or louder is likely reacting, not thinking. Rapid decisions after losing a big pot are classic signs of tilt. The mind seeks quick redemption, and discipline fades. Another trigger is ego. Many players equate folding with weakness or feel insulted when bluffed. They take the game personally instead of strategically. This emotional pride leads to revenge calls and reckless aggression. Understanding that ego drives behavior helps you stay detached when others crumble under its weight. Fear is another powerful trigger. Some players fear losing more than they value winning. They fold too often or play too cautiously after small losses. Others fear embarrassment and hide behind silence, hoping not to be noticed. Recognizing fear allows you to apply controlled pressure, pushing them toward predictable mistakes. The key to using emotional observation ethically is empathy. The goal isn't to mock or manipulate, it's to understand. When you sense frustration or fear in an opponent, You adjust your strategy to fit their mindset. Against angry players, play solid and let them self-destruct. Against fearful players, apply small, steady pressure. Self-awareness completes the cycle. Notice your own triggers. Do you feel impatient after folding several hands? Do you chase losses or play tighter after mistakes? Emotional control begins with recognizing that everyone tilts sometimes. The difference lies in how quickly you recover. Tilt is not a weakness, it's a reminder that poker is human. The best players don't eliminate emotion, they master it. Chapter 8: Building and Managing Table Image. Your table image is the story other players tell themselves about you. It's the sum of every hand you've played, every bet you've made, and every emotion you've shown. Managing that image is one of the most subtle yet powerful forms of psychological control in poker. A tight image makes your bets credible. When you've folded patiently for several orbits, opponents assume strength when you finally raise. This allows you to bluff more effectively and steal blinds with little resistance. However, play too tight for too long, and you become predictable. Observant players will stop paying you off when you actually hold strong hands. A loose image has the opposite effect. When opponents believe you're aggressive or reckless, your value bets get paid. The downside is reduced bluff success. People won't fold easily against someone they think is wild. Balancing these two images, tight and loose, is essential for long-term success. The key is intentional shaping. You decide how others perceive you by choosing which hands to show, which to muck, and how to behave during each session. Early in a game, project stability. Play solid, show discipline, and let others label you tight. Once that image forms, selectively widen your range to capitalize on it. Table image also depends on consistency. If your decisions follow a logical rhythm, your opponents feel comfortable, and comfort makes them careless. But when your image shifts strategically, they second-guess every read. That uncertainty becomes your advantage. Pay attention to how others react to your image. Do they start folding to your continuation bets? Do they call lighter because they think you bluff often? Their adjustments reveal how effective your image has become. Once you understand how you're perceived, you can decide whether to reinforce that belief or subvert it entirely. Table image extends beyond cards. Your posture, tone, and chip behavior all contribute to how others categorize you. A calm, confident presence conveys control. A nervous or agitated one invites attack. Whether live or online, demeanor shapes perception. Managing image is not about deception, it's about communication. You control the story others see, then decide when to let them read it and when to surprise them. Every great player carries two images, the one everyone sees and the one they build quietly beneath it. The art of poker lies in knowing when to show each. Chapter 9: Reading Aggression and Fear. Every action at the table is driven by one of two emotions, aggression or fear. These two forces exist in every player, shifting back and forth with the cards, the chips, and the pressure of the moment. Learning to recognize which one dominates in your opponents gives you the power to predict behavior long before the showdown. Aggression in poker is not inherently bad. It's energy, directed forward. Confident players use it to build pots, apply pressure, and disguise their true hand strength. But when aggression becomes emotional rather than strategic, it turns reckless. Your task is to tell the difference. You'll notice strategic aggression through controlled pacing. These players bet with consistency, use appropriate sizing, and rarely hesitate. Their decisions make sense. Emotional aggression, on the other hand, is reactive. Fast bets after losses, oversized bluffs after bad beats, or verbal outbursts between hands. It's aggression fueled by pride, not position. Fear appears in quieter forms. It hides in the folds, the checks, and the long pauses before small bets. A fearful player tries to limit damage rather than create opportunity. They play not to lose, instead of playing to win. Spotting fear requires observation over time. Look for hesitation on strong boards, quick checks after large bets, and repeated avoidance of confrontation. Some players physically lean back from the table during tension. Others start talking excessively to diffuse pressure. Fear often disguises itself as politeness or patience, but the pattern of retreat reveals it. Once you recognize these emotional currents, you can adjust accordingly. Against aggressive players, use their energy against them. Let them drive the action into your value hands. Against fearful players, apply steady pressure with small bets and positional control. Each fold confirms the pattern. The balance between aggression and fear also defines your own psychology. Too much caution leads to stagnation. Too much aggression leads to disaster. True strength lies in measured control, using aggression when logic demands it, and releasing fear when it clouds judgment. Poker rewards emotional balance. When others lean too far toward fear or fury, your calm becomes your weapon. Chapter 10: The Psychology of Bluffing. Bluffing is the purest expression of poker psychology. It's a conversation between confidence and perception, a moment when one player tries to convince another of a false story through tone, timing, and courage. To master bluffing, you must understand both the psychology of the act and the mindset of those you bluff. Every bluff begins with belief. You must believe the story you're telling before anyone else will. The best bluffs feel natural because they align with your range, your position, and your past behavior. The weakest bluffs fail because they contradict logic. If your pattern shows caution, a sudden massive bet rings false. Consistency gives bluffs credibility. The psychology of bluffing also depends on risk and fear. The human mind resists uncertainty. Most players fold not because they're sure they're beaten, but because they're unsure they're not. Good bluffs exploit this discomfort. You apply controlled pressure that forces your opponent to choose between discomfort and surrender. Emotionally, bluffing requires stillness. Nervous energy leaks through speech, movement, or timing. Great bluffers maintain the same rhythm, whether holding the nuts or nothing. They project calm, not by acting, but by breathing evenly and staying composed. For the defender, the challenge is to separate confidence from performance. Some players act talkative to appear relaxed, while others go silent to seem composed. Observe history. Do they usually act the same way when betting big? Patterns expose authenticity. Effective bluffing also depends on context. The same move that works against a cautious opponent fails against a calling station. Always consider the psychological state of your target. Are they tilted, tired, or defensive? Bluffing succeeds when it speaks to emotion, not ego. Remember that bluffing is not lying, it's storytelling. It works only when the story fits the board and your perceived image. Every card and action must make sense. If the story feels broken, even the least experienced player senses it. Finally, bluffing is emotional discipline. You will be caught sometimes. What matters is how you react. Anger and embarrassment destroy rhythm. Calm acceptance strengthens it. Over time, that composure becomes your reputation, and your bluffs gain even more power. Bluffing is not a gamble, it's psychology in motion. You're not fooling others, you're guiding them to fold by letting their own minds do the work. Chapter 11: Patterns in Risk Tolerance. Every player has a unique relationship with risk. Some crave it, others fear it, and most shift between the two, depending on mood, confidence, and circumstance. Understanding these patterns of risk tolerance allows you to anticipate behavior long before cards are shown. Risk tolerance is not fixed, it's emotional. A player who bluffs fearlessly when ahead in chips might become timid after losing a big hand. Another who plays cautiously early in a session might loosen up once they feel comfortable. Every hand becomes a new reflection of their comfort level, with uncertainty. To read risk tolerance, start by watching how players handle medium-strength hands. These are the hands that reveal the most about character. Confident, risk-tolerant players will turn top pair into a thin value bet or float the flop with overcards. Risk-averse players will check or fold, avoiding discomfort. Stack size also exposes tolerance. Deep stacks create freedom. Short stacks create fear. Players on the verge of elimination often shift dramatically in either direction. They either tighten completely or push recklessly. Track which way each opponent leans under pressure. Bet sizing reflects risk appetite, too. Some players overbet to intimidate others, projecting strength through aggression. Others bet small to reduce emotional exposure. Both reveal more than they realize. The player who always uses minimal sizing fears confrontation. The one who fires large may be overcompensating for insecurity. Risk tolerance isn't just external, it's internal. Your own comfort level influences how you play. Recognize when you tighten up after losses or become overconfident during winning streaks. Adjusting to these emotional swings keeps your strategy consistent. To exploit others' risk tendencies, match your pressure to their breaking point. Against cautious players, increase aggression steadily until they retreat. Against fearless players, trap them with value hands. They'll build the pot for you. Observing risk tolerance transforms psychology into precision. You stop guessing whether someone will fold. You already know. Their history tells the story. Poker rewards those who measure risk with clarity, not emotion. The more calmly you see risk in others, the less power it has over you. Chapter 12: Exploiting Predictability. Predictability is the enemy of success at the poker table. When players repeat the same actions in the same situations, they become easy to read and easy to beat. The skill of reading opponents comes full circle when you learn not only to recognize predictability, but to exploit it quietly and methodically. Start by identifying patterns of routine. Some players continuation bet every flop after raising pre-flop. Others never. 3-bet without premium cards. A few check every turn when out of position. These habits are gold mines for observation. The moment a pattern becomes consistent, it becomes exploitable. The most effective way to exploit predictability is through targeted adjustment. Don't overhaul your strategy. Make small, precise shifts. If someone continuation bets every time, check raise occasionally with medium strength hands. If they always fold to 3 bets, widen your range. Subtlety is key. Sudden changes draw attention. Quiet adaptation builds lasting profit. Position magnifies this advantage. When you act last, you can watch patterns unfold without risk. Over several orbits, you'll notice how each opponent reacts to similar situations. They may not realize they repeat the same move under pressure, but you will. Predictability often hides beneath confidence. Players who feel in control tend to rely on habits that once worked. Those habits become outdated as the table adjusts. You can stay one step ahead simply by observing what never changes. To exploit predictability effectively, combine observation with timing. Wait for the right moment to counter a pattern. The goal isn't to punish immediately, it's to strike when they least expect it. A single well-timed deviation earns more than constant resistance. Be careful though. When an opponent realizes you've noticed their pattern, they'll adjust. That's why subtlety matters. Exploit predictable players without alerting them. Allow them to believe their rhythm still works, while you quietly profit from it. Self-reflection matters too. Ask yourself if your own play has become predictable. Are you betting the same sizes, using the same timing, or reacting emotionally in familiar ways? The easiest opponent to read is the one who never changes, and sometimes that opponent is you. Poker rewards creativity, built on structure. Predictability builds structure without creativity. The balance between the two defines mastery. Exploiting patterns isn't about deception, it's about awareness. The more predictable others become, the more freedom you gain. Chapter 13: Reverse Tells and Misdirection. As players grow more experienced, they begin to hide their natural reactions. Some even go a step further, faking behaviors to mislead others. These are called reverse tells. Understanding how and when players use misdirection keeps you from falling for the traps they set. A reverse tell is an intentional signal meant to provoke the wrong conclusion. For example, a player might sigh dramatically and act defeated while holding a strong hand, hoping you'll bet into them. Another might act overly confident and chatty when bluffing, trying to project strength. Reverse tells prey on surface-level readers, those who trust the first impression without cross-checking behavior over time. The key to identifying a reverse tell is context. If a player's behavior changes only when big pots develop, and the change feels exaggerated, it's often deliberate. Real emotions appear naturally. Faked ones look rehearsed. The shoulders slump too quickly, the breath steadies too soon, or the conversation feels forced. To protect yourself, compare their actions against their baseline behavior. Everyone has a natural rhythm. The quiet player who suddenly becomes talkative may be acting. The steady player who shifts posture or starts stacking chips quickly may be overperforming for attention. The better you know someone's default mannerisms, the easier it is to spot performance. Skilled players use misdirection beyond body language. They disguise betting intentions, feign timing hesitation, or intentionally act out of order to provoke reactions. These moves aim to control emotional flow rather than just visual cues. Don't match their energy. Stay neutral. The moment you react emotionally, their performance has succeeded. When using reverse, tells yourself, moderation is crucial. Overacting destroys credibility. The best misdirection is subtle, a small pause, a casual shrug, or a deliberate glance. Use it rarely, or it loses meaning. Reverse tells are not tricks to rely on. They are tools to use sparingly when image control demands it. Ultimately, the best defense against deception is calm observation. Reverse tells rely on impatience. When you remain steady and analytical, the performance loses power. You begin to see through the act and respond with logic instead of impulse. Poker is full of actors. The trick is not to outact them, but to stop watching the show. Chapter 14: Managing Your Own Emotions. The hardest opponent you'll ever face is yourself. Reading others is a skill. Controlling your own emotions is mastery. Every decision you make at the table passes through the filter of your mood, confidence, and fatigue. The stronger that filter, the clearer your judgment becomes. Emotional control starts before the cards are dealt. Your mental state when you sit down determines how you respond to everything that follows. If you're distracted, frustrated, or tired, even small setbacks will feel heavier. Developing pre-game rituals, stretching, breathing, or reviewing goals centers your mind and prepares it for calm focus. During play, awareness is your best defense. Notice your physiological cues, faster heartbeat, tighter breathing, or agitation after a big hand. These are early signs of emotional drift. The sooner you recognize them, the faster you can reset. Taking a few deep breaths, standing up between hands, or focusing on neutral observation brings your thoughts back into alignment. Avoid chasing losses or trying to win back control through aggression. These are emotional reactions, not strategic ones. When you feel the urge to force results, step away. Even one orbit of distance can prevent hours of frustration. Equally important is managing positive emotion. Confidence feels good, but can become dangerous. After big wins, many players loosen their ranges or overestimate their edge. They drift from structure into ego. True confidence is quiet. It expresses itself through consistency, not celebration. Maintaining emotional balance also means accepting variance. Poker includes luck, and luck fluctuates. The cards do not owe you fairness, and the outcome of one hand does not define your ability. Accepting this truth turns disappointment into perspective. Self-control has a secondary benefit. It protects your image. Opponents read visible frustration or excitement as opportunity. When you stay composed, you deny them that information. Your calmness becomes a shield that conceals strength and weakness alike. Over time, managing emotion becomes a habit. The table stops feeling like a storm and starts feeling like still water. You act with purpose, not reaction. Mastering others begins with mastering yourself. Emotional control doesn't eliminate feeling. It teaches you how to use it wisely. Chapter 15. Confidence as a weapon. Confidence is quiet power. It shapes every move you make at the table and influences how others respond to you. When used with balance, confidence becomes a subtle weapon, one that earns folds, controls tempo, and commands respect without force. True confidence does not come from winning hands or large stacks. It comes from preparation, understanding, and composure. A confident player knows the game deeply enough to trust the process, even when variance turns against them. They understand that a good decision can still lose a pot, and that losing a pot does not make the decision wrong. You can see confidence in posture and pacing. Calm movements, steady breathing, and measured bets project control. Players who seem unbothered by pressure make opponents second-guess their own strength. They create an aura of stability that others subconsciously respond to. Confidence also influences bet sizing. A strong player bets naturally, neither tentative nor forced. Their chips move smoothly into the pot, reflecting certainty without arrogance. Opponents pick up on that rhythm, often folding borderline hands simply because they sense steadiness. It's important to separate authentic confidence from ego. Ego demands attention. Confidence does not. Ego celebrates wins loudly and resents losses. Confidence accepts both quietly. Ego tries to dominate. Confidence invites respect. The difference shows in how others treat your actions. When confidence is real, your presence shapes the table without a word. You can build confidence through routine and awareness. Know your ranges, understand position, and stay emotionally balanced. The more you trust your structure, the less fear enters your play. This steadiness allows you to project calm, even under intense pressure. Confidence also defends against manipulation. When opponents sense uncertainty, they push. When they sense steadiness, they hesitate. Your emotional balance becomes a deterrent to aggression. There's also a psychological loop. Your confidence influences others, and their reaction reinforces your calmness. Over time, this cycle strengthens your identity at the table. You become the anchor in a sea of shifting emotion. Confidence is not loud. It's the quiet voice in your head saying, "I've been here before, and I know what to do." That steadiness turns chaos into rhythm and transforms tension into opportunity. Chapter 16. Using conversation and silence. Words are part of the game. How you speak, or choose not to, affects the energy of the table and the flow of information. Conversation and silence are psychological tools that can calm, disarm, or even unsettle opponents when used deliberately. Conversation builds connection. Light talk lowers tension and creates comfort. When players feel relaxed, they reveal more through tone, word choice, or casual remarks about past hands. Some share too much, talking about their luck, their strategy, or their frustration. Listening closely gives you clues about how they think and what motivates them. Small talk can also mask your intentions. When you speak evenly during bluffs and value bets alike, you create consistency. This keeps others from tying your words to specific emotions. The best conversational players sound the same, whether ahead or behind. Be mindful of tone and pacing. A calm, steady voice suggests composure. A nervous or rushed tone often betrays anxiety. If you choose to engage, keep your rhythm controlled. Let others reveal more through speech than you do. Silence, however, carries its own power. Many players fear quiet moments. They rush to fill the space, often revealing discomfort or over-explaining decisions. By remaining still and silent, you give them room to talk, and in talking, they expose information. Silence also projects authority. A player who stays composed without speaking communicates confidence and control. It pressures opponents to interpret your stillness, often imagining more strength than you actually hold. Used sparingly, silence can win pots without cards. Timing matters. Speaking too often dilutes impact. Staying silent for too long can make you seem detached or robotic. Balance the two. Use conversation to gather information and silence to apply pressure. Avoid speech that provokes or insults. Psychological warfare built on disrespect weakens your own focus. The goal is not to dominate others, it's to influence the tempo of the game through calm presence. Words and quiet moments are part of poker's rhythm. The best players use both naturally, not as tricks but as extensions of self-awareness. Conversation invites truth. Silence amplifies it. Knowing when to use each is a mark of emotional intelligence and true control at the table. Chapter 17. Recognizing defensive behavior. Every player experiences moments of pressure, but not everyone responds the same way. Some push back with aggression. Others retreat into defense. Recognizing when an opponent shifts into a defensive mindset gives you the power to control the pace of play and dictate outcomes. Defensive behavior appears when a player's confidence drops. It often follows a big loss, a failed bluff, or a string of poor hands. The shift may be subtle, a smaller bet size, longer hesitation, or extra caution in marginal spots. Over time, that caution turns into predictability. The most common sign of defensive behavior is passivity. Players stop betting for value, checking hands they would normally play strongly. They fold to small bets or call down weakly just to avoid making big decisions. Emotionally, they're trying to protect themselves from more pain rather than seeking opportunity. You'll also notice hesitant speech and posture. A player who once chatted freely may grow quiet. Their body closes in, they lean back, cross their arms, or look down more often. Physically, they're shrinking from risk. Once identified, defensive players can be pressured methodically. The key is to avoid intimidation. Instead, apply small, steady bets that force them to make uncomfortable choices. Each time they fold, your control grows. Confidence erodes gradually, and by the time they attempt to fight back, the imbalance is complete. Defense can also appear in timing. Players who once acted quickly may start double-checking cards or taking longer to confirm bets. They want reassurance before committing chips. Patience becomes your ally here. The longer you maintain calm aggression, the more they feel cornered. Remember that defensive behavior is often temporary. It comes from emotional fatigue, not lack of skill. Some players recover quickly once they win a pot or regain focus. Others spiral deeper into protection mode. Track the difference and adjust accordingly. In yourself, recognize when defense turns into fear. It's natural to tighten after setbacks, but awareness keeps you from overcorrecting. Sometimes folding is wise. Sometimes it's avoidance. Knowing which is which defines professionalism. Defensive players surrender initiative to those who remain composed. In poker, initiative is power, and power flows to the calmest mind. Chapter 18: Online Psychology and Timing Patterns. Poker psychology extends beyond the live table. In online environments, players lose access to physical tells, but human behavior still leaves patterns through timing, frequency, and rhythm. Learning to read those digital signals unlocks an entirely new layer of awareness. In online poker, every action happens through interface speed. The time between decisions becomes the new body language. Fast actions suggest pre-planned moves, often standard plays like continuation bets or folds from autopilot. Slow actions often signal thought or indecision. The key is identifying timing consistency. If a player usually acts instantly but suddenly tanks before betting, that hesitation carries meaning. It may indicate a borderline hand or a bluff that required courage. Conversely, if they usually take their time but act quickly one hand, it might reveal pre-selected aggression, such as clicking bet in advance. Bet sizing online also reflects emotion. Players chasing losses tend to overbet out of frustration, while cautious ones size smaller after setbacks. The digital environment doesn't erase emotion, it just disguises it behind numbers. You learn to see emotion in patterns instead of posture. Observe frequency as well. Some players enter too many pots, betraying impatience or tilt. Others disappear for long stretches after losing hands, showing retreat. Online data like VPIP voluntarily put money in pot, and aggression factor can help quantify tendencies that live players must sense intuitively. Chat boxes, emojis, and speed of re-entry after losses also reveal psychology. A player who immediately rebuy-ins at the same stake after losing a stack often chases emotion, not logic. One who types defensively or blames luck is showing tilt in text form. To control your own online presence, manage timing intentionally. Use consistent rhythms to mask thought processes. Avoid acting instantly on big decisions. It signals weakness or strength depending on the situation. Short pauses create balance and prevent opponents from timing your patterns. Online environments also amplify fatigue and distraction. Players multitask, browse, or zone out between hands. Maintaining mental focus becomes an advantage, equal to any read. In digital poker, the screen may separate players, but human nature still connects them. The rhythm of clicks, pauses, and bets tells a story as clearly as body language does in person. You just have to learn to listen differently. When you master the rhythm of online timing, you gain the same insight live players earn from watching faces. The game remains human. It simply speaks a quieter language. Chapter 19. Reading Multi-Way Dynamics. Most poker psychology focuses on heads-up encounters, one player against another. But in multi-way pots, emotion spreads across the table like a current. Each player's decision affects not only the action, but also the mood and tempo of everyone else. Reading these collective dynamics gives you insight into the invisible rhythm that drives group play. In a multi-way pot, every player becomes slightly more cautious. Risk tolerance drops because each decision faces multiple unknowns. The first psychological shift you'll notice is hesitation. Bets become smaller, check calls more frequent, and outright bluffs more rare. The instinct to survive outweighs the instinct to dominate. Begin by observing initiative. The player who takes the lead in a multi-way pot, by betting or raising, often projects strength, even when weak. Most players avoid confrontation in groups, so anyone who applies pressure signals confidence. Watch how the others react. Those who fold quickly are likely prioritizing self-preservation. Those who linger or call may be chasing value or testing control. The next layer is collaborative pressure. When two or more players respond aggressively to a lead, the pot's emotional temperature spikes. Others often tighten automatically, folding hands they might have continued with heads up. This herd effect defines multi-way psychology. Most players follow group behavior unconsciously. Recognizing this allows you to step outside it. Position magnifies your advantage in these moments. Acting last gives you not only informational edge, but also emotional clarity. You see how others respond before committing. When early players act nervously or inconsistently, you can exploit that hesitation through confident, well-timed bets. In contrast, being out of position in multi-way pots amplifies stress. Players act conservatively to avoid costly mistakes. Recognizing that fear allows you to steal pots with subtle aggression when the texture favors your perceived range. Multi-way psychology thrives on perceived security. Players rarely want to be the one left exposed against multiple opponents. Use that reluctance strategically. Small, steady bets often collect pots that no one feels comfortable defending. Finally, pay attention to emotional contagion, the way one player's tension spreads. If a nervous player hesitates, others often mirror that energy, leading to collective passivity. Calmness breaks this chain. When you act with quiet confidence in chaotic multi-way spots, you re-establish control. Reading multi-way dynamics is not about watching one opponent. It's about sensing the table as a single living system. The group reveals just as much as any individual. Chapter 20. Adapting reads across stakes. Psychology at the poker table changes as you move through different stakes. What works in low-stakes games may fail entirely at higher levels, where experience and discipline reshape how players express emotion. Understanding these shifts ensures that your reads evolve with your competition. In low-stakes games, emotion runs freely. Players are often there for entertainment as much as profit. Their tells are raw and visible, fast betting when excited, size when defeated, exaggerated confidence when bluffing. Logic takes a back seat to impulse. At these tables, simple observation wins. Watch for rhythm breaks and emotional outbursts. They often tell the full story. At mid-stakes, awareness grows. Players have studied enough to hide obvious reactions, but still reveal small inconsistencies. Timing and bet sizing become the best sources of truth. Emotion is still present, but players try to mask it with routine. Your advantage comes from recognizing the cracks in that mask, the slight delays, the forced smiles, or the overcompensation in posture and speech. At high stakes, psychology becomes more complex. Skilled players control their tempo and mannerisms, turning their image into part of their strategy. Physical tells become rare, but strategic tells emerge. Over time, patterns of decision-making reveal where balance falters, too many bluffs in certain spots, predictable bet sizes, or unwillingness to defend marginal hands. Observation shifts from body language to logic. Also note the difference in motivation. At low stakes, emotion drives most actions. At higher stakes, ego and pride become the hidden engines. Players fight for respect as much as for chips. Understanding that layer helps you predict aggression in reputation-driven spots, such as bluffs made purely to save face. Adjusting your own psychology is equally vital. When moving up in stakes, resist intimidation. Larger pots and sharper opponents can create anxiety that clouds reading ability. Stay grounded in structure, ranges, logic, and consistency remain the same regardless of buy-in size. Finally, remember that psychology never disappears. It just becomes quieter. Even the most composed professional feels pressure, fatigue, and pride. The difference is how well they manage it. When you combine technical skill with emotional awareness, you match the high-stakes mindset. Adapting your reads across stakes means recognizing not only what changes, but what stays constant. Human emotion, hidden beneath discipline. Poker always returns to that core. Chapter 21. Practical hand examples. Theory becomes power only when applied. To understand psychological reading in action, let's walk through a few example hands, each revealing how observation, emotion, and logic combine to expose hidden truth. Example 1. The quiet strength. You're at a live table. A middle-aged player, calm and conservative, raises from early position. You call on the button with pocket eights. The flop comes King 8-5 rainbow. Your opponent checks, and you bet small. They call without hesitation. The turn is a jack. They check again. You bet larger. They call again, same rhythm, same posture. On the river, a second king falls. They pause slightly, then bet half the pot. Everything about their behavior has stayed steady, except that pause. It's the first hesitation you've seen all hand. You call, and they show ace-king. The lesson: small deviations matter more than grand gestures. A single rhythm change, just a slightly longer pause, often means emotional recalibration. Observation caught the truth. Your hand alone could not. Example 2. The emotional bluff. Online, you've been facing an opponent who bets quickly after losing hands. You raise pre-flop with ace-queen suited, and they call from the big blind. The flop is 9-7-4 with 2 hearts. You bet, they instantly raise. The timing feels forced. You call. The turn brings a 10. They bet huge again, almost pot-sized, just like in previous tilt-driven spots. You call. The river blanks, and they shove quickly. You fold, showing restraint. They reveal Jack-8 offsuit, a failed straight draw. The lesson: timing tells emotion, even when you can't see faces. Fast aggression after loss often signals revenge, not reason. Emotional players repeat their habits under pressure. Example 3, the defensive retreat. In a tournament, a player loses a massive pot. They fold 3 hands in a row, then limp into the next pot from the small blind. You check the big blind with Queen 10 suited. The flop comes 10-7-4 with 2 clubs. They check call small bets on both the flop and turn, their movements slow and cautious. On the river, when a blank falls, they check again. You bet for value. They fold instantly. The lesson: defensive behavior shows in rhythm and reaction. Once emotion shifts toward protection, aggression loses structure. Recognizing that mindset allows you to press confidently, without overextending. Every hand tells 2 stories, the one the cards create, and the one the players write through emotion. The more fluent you become in that second story, the more control you gain over the first. Chapter 22: The balance between logic and intuition. Poker reading lives between 2 forces, logic and intuition. Logic structures your decisions. Intuition fills the spaces logic can't reach. True mastery comes when both move together, when reason guides your thoughts and intuition guides your timing. Logic is the language of analysis. It counts combinations, tracks frequencies, and weighs probabilities. It thrives on what can be measured. Logic reminds you to think in ranges, not guesses, and to use math as the anchor for all reads. It protects you from emotional drift. Intuition is different. It's the quiet recognition of patterns your mind has learned subconsciously. It draws from experience, thousands of hands, small details, the tone of speech, the speed of a bet, or the way someone touches their chips. Intuition works when your brain has collected enough data to notice what logic misses. Some players mistake intuition for impulse. They feel a hunch and act on it without reason. That's not intuition, it's emotion. True intuition feels calm, not urgent. It arises when logic has already built the foundation and your subconscious simply fills in the missing piece. Balancing these 2 elements means trusting both sides of your mind. Use logic to define possibilities, ranges, board texture, bet sizing. Then let intuition evaluate the tone, the rhythm of the hand, the confidence behind an opponent's movements. When both align, your decision carries clarity. Great players use logic during study and intuition during play. Away from the table, they analyze patterns, review hands, and refine structure. At the table, they trust the instincts built through that preparation. The 2 processes feed each other endlessly. You can train intuition by reflecting after sessions. When a feeling guided you, ask why. What detail triggered it? Over time, you'll connect instinct to evidence. Logic keeps you disciplined. Intuition keeps you alive. One without the other leaves imbalance, either robotic or reckless. When logic and intuition merge, you stop reacting to poker, you start sensing it. Chapter 23: Training Awareness. Awareness is not talent, it's training. The ability to notice patterns, control emotion, and read others is a skill developed through discipline and repetition. Just as players study hand charts and probabilities, they can also train the mind to observe with precision. The first step is to slow down perception. In most poker environments, players rush, shuffling chips, checking phones, scanning cards. Slow observation begins when you decide not to hurry. Watch hands even when you're not involved. Note who bets too quickly, who glances at the pot after the flop, who counts chips before action reaches them. These details sharpen your focus while others drift into routine. Next, practice pattern journaling. After each session, record what you noticed about specific opponents. Write brief observations like talks more when bluffing, bets fast after losing a hand, or leans back when strong. Reviewing these notes helps cement awareness into memory. Over time, patterns emerge across sessions that would otherwise fade into forgetfulness. Training awareness also means observing without attachment. Avoid linking what you notice to immediate results. Sometimes your read will be correct, sometimes it won't. Awareness grows faster when it's detached from outcome. The purpose is not to be right, it's to keep seeing. In live play, test your focus by choosing a single detail to monitor each orbit. One session, watch only hand movement. Another, watch timing. This controlled attention trains your brain to isolate signals without being overwhelmed. Away from the table, meditation and mindfulness strengthen the same skill. The practice of quiet observation, simply noticing thoughts or sensations without judgment, mirrors poker awareness. The more present your mind becomes, the more data it gathers. Finally, train emotional awareness alongside external awareness. Learn to notice your own reactions, tightness in the chest, faster breathing, or mental noise after tough decisions. Emotional awareness gives you an early warning system against tilt and fatigue. Awareness is like light. The longer you keep it shining steadily, the more clearly you see patterns that others miss. Over time, poker feels less chaotic and more like slow motion. Each movement connected, each emotion visible, each moment understood. Calm attention turns confusion into clarity. That is the essence of awareness. Chapter 24: Ethical Use of Psychological Reads. Reading opponents is a privilege, not a weapon. The ability to understand human emotion comes with responsibility. Using that insight ethically keeps the game fair, respectful, and rooted in professionalism. The first principle is integrity. Observation is part of poker. Exploitation of personal vulnerability is not. It's acceptable to note that a player looks nervous after losing a big hand. It's unethical to provoke that nervousness intentionally through mockery or intimidation. The goal is to interpret behavior, not to create distress. Respect the emotional boundaries of others. Some players are new or playing for recreation. They may not have the emotional resilience to handle deep psychological manipulation. Maintain empathy. Allow them to enjoy the game while still applying your skill calmly and fairly. Avoid using personal information as leverage. Knowledge of someone's background, personality, or life outside the table should never become a tool for pressure. Poker reads come from the table, body language, timing, and decisions, not personal intrusion. Honorable players also manage their own reactions. Do not celebrate opponents' mistakes or taunt after big wins. Emotional restraint maintains professionalism and invites mutual respect. A composed demeanor earns trust, even among competitors. Using psychology ethically also means honoring self-control. If you recognize frustration or tilt rising in yourself, step back rather than letting it spill outward. Emotional discipline prevents harm and preserves your image as a fair, steady presence. Finally, remember that poker is a community. Every table is built on shared respect, regardless of stakes or skill. Ethical behavior sustains that ecosystem, making the game enjoyable and challenging for everyone. When you read opponents with empathy, your insight deepens. You no longer seek to exploit pain, you seek to understand people as they truly are. That understanding makes you not only a better player, but a better observer of human nature. Mastery is not control over others. It's control over yourself. Chapter 25. Lesson Recap. Poker is more than mathematics. It is a living, breathing study of people, their emotions, rhythms, and reactions under pressure. This lesson has guided you through that side of the game, teaching how to read not just cards but character. We began by exploring the human element, the understanding that poker is a conversation built on observation. Every action at the table carries meaning, and awareness turns that meaning into advantage. From there, you learn to observe without judgment, collecting patterns calmly and objectively. You classified player types, from tight aggressive to loose passive, and discovered how each style reflects a deeper mindset toward risk. You studied betting patterns and timing tells, learning how rhythm and pace reveal comfort or hesitation. In live settings, you learn to recognize physical cues, from posture to breathing, as windows into hidden emotion. We discussed emotional triggers like tilt and fear, showing how frustration clouds judgment while calmness restores control. You learn to build and manage table image, crafting perception as a silent weapon. Psychological insight expanded into advanced areas, reverse tells, confidence, conversation and silence, and online timing patterns. You learned that even behind a screen, human behavior remains visible through rhythm and reaction. We also explored defensive behavior and multi-way dynamics, seeing how emotion spreads across groups and how composure restores balance. You discovered that psychology changes across different stakes, yet emotion remains constant beneath the surface. In the final chapters, we turned inward, training awareness, balancing logic with intuition, and committing to ethical observation. True mastery lies not in manipulating others, but in mastering yourself. The central truth is simple: poker is human. The same emotions that drive success and failure at the table exist in every player, including you. The more clearly you see those emotions, without fear, ego, or judgment, the more control you gain. Reading opponents is not about finding weakness. It's about recognizing patterns of humanity. The cards may define the rules, but people define the game. Chapter 26. Looking ahead to range thinking. In the next lesson, we'll move from psychology to structure, from reading people to reading probabilities. The focus shifts to range thinking, the modern foundation of advanced poker strategy. Where this lesson explored the emotional patterns of players, the next will explore the logical patterns of hands. You'll learn to analyze not what one person might hold, but the entire range of hands they could hold. You'll see how position, action, and board texture reveal probabilities that logic can measure and intuition can refine. Range thinking bridges mathematics and psychology. It takes the same calm awareness used to read emotion and applies it to information. Instead of sensing fear or aggression, you'll sense strength and weakness through numbers, combinations, and frequencies. We'll build from the ground up, starting with pre-flop range construction, moving through post-flop narrowing, and ending with balance and exploitation. You'll learn how to plan hands through multiple streets with structure rather than guesswork. Range logic doesn't replace psychology, it enhances it. When you combine emotional understanding with analytical precision, you become a complete player. Lesson 9 taught you to read people. Lesson 10 will teach you to read the game itself. Welcome back to the Sleepy Poker Masterclass, Beginner to Master. In this 10th lesson, we'll explore the power of range thinking in Texas Hold'em. You'll learn how to stop guessing specific hands and instead analyze your opponent's entire range of possibilities. By the end of this lesson, you'll understand how to apply range logic to both offensive and defensive strategy and see poker as the game of probability it truly is. Chapter 1. What is range thinking? Range thinking is the practice of analyzing all the possible hands your opponent could have, instead of guessing a single one. It's how professional players make consistent, logical decisions. Rather than saying, "I think they have ace-king," a range-based player asks, how many ace-king combinations could they have, and what else could fit their action? Every action in poker reveals information about a player's range. When someone raises before the flop, checks the flop, and bets the turn, that sequence narrows the field of possibilities. They may still have a strong hand, but they could also be holding a draw or a medium-strength hand, trying to protect itself. Range thinking gives you the tools to evaluate all of those outcomes instead of chasing one hunch. The concept of ranges acknowledges that poker is built on incomplete information. You never know your opponent's cards. But you do know the mathematics of how many combinations exist. For example, there are 16 possible combinations of ace-king in a full deck, but only 6 combinations of pocket pairs, like tens or jacks. As the board develops, some of those possibilities disappear, and the range becomes smaller. Professional players use ranges to stay grounded in logic, rather than emotion. Guessing single hands leads to bias, believing what you want to be true instead of what's likely. Range thinking removes that bias. It keeps your decisions mathematical, measured, and consistent across hundreds of hands. A good range isn't a rigid chart, it's a flexible model. It changes with position, stack size, player type, and action. The same player who raises under the gun with ace-queen might raise on the button with 7-6 suited. Context defines range. You can also build your own range awareness. Every time you play a hand, think about what your actions look like to others. What hands would they assign to you based on your pre-flop raise or your check on the turn? The more aware you are of your perceived range, the better you can balance it. Range thinking is about probabilities, not predictions. You are building a map of possibilities, updating it as each card appears and each bet is made. When you think in ranges, poker becomes less about guessing and more about problem solving. You begin to see patterns where others see chaos, and that understanding becomes your edge. Chapter 2: Why Single-Hand Thinking Fails. Most beginners approach poker as a game of detective work. They try to put someone on a hand, imagining a single holding that explains their opponent's behavior. This feels intuitive, but creates major errors. Single-hand thinking traps you in stories that are often wrong. The main problem is confirmation bias. When you decide your opponent has one specific hand, every action they take seems to fit that narrative. If they bet, it's because they have the hand you imagined. If they check, it's because they're trapping. This bias blinds you to other possibilities. Poker punishes that kind of tunnel vision. Another flaw is that single-hand thinking ignores the range of probability. For example, suppose your opponent raises before the flop. They could have ace-king, but they could also have pocket nines, queen-jack, or ace-5 suited. If you assume it's always ace-king, you'll make costly folds when you're ahead and bad calls when you're behind. Single-hand logic also collapses under pressure. As more streets are played, the story often stops making sense. You might tell yourself, he must have a set, but when the action continues on a board that doesn't favor that holding, the guess falls apart. Range thinking avoids this trap by evaluating how believable the entire sequence of actions is. Professionals rely on range-based discipline because it scales across decisions. Instead of predicting one outcome, they evaluate how often each possibility occurs. For example, if your opponent could have a flush 20% of the time but a bluff 80% of the time, calling becomes clear. Numbers replace emotion. Another limitation of single-hand guessing is that it encourages emotional swings. When your read is wrong, frustration sets in. You begin to second-guess your instincts. Range thinking removes that emotional burden. It reminds you that you're not supposed to know exactly. You're supposed to estimate correctly over time. To improve, start replacing thoughts like, I think they have pocket kings with, their range includes high pairs, suited connectors, and some bluffs. As you play more hands, your accuracy improves naturally. Poker is not about perfect reads. It's about consistent logic. Single-hand thinking chases perfection. Range thinking accepts uncertainty and manages it efficiently. That's why one approach fades under pressure, while the other thrives across thousands of hands. Chapter 3: Building Pre-Flop Ranges. Every poker hand begins with pre-flop decisions, and building proper ranges at this stage sets the foundation for everything that follows. Your pre-flop range is the collection of hands you're willing to play from each position. It determines how often you enter a pot, what hands you raise, and how opponents perceive your overall style. Pre-flop ranges are built around position, stack depth, and table dynamics. The earlier you act, the fewer hands you should play. You face more players behind you who can have strong holdings, which reduces the value of speculative hands. In contrast, the closer you are to the button, the wider your playable range becomes. Position offers control and information, so you can profit with more hands. Start by structuring your opening range. From early position, play your strongest combinations: premium pairs, big aces, and suited broadways. From middle position, you can add more suited connectors and medium pairs. On the button, your range expands to include weaker suited hands, small pairs, and even some offsuit connectors. Stack depth changes everything. With deep stacks, speculative hands like suited connectors gain value because of their potential to make big hands and win large pots. With short stacks, you rely more on hands that hold strong showdown value, like ace-king or pocket pairs. Deep stacks reward post-flop skill. Short stacks reward discipline. Table dynamics add another layer. Against passive players, you can open wider because they won't punish you with frequent re-raises. Against aggressive opponents, tighten up your range to avoid difficult spots out of position. Every table develops its own rhythm. Your ranges should adjust as that rhythm shifts. Pre-flop ranges also define your table image. If you play only tight, premium hands, observant players will notice and stop paying you off. If you play too many weak hands, they will attack your opens. The goal is balance. Your pre-flop range should look strong often enough to earn respect, but flexible enough to remain unpredictable. Finally, practice thinking in combinations, not just categories. There are 16 possible combinations of ace-king, but only 4 of ace-king suited. Understanding how many ways each hand can appear helps you evaluate how likely your opponent is to hold it. This logic becomes critical in later lessons. Building solid pre-flop ranges gives you a consistent framework. It keeps you from entering pots with hands that lose money long-term and prepares you to make informed post-flop decisions. Every great strategy begins before the flop. Chapter 4: Ranges by Position. Position is the heartbeat of poker, and range construction flows directly from it. Your place at the table determines which hands you can profitably play and how confidently you can apply pressure. Thinking in ranges by position helps you maintain structure while adapting to any game. In early position, you act first on later streets. This lack of information means your range should be tight and disciplined. Play strong pairs, high aces, and premium broadways like king-queen suited. Folding hands like 10-8 suited or ace-7 offsuit. Here is not weakness, it's efficiency. Every fold in early position saves future chips. From middle position, your range opens slightly. Add hands with drawing potential, small pairs, suited connectors, and suited gappers. You still maintain discipline, but start introducing hands that can make disguised straights and flushes. These hands perform well when played against predictable opponents. The cut-off one seat before the button is your transition point. Here, you begin playing strategically wide. The advantage of acting later means you can profit with weaker holdings, especially when blinds are tight or passive. Include suited kings, suited one-gappers like 9-7, and more offsuit broadways. On the button, your range is widest. You have ultimate position, acting last on every street after the flop. Here, you can raise with most suited cards, all pairs, and many offsuit connectors. This position rewards pressure and creativity. However, avoid random raises. Stay mindful of how opponents respond. In the small blind, your range tightens again. You'll act first after the flop, making many hands harder to realize. Focus on hands that play well out of position, like medium pairs and strong suited cards. Avoid dominated offsuit aces. They lose money long term. The big blind is unique. You already have one bet invested, so calling wider becomes profitable against smaller raises. Defend with suited cards, pairs, and connected hands that can hit flops strongly. However, when facing large opens, return to discipline. Understanding ranges by position gives your game rhythm. It defines which hands earn value and which create risk. The difference between average and advanced players often lies here, not in reading people, but in respecting position. When you construct ranges this way, every decision before the flop becomes part of a consistent plan. You're no longer guessing whether to play a hand. The structure tells you. That structure becomes freedom, the freedom to focus on what truly matters once the flop arrives. Chapter 5. Defining tight versus loose ranges. In poker, every player's style falls somewhere on the spectrum between tight and loose. Understanding what those terms mean and how to recognize their ranges helps you predict how opponents play before the flop and beyond. A tight range includes fewer hands, but stronger ones. Tight players enter pots with discipline. Their range focuses on premium pairs, high aces, and suited broadways. Because they fold most hands, their raises command respect. When they bet, the likelihood of real strength is high. Tight ranges create stability. A loose range is wider and more adventurous. Loose players open more hands, including weak aces, small suited connectors, and gapped combinations. They rely on position and post-flop skill to create profit. Loose ranges can be dangerous. They hide strong hands among many weak ones, making them unpredictable. To define ranges clearly, think in percentages. A tight player might open only 10 to 15% of all possible hands. A loose player might open 30 or 40%. Each percentage reflects how often they voluntarily put money into the pot. This numerical approach helps you visualize differences instead of relying on vague labels. The key is context. A tight range is not always correct, and a loose range is not always wrong. Tournament structure, stack depth, and table dynamics shape which approach works best. In deep stacked cash games, looser play thrives because post-flop skill matters. In short stack tournaments, tight ranges dominate because there's less room for creativity. Recognizing tight versus loose ranges helps you adapt pre-flop. Against tight players, you can steal blinds more often because they fold frequently. Against loose players, tighten up and let them build pots for you. The goal is not to copy one's style, but to read it and respond efficiently. Your own range should shift dynamically between tight and loose depending on position and opponents. If the table is full of passive players, play looser to exploit their caution. If the table is full of aggression, tighten up and let their mistakes pay you. Thinking in tight and loose terms gives you a framework for measuring risk. It shows when to expand your range and when to protect your stack. Balance lies in the middle, and great players adjust fluidly across that spectrum. Tight and loose are not identities. They are tools. When you understand both, you stop reacting to opponents and start shaping the game around them. Chapter 6: Adjusting Ranges to Player Types. No two opponents play poker the same way. Each has habits, tendencies, and patterns that shape how they use their range. The best players adjust constantly, tailoring their strategy to exploit whoever sits across from them. The first step is to recognize the four primary player archetypes: tight passive, tight aggressive, loose passive, and loose aggressive. These categories define both the hands they choose and how they use them. Tight passive players, often called rocks, play few hands and rarely bluff. Their range is strong but predictable. When they raise, believe them. Defend less often against their aggression and focus instead on value betting your strong hands. You can also steal their blinds frequently because they fold too much pre-flop. Tight aggressive players, or tags, balance solid pre-flop discipline with controlled aggression. They raise with strong ranges and continue betting logically on good boards. Against tags, you must analyze texture carefully. When their story makes sense, fold. When it doesn't, defend more often. Loose passive players, or calling stations, play too many hands but seldom raise. Their range is wide and weak. The strategy here is simple: value bet heavily and never bluff them. They call too much to make bluffs profitable. Loose aggressive players, or LAGs, are the trickiest. They enter many pots and apply constant pressure. Their wide range forces mistakes from opponents who panic. To counter lags, play tighter pre-flop, but defend with confidence post-flop. They rely on fear to win. Patience breaks their rhythm. Adjusting ranges also depends on table image. If opponents see you as tight, they'll bluff more. Expand your calling range slightly to punish them. If they see you as loose, they'll play back with stronger ranges. Tighten up and let them trap themselves. Stack sizes matter too. Short stacks restrict creative ranges. Loose players tighten up under pressure, while tight players often panic and shove prematurely. Recognizing how stack depth shifts range confidence helps you exploit timing errors. Adaptability separates strong players from predictable ones. Poker is not about memorizing charts. It's about interpreting humans. When you match your range adjustments to the personalities at your table, every hand becomes a step ahead of the curve. The table changes every orbit. So should you. Chapter 7: Narrowing Ranges Post-Flop. Once the flop is dealt, every action starts to narrow the possible range of hands your opponent can hold. Post-flop range narrowing is the art of using logic, betting patterns, and board texture to eliminate unlikely holdings and identify the most probable ones. Start by studying pre-flop context. Every post-flop situation begins with the range established before the flop. If your opponent raised under the gun, their range is weighted towards strong hands like big pairs and high aces. If they raised from the button, the range is much wider. That starting point defines how you interpret everything that happens next. The flop provides the first major clue. Compare the texture of the board to your opponent's pre-flop range. On coordinated boards, such as 10-9-8 with 2 suits. Players who raised pre-flop often hit fewer strong hands than those who called. On dry boards like Ace-7-2 Rainbow, the pre-flop raiser holds the range advantage because the board favors their strong cards. Next, analyze betting action. When your opponent continuation bets, ask yourself, does this flop logically connect with their range? If the answer is no, the bet may represent air or a light stab. If the board heavily favors them, their bet carries more credibility. As the turn card appears, the story continues. When a player who bet the flop suddenly checks the turn, their range usually weakens. They may have given up with missed overcards or chosen pot control with a medium strength hand. Conversely, when they keep betting on cards that don't improve their supposed range, the line starts to look suspicious. By the river, the range should feel smaller and more precise. A well-structured thinker can identify a handful of logical hands that fit the entire story. The process works like a funnel: broad pre-flop, narrower flop, focused turn, and specific river. Use this narrowing process to decide between calling, folding, or bluffing. If their range contains few strong hands and many missed draws, bluffing becomes profitable. If their range still includes numerous value hands, caution is safer. Remember that narrowing ranges is not about certainty, it's about probability. You never know for sure what someone has, but you can remove the impossible and focus on the likely. The more disciplined your analysis, the clearer each decision becomes. Every street in poker is a conversation. Range narrowing is how you translate what's being said. Chapter 8: Range Capping and Uncapping. As hands progress, each player's range evolves based on what they've done and what they haven't done. The concepts of capped and uncapped ranges describe how limited or unlimited those possibilities are. Recognizing who is capped and who is not shapes your strategy for every street. A capped range means a player cannot logically have the strongest possible hands. Their earlier actions remove them from that category. For example, if a player just calls pre-flop instead of 3-betting, they likely don't have aces or kings. If they check the flop on a coordinated board, they probably don't have top set. Their range is capped. They have a ceiling. An uncapped range means a player can still have every strong hand in the deck. If they were the pre-flop raiser and continue betting on favorable boards, their story remains consistent with big pairs, 2 pairs, or sets. Uncapped ranges maintain threat and force opponents to tread carefully. Recognizing who is capped helps you choose when to apply pressure. Bluffing works best against capped ranges. When you know your opponent rarely has the top of range, you can represent it yourself with confidence. For example, if the turn completes a straight and your opponent checks, you can often take the pot by betting large. Their capped range can't fight back without overcommitting. When you are capped, play defensively and lean on pot control. Don't overextend in spots where your range is limited. Check more often and focus on protecting your medium-strength hands. Avoid building pots that your range can't comfortably win. Advanced players mix capped and uncapped behavior to stay unpredictable. Sometimes they slow play premium hands or call pre-flop with aces to hide strength. This keeps opponents from accurately labeling their range. Balance between honesty and deception ensures survival in competitive games. Range capping is one of the most subtle but powerful tools in poker. It defines how both players perceive the hand. Once you understand it, you can tell when to attack weakness and when to guard your own limits. Every check, call, or raise shifts the boundary of what's possible. The players who track those boundaries in real time see the board not as luck, but as structure, and they use that structure to win. Chapter 9. Understanding range advantage. Range advantage is one of the most important ideas in modern poker. It means that one player's collection of possible hands connects with the board more effectively than the others. When you hold the range advantage, your decisions become easier and more profitable because your average hand strength is higher than your opponent's. To understand range advantage, start with pre-flop position. The player who raised before the flop usually holds the stronger range because they entered with disciplined hands. For example, if you raise from early position and the big blind calls, most flops will favor your range. You have the stronger, more condensed group of hands, big pairs, strong aces, and high connectors, while the caller has many weaker or speculative hands. After the flop, board texture determines who keeps the advantage. On a high card board like Ace-Queen 4, the pre-flop raiser still holds more strong combinations. On a low connected board like 6-5-4, the caller's range catches up because it includes more hands that connect directly. Range advantage flips depending on how well each player's possible holdings fit the cards on the table. When you recognize that the board favors your range, you can apply pressure with confidence. Continuation betting becomes profitable, even with weak hands, because your range overall appears stronger. You represent the majority of strong holdings. Conversely, when the board favors your opponent, you should slow down, check more often, and avoid bloating the pot. Range advantage doesn't mean you automatically win the hand. It means your range wins more often over time. Skilled players use this edge to control tempo. They bet small when they have advantage, forcing opponents to fold their weaker distributions. When out of position and without advantage, they defend carefully and wait for boards that shift momentum back in their favor. You can visualize range advantage as a scale tipping between players. The heavier side belongs to the player whose range connects more frequently with the flop. Each card on the turn or river can tilt that scale again. Understanding range advantage changes how you see poker. You stop reacting to single hands and start thinking about overall probability. Every bet becomes a reflection of that unseen balance. The player who knows which side the scale favors acts with clarity. The one who doesn't is left guessing. Chapter 10. Equity distribution across ranges. Equity is the share of the pot that mathematically belongs to you based on your hand's chance of winning. When you apply that concept to ranges, you get equity distribution, the way equity spreads across all possible hands a player might hold. Every range contains hands with different levels of equity. Some hands are monsters, some are weak, and many fall in between. The shape of this distribution changes with every flop, turn, and river. Recognizing that distribution helps you choose the correct strategy for betting, checking, or folding. Imagine a simple example. You raise from the button and the big blind calls. The flop comes 10-6-2 rainbow. You, as the raiser, still hold many strong overpairs and broadways. The big blind, however, has more medium strength holdings, pairs, suited connectors, and occasional top pairs. The overall equity across your range remains higher. You can continue betting profitably because your average hand beats theirs. Now imagine the flop comes 7-6-5 suited. Suddenly, the equity distribution flips. The big blind's range includes many combinations that connect directly, like 8-7 or 6-5 suited. Your high cards miss. Even if you still have some strong hands, your overall range equity has decreased. On this board, your opponent's range contains more high equity combinations, which means you must play more defensively. Equity distribution teaches that strength is not absolute. It is relative to the board and to your opponent's range. When you understand how equity shifts between players, you can make balanced decisions. You know when small bets maintain control and when checking protects your range. Software tools like equity calculators visualize this principle with charts and percentages, but you can learn it through observation too. Watch how often certain boards favor the pre-flop raiser versus the caller. With time, you'll recognize those patterns instinctively. Range-based equity awareness also sharpens your intuition. Instead of wondering whether you have the best hand, you'll know how your range performs overall. This transforms poker from guesswork into structured probability. Equity distribution is the invisible map of every hand. Once you can read it, you no longer see random cards. You see a pattern of advantage, potential, and balance, shifting from street to street. Chapter 11. Using ranges to plan multi-street play. Strong poker decisions are not made in isolation. Each street connects to the next. When you think in ranges, you can plan how the hand will develop before the first card hits the table. This is called multi-street planning, building a logical sequence of actions that aligns with your range advantage, position, and table dynamics. Start by recognizing that your range does not stay the same from pre-flop to river. It evolves. Pre-flop, your range includes many hands that will miss the flop entirely. After the flop, only some continue logically. The same is true for your opponent. Understanding how those ranges shrink and shift is the key to effective planning. When you bet the flop, think ahead. Ask yourself which hands in your range can keep betting the turn and river. If you bet with too many weak holdings, you will run out of strong hands to represent later. Professionals build continuation ranges, a mix of strong hands, semi-bluffs, and a few controlled checks. This structure allows them to apply consistent pressure without overextending. The turn is where many players lose balance. The pot grows, and mistakes become more expensive. Use range logic to decide which hands continue. If the turn card helps your range, say it brings an overcard that improves your strong hands, keep betting. If it favors your opponent's range, slow down. A single check does not mean surrender, it means strategic adjustment. By the river, your range should be polarized. That means you hold either strong value hands or pure bluffs, very few medium strength holdings. Polarized ranges make river decisions simpler. You either bet for value or bluff with hands that have no showdown potential. The rest you check or fold. Multi-street planning also includes thinking ahead to bet sizing. Smaller bets allow multiple barrels. Larger bets narrow your range, but build bigger pots when you expect folds. Balance is about knowing when to use each size to keep your opponent guessing. When you plan your hand through the lens of range evolution, every action becomes deliberate. You stop reacting to each street separately and start managing the story from start to finish. The result is consistency. You win more small pots and lose fewer big ones. Multi-street planning turns poker from reaction into design. You're not just playing cards, you're playing structure. Chapter 12. Range balance and exploitation. Balance and exploitation are two sides of the same coin. A balanced strategy keeps opponents guessing. An exploitative strategy takes advantage of their mistakes. The art of range thinking lies in knowing when to stay balanced and when to exploit. A balanced range means you mix strong and weak hands in the same situations. For example, when you bet the flop, you include value hands and bluffs in logical proportions. If opponents cannot tell which is which, they cannot counter you. Balance protects you from exploitation. However, balance is not always optimal. Against weaker or predictable players, exploitation creates higher profit. If someone folds too often to aggression, you should bluff more. If they call too much, you should bluff less and value bet more. The goal is to deviate intentionally, not randomly, to maximize reward. Professional players constantly measure this balance. Against skilled opponents, they stay close to equilibrium. Against unskilled ones, they exploit heavily. Balance is defense. Exploitation is offense. You need both to master the game. Understanding balance requires awareness of frequency. For instance, if theory says you should bluff 1/3 of the time in a certain spot, that ratio keeps your range balanced. If you bluff half the time, your opponent can profit by calling more often. If you bluff only 10% of the time, they can profit by folding too often. The mathematics of frequency underpins balance. To exploit, identify where an opponent deviates from balance. Do they continuation bet too much? Call too lightly? Overfold the river? Each habit exposes a weakness. Adjust your range to target that habit specifically. Small, consistent adjustments build large edges over time. Be careful not to overcorrect. Exploitation works best when opponents don't notice. If you bluff every time they fold, they will adapt. Keep deviations subtle, not extreme. The best exploitation hides inside natural rhythm. Balance and exploitation coexist. You start balance to protect yourself, then adjust selectively to punish mistakes. Both rely on clear range awareness. You cannot exploit what you do not understand. Poker is not about playing perfect theory. It's about knowing when to follow it and when to break it. Range thinking gives you the map. Balance and exploitation tell you which path to take. Chapter 13. Range-based bluffing. Bluffing within a range-based framework is not guesswork or impulse. It's strategy. Instead of asking, "Should I bluff here?" you ask, "Which hands in my range make the best bluffs in this situation?" Range-based bluffing uses logic, not emotion, to apply pressure. The foundation of smart bluffing is range balance. Every time you bet, your range contains both value hands and bluffs. The right ratio keeps opponents uncertain. If you bet only strong hands, they fold too often. If you bluff too much, they call too often. Balanced bluffing hides both extremes. To choose bluffs correctly, focus on blockers and equity. A good bluff often contains cards that make it less likely your opponent has the nuts. For example, holding the ace of hearts on a board with 3 hearts blocks flushes. That makes your bluff more believable and reduces the chance of running into a strong hand. Bluffs with equity, such as straight or flush draws, are even better. They have potential to win without folding your opponent. These semi-bluffs keep your aggression productive, even when called. You're not gambling, you're creating paths to victory through multiple outcomes. Board texture determines how many bluffs fit your range. On dry boards like King 7-2, strong value hands dominate, so your bluff frequency should drop. On dynamic boards like Jack 10-8 with 2 suits, your range naturally includes many draws. You can bluff more often while staying balanced. Position adds another layer. Bluffing from late position gives you control and information. You see your opponent's actions first and can apply pressure confidently. Out of position, your bluffs must be more selective. Without information, you risk overextending. Successful bluffing also means understanding your opponent's range. Bluffing works best when their range contains many medium-strength hands, strong enough to call sometimes, but weak enough to fold under pressure. If their range is polarized between strong and weak holdings, bluffing loses value. Finally, commit fully when you bluff. Hesitation betrays intent. Bluffing is not reckless if it fits your range logic. It's calculated storytelling. When your story makes sense, your opponent feels trapped in it, and often folds without realizing why. Range-based bluffing turns a risky art into measured science. You're not just telling a story, you're telling the right story with the right hands. Chapter 14: Range-based defense. Defending with range logic is the counterpart to range-based bluffing. Just as you build structured aggression, you also build structured defense. Range-based defense ensures that your calling and folding frequencies remain balanced and mathematically sound. Every time an opponent bets, your range splits into 3 categories: strong hands, medium-strength hands, and weak hands. The question is not whether to call with your exact hand, but how much of your range should continue. Range-based defense creates consistency across hundreds of decisions. The first principle is minimum defense frequency, often called MDF. This concept tells you how often you must defend to prevent your opponent from bluffing profitably. For example, if they bet half the pot, you must continue about 67% of the time. That means folding the other 33% keeps your defense balanced. You don't need to memorize every number. Just remember that folding too often invites exploitation. Next, focus on hand selection. Defend with hands that block your opponent's strongest combinations, or that retain equity against their range. Medium strength holdings, top pairs, second pairs, and strong draws often anchor your defense. Weaker hands can fold without issue. Board texture again plays a role. On wet boards with many draws, defend wider because opponents bluff more often. On dry static boards, tighten up. Adjusting with texture keeps your range aligned to reality rather than fixed in habit. Use position to refine defense. In position, you can call more often because you'll see what your opponent does next. Out of position, you must fold more frequently, since you act first. Defense without information becomes expensive fast. Balancing your range also protects your image. If you fold every time you face aggression, observant opponents will start bluffing relentlessly. If you call too often, they'll value bet more. Range-based defense aims for the middle ground. Enough calls to discourage bluffs, enough folds to avoid overpaying. Finally, stay logical. You won't win every defensive hand, but you'll win the long-term battle by staying structured. Poker rewards consistency over emotion. Range-based defense turns uncertainty into order. You stop reacting to fear and start reacting to math. Over time, that discipline becomes your shield. Chapter 15. Practical range analysis. Example. Theory becomes powerful only when applied. Let's walk through a complete hand step by step, using range logic, from pre-flop to river. You'll see how structured analysis removes guesswork and builds confidence in every decision. You raise from the button with king-queen suited. The big blind calls. Right away, you define both ranges. Your opening range on the button is wide, around 50% of all possible hands. The big blind's range is also wide but more defensive, including suited connectors, small pairs, and medium-strength hands. The flop comes 10-8-2 with 2 hearts. You have 2 overcards and a backdoor flush draw. Ask who the flop favors. The big blind connects more often here, holding hands like 10-9, 8-7, and pocket pairs. Their range has more medium-strength holdings. Your range contains strong top pairs and overpairs, but also many misses. Since you have some range advantage but not board advantage, a small continuation bet makes sense. You bet 1/3 of the pot. The big blind calls. Now their range tightens. They likely hold top pair, second pair, or a straight draw. Weak hands and pure air would fold. The turn brings the ace of hearts. This card changes everything. You now gain the nut flush draw and represent many strong hands like ace-king or ace-10 suited. Your range improves dramatically, while your opponent's range mostly weakens. They rarely have aces after calling pre-flop. You bet again, applying pressure with a semi-bluff. The big blind calls once more. This suggests they hold a hand with showdown value, perhaps 2 pair, or a straight draw with hearts. The river is the 5 of clubs. The flush misses. Evaluate your range now. You have king high, but your story of strength remains believable. You hold the ace of hearts blocker, which removes many of your opponent's strongest possible flushes. Betting here creates maximum fold equity. You decide to bluff half the pot. Your opponent folds after a brief pause. The range story worked because every action you took matched your perceived strength. You didn't need cards, you needed consistency. This example shows how thinking in ranges transforms your play. Instead of asking, "Do I have the best hand?" you ask, "Does my range tell a believable story?" When your logic and narrative align, the outcome often follows naturally. Chapter 16: The Role of Software and Study Tools. Range analysis may sound complex, but modern tools make it accessible to anyone. Software programs like solvers, range builders, and equity calculators allow players to study situations away from the table and develop structured understanding. A solver is a program that calculates optimal poker decisions based on game theory. It tests every possible action, bet, check, call, or fold, and finds the mathematically balanced strategy. Solvers don't play emotions or hunches, they play equilibrium. By studying solver outputs, you learn what balanced ranges look like and how professionals maintain them. Range builders help visualize which hands to include in each position. They display color-coded grids showing opening ranges, 3-bet ranges, and calling ranges for different stack depths. These visual patterns teach discipline. You start to recognize that certain hands simply lose money over time and should be avoided. Equity calculators show how one hand or range performs against another on different flops. They provide percentages of winning, tying, and losing. When you compare multiple boards, you begin to see why some textures favor specific positions. This understanding builds intuition, even without the calculator present. However, the goal of study tools is not to memorize numbers, it's to build frameworks. The idea is to internalize logic, not copy results. Real games include emotions, timing, and adaptation that no program can simulate perfectly. For live players, studying ranges at home gives you confidence. You don't need a laptop at the table, you need the memory of patterns. Over time, repeated study forms instinct. The best players combine structured study with human awareness. They know what the solver recommends, but also when to deviate, because the opponent in front of them isn't playing perfectly. That flexibility comes from mastery. Study tools are like compasses. They point you toward balance, but you must walk the path yourself. Used wisely, they shorten years of trial and error into months of focused growth. Range thinking deepens through study. The more you analyze, the clearer the patterns become, and the less poker feels like guessing. Chapter 17: Common Range Mistakes. Even experienced players misapply range theory. Knowing the logic is one thing, using it consistently under pressure is another. Understanding the most common range mistakes helps you avoid falling into traps that cost chips and clarity. The first mistake is fixing ranges too early. Some players assign their opponent a pre-flop range and never update it. But poker is fluid. Every new card and action changes the story. If you cling to an outdated assumption, you'll misread the situation. Ranges must evolve with the hand. Think of them as moving targets, not static charts. The second mistake is thinking your own range is stronger than it is. Many players overestimate how often they actually hold strong hands. For example, if you raise pre-flop with ace-queen and miss the flop entirely, your range might still include top pairs, but your actual hand is weak. Don't confuse potential with power. Play the range you represent, not the one you wish you had. A third mistake is ignoring board texture. Some players continuation bet every flop, regardless of how it connects with their range. This leaks money quickly. Dry boards like King 7-2 favor the pre-flop raiser. Wet boards like 876 do not. When the texture hits your opponent's range more than yours, slow down. Range advantage changes with the cards. Another mistake is failing to balance bluffs and value hands. Many players bet only when strong, making them predictable. Others bluff too often, creating imbalance in the opposite direction. The best players blend both naturally. Every betting line should include strong hands and logical bluffs that fit the story of the board. Some players also over-adjust to population tendencies. They learn that players at this stake fold too much, or people always call on rivers, and apply that rule everywhere. Ranges should respond to real data, not stereotypes. Each table, each opponent, and each situation deserves its own evaluation. Lastly, players often make the mistake of forgetting about equity realization, the ability of a hand to reach showdown profitably. Some hands have decent raw equity, but poor playability. For instance, Jack 10 offsuit might look strong, but when dominated by stronger broadways, it realizes less equity than expected. Range thinking includes not just math, but practicality. Avoiding these mistakes comes from reflection. Review hands after sessions. Ask where your assumptions froze, or where emotion took over logic. The more you practice range discipline, the more it becomes instinct. Chapter 18: Simplifying range thinking for live play. At the table, you don't have charts or software. You have instincts, patterns, and memory. Simplifying range thinking for live play turns complex theory into practical awareness you can use in real time. The first key is categorization. Instead of visualizing exact percentages, think in broad groups. For each player, label their pre-flop range as tight, medium, or wide. Label their post-flop aggression as cautious, balanced, or excessive. These mental shortcuts let you approximate ranges without calculation. Next, focus on action-based elimination. Each decision removes certain hands from the range. If a player checks twice on a dry board, they rarely hold top pair. If they raise on a paired board, they often represent trips or a bluff. Use these action patterns to refine your assumptions quickly. Board texture analysis can also be simplified. Remember 3 categories: dry, semi-connected, and wet. Dry boards favor pre-flop raises. Wet boards favor callers. Semi-connected ones depend on position. Thinking in these 3 simple textures gives you immediate guidance without needing equity charts. Timing and behavior provide additional shortcuts. Long pauses before big bets often signal indecision, while smooth, fast actions usually mean comfort. Online, that same logic applies through timing tells and bet size rhythm. Avoid perfectionism. Range thinking in live play is not about precision, it's about direction. You won't calculate exact percentages in your head, but you can identify who likely has the advantage. That directional awareness guides decisions just as effectively. Use visual anchors to remember tendencies. If an opponent plays every pot, picture their range as a wide circle. If another folds constantly, picture a narrow line. These quick visuals help maintain structure in a chaotic environment. Finally, stay calm. Live poker involves noise, movement, and emotion. Simplified range logic keeps you grounded. You don't need to outthink the room, you just need to notice patterns others ignore. Range thinking is not only for computers and charts. It's for the quiet, steady player who observes, adjusts, and acts with purpose. When simplified, it becomes a language you can speak fluently at any table. Chapter 19: Using ranges to read opponents. Range thinking doesn't just help you make better decisions, it helps you see through your opponents. When you learn to read ranges instead of hands, every bet and check starts to reveal their thought process. This transforms poker from guesswork into interpretation. Start with pre-flop clues. A raise from early position almost always represents strength. Big pairs, strong aces, and Broadway combinations dominate those ranges. A limp or small call, on the other hand, suggests weakness or speculative holdings like suited connectors and small pairs. Each action narrows the field of possibility before the flop even appears. The flop reveals the first test of consistency. Compare the board to their likely range. If a tight player bets heavily on a low coordinated board, question the story. Their pre-flop range rarely includes the small connectors that would have hit that texture. When a loose player checks instead of betting, ask why. Their wide range often catches some part of most boards. Sudden passivity can mean weakness or a trap. The turn and river refine that story. When opponents keep betting through dangerous cards that should scare them, it often signals strength or overconfidence. When they suddenly slow down on a blank, it may show doubt. Each card that hits the table affects the probability that their earlier story was true. Use bet sizing as a decoder. Large bets usually polarize ranges. They represent either very strong hands or bluffs. Small bets, by contrast, often indicate medium strength holdings trying to control the pot. Matching their sizing patterns to previous hands builds a memory bank that sharpens your intuition. Combine these observations with frequency tracking. Notice how often each player bets the flop, double barrels, or checks rivers. Someone who continuation bets nearly every flop has a range heavy with bluffs. Someone who rarely bets the river has a range full of missed value. Over time, these patterns turn into readable fingerprints. When you think in ranges, you read not just what your opponent holds, but what they cannot hold. You eliminate the impossible and work backward from what remains. That clarity creates confidence. Reading ranges is not magic, it's pattern recognition built on structure. Once you internalize the logic, every hand at the table becomes a lesson in probability and human behavior. Chapter 20: Using ranges to build your own strategy. Range thinking is not only about reading others, it's also the foundation for designing your own consistent strategy. Every great player builds their game around balanced ranges that adapt naturally to position, opponent type, and stack size. Start by defining your core opening ranges. These are the sets of hands you play from each position pre-flop. Stick to them until you have a reason to deviate. Structure creates consistency. You can always adjust based on how others play, but starting from a solid base prevents chaos. Next, refine your continuation betting range. When you raise pre-flop and see the flop, choose which hands continue. Mix your value bets with logical bluffs, draws, backdoor potential, and overcards that can improve. Avoid betting every flop automatically. Select boards that favor your range advantage and slow down on boards that favor your opponent. Your check-back range deserves equal attention. Some hands, like medium-strength top pairs or weak draws, perform better by checking. They maintain balance and protect your checking line from weakness. If you always check only when weak, observant players will exploit you. Add structure to your 3-bet and 4-bet ranges. Don't just react emotionally to aggression. Choose specific hands for value and others as semi-bluffs. For instance, Ace-5 suited or King-Jack suited make excellent light 3-bets because they have equity when called. Build post-flop ranges that fit your comfort with aggression. If you play better in smaller pots, lean toward control. If you thrive in pressure, lean toward wider betting ranges. There is no universal template, only what remains mathematically sound and emotionally manageable. Continually refine your range through review and feedback. After each session, look back at your biggest pots. Ask if your actions made sense within your range, or if emotion dictated your play. This reflection strengthens your decision-making over time. Designing your own range strategy gives you identity. You stop copying others and start building a system that fits your style. It becomes your compass, steady, predictable, and precise. When your personal ranges are built with logic, your confidence grows. You don't need to force creativity or chase reads. Your structure already contains the right answers. Chapter 21: Hand Combinations and Removal Effects. Hand combinations are the mathematical backbone of range thinking. They show not just what hands your opponent could have, but how many ways each hand can actually exist. Understanding combinations, often called combos, makes your range analysis sharper and more grounded in math rather than instinct. Each 2-card hand has a specific number of possible combinations. Pocket pairs have 6 combinations. Suited hands have 4. Offsuit hands have 12. When you know this, you can quickly compare how frequently each type of hand appears in an opponent's range. For example, if a player raises pre-flop and you're trying to decide whether they have ace-king or pocket tens, consider combinations. There are 16 total combos of ace-king, but only 6 of pocket tens. That means ace-king appears almost 3 times as often in their possible holdings. This context makes calling or folding more logical. As the hand develops, removal effects, also known as blockers, come into play. When you hold certain cards, you reduce the number of strong combinations your opponent can have. If you hold the ace of spades on a board with 3 spades, you block all nut flushes. If you hold a king, there are fewer combinations of pocket kings remaining. This knowledge shapes your decisions. You can bluff more confidently when you block your opponent's strongest value hands. You can also fold more easily when your own cards do not remove key threats. Combinations and blockers transform guesswork into measurable probability. Let's look at a practical example. Suppose the board is Queen-Jack 10 and your opponent represents a straight. You hold the ace of hearts and king of diamonds. Your hand blocks every possible straight combination they could have. Even if you hold nothing else, you can bluff credibly because their range is mathematically capped. Counting combinations doesn't require memorization. It requires awareness. You don't need to know exact numbers mid-hand. You just need to recognize when your cards make certain strong hands less likely for your opponent. Professional players rely on this instinct constantly. They understand that every card they hold changes the math behind what's possible. That awareness lets them make bold plays with confidence. When you think in combinations, poker becomes precise. You're no longer feeling your way through hands, you're reasoning through them. The difference is discipline, not luck. Chapter 22: Range Advantage and Bluff Frequency. Bluffing frequency and range advantage are deeply connected. Range advantage tells you when the board favors you. Bluff frequency determines how aggressively you should act on that advantage. Mastering this relationship ensures your bluffs stay profitable and your strategy remains balanced. When the board favors your range, you can bluff more often. For example, as the pre-flop raiser on an ace-high board, you hold more strong aces than your opponent. They have more medium pairs and weak kickers. Because your range dominates the board, your continuation bets succeed at a higher rate, even with air. However, on boards that favor your opponent's range, bluffing frequency must decrease. If the flop comes 8-7-6 and your opponent called pre-flop, they likely have more connected hands that hit this texture. Bluffing here would be reckless, because their range naturally contains more strong combinations. Mathematics also governs bluff frequency. For each value hand in your betting range, you can include a set number of bluffs to stay balanced. A common theoretical ratio is 2 bluffs for every 1 value hand on the river, though that changes by situation. The idea is to prevent opponents from folding too often or calling too easily. Board texture further influences this ratio. On dry flops like King 8-2, there are fewer draws, so your bluff frequency should be lower. On coordinated flops like Jack 10-9 with 2 suits, you gain natural semi-bluffs from straight and flush draws, allowing higher bluff frequency while maintaining balance. Position also plays a role. In position, you can maintain wider bluffing frequencies because you control the final action. Out of position, you must stay tighter. Betting into uncertainty without information increases variance. Finally, your opponent's tendencies refine bluff frequency in practice. Against players who overfold, increase your bluffs. Against those who call too wide, cut your bluffs and focus on value. Theory provides the foundation. Observation provides the adjustment. Understanding how range advantage drives bluffing frequency turns aggression into science. You're not attacking randomly. You're pressing edges that logic supports. When you balance these two forces, your bets gain credibility. Your bluffs succeed because they fit the story your range tells, and your value hands get paid because opponents cannot tell the difference. Chapter 23: Adjusting to Dynamic Boards. Poker boards are not static. Each new card changes how ranges interact. Dynamic boards are those that shift dramatically from street to street, altering who holds the advantage. Learning to adjust to these changes separates average players from strategic thinkers. A dynamic board is one where turn and river cards can drastically affect hand strength. Examples include 9-8-7 with 2 suits or Jack 10-3 with 2 hearts. On these textures, both players' ranges evolve quickly, A single card can complete straights, flushes, or redraws. Contrast that with a static board, such as Ace 7-2 Rainbow. On static textures, the nuts rarely change. Whoever holds top pair or a set on the flop usually remains ahead through the hand. Dynamic boards demand flexibility. Static boards reward patience. The first step in adjusting is recognizing when equity shifts. On a dynamic board, hands that were weak on the flop can become strong later. A player holding Queen-Jack on a 10-9-4 flop picks up massive equity when a king appears on the turn. You must anticipate these shifts, not just react to them. As the board changes, so should your betting strategy. On highly dynamic textures, favor larger bets. Bigger sizes charge opponents for chasing draws and deny them free cards. On static boards, smaller bets often accomplish the same goal, because fewer cards change outcomes. Your range composition also adapts. On a wet flop, your range includes many draws and semi-bluffs. As the board runs out and draws miss, those hands transition into potential bluffs. Conversely, when draws complete, your range shifts toward value. Understanding this flow allows you to stay balanced while maintaining pressure. Position magnifies your advantage on dynamic boards. Acting last lets you see whether your opponent hesitates or fires again. You can use that information to decide when to continue aggression or slow down. Out of position, err on the side of caution. Dynamic boards create volatility, and information becomes your shield. The goal is awareness. Don't freeze your analysis at the flop. Watch how each new card reshapes the battlefield. Dynamic boards reward flexible thinkers who can pivot instantly, while others cling to old assumptions. Every street rewrites the story. The player who reads the new version wins. Chapter 24: Multi-way pot range adjustments. Poker changes completely when more than two players see the flop. Multi-way pots compress ranges, slow aggression, and shift priorities from pressure to precision. Understanding how to adjust your ranges in these situations keeps you profitable when the action gets crowded. In a heads-up pot, you can represent strength freely because only one opponent challenges you. In a multi-way pot, that freedom disappears. Each additional player increases the chance that someone has connected with the board. Your bluffing frequency must drop, and your value range must tighten. Start pre-flop. When calling or raising into multiple opponents, choose hands with clear post-flop playability, suited connectors, medium pairs, and strong suited aces. Avoid weak offsuit hands that rely on fold equity. With several players in the hand, fold equity shrinks dramatically. On the flop, play straightforwardly. Bet for value when you have a clear edge, but size smaller to control the pot. Large bluffs lose effectiveness because someone's range will usually continue. Think in terms of shared connection. How many players likely hit the board? If two or more ranges align with the texture, patience beats aggression. Use position wisely. In multi-way pots, acting last becomes even more valuable. You gather information from multiple players before deciding whether to bet, call, or fold. Early positions should play cautiously, focusing on pot control and protection. As the hand progresses, ranges narrow slower than in heads-up pots. because players tend to check medium hands instead of folding them. This means you face fewer bluffs, but more real strength when betting continues. Respect the collective range of the table, not just one opponent. Value hands must also be stronger. Top pair with a weak kicker, which might be solid heads up, becomes fragile multi-way. Aim for hands that can withstand multiple calls, two pair, sets or strong draws that can improve to the nuts. Bluffing still exists, but it must be selective and credible. Semi-bluffs with real equity, like flush draws or open-enders, are the only reliable tools. Pure bluffs without potential become costly. In multi-way situations, discipline and observation replace raw aggression. You navigate complexity by trimming risk. The key is remembering that every opponent still holds a range, and those ranges overlap in dangerous ways. Patience wins multi-way pots. When others overplay marginal holdings, your restraint becomes profit. Chapter 25. Lesson Recap. Range thinking is the foundation of modern poker. It transforms the game from a series of guesses into a process of logic. Instead of trying to read minds, you read probabilities. This lesson has guided you through the steps of building that awareness, from pre-flop discipline to multi-street planning, from equity shifts to range balance. We began by defining what range thinking is, analyzing the entire spectrum of hands your opponent might hold, rather than guessing a single one. This shift changes everything. You no longer focus on what one player might have. You focus on what is possible and likely. You learned how pre-flop ranges form the structure of all strategy. Tight in early position, wider on the button, and carefully adjusted to opponent types. From there, we explored how ranges evolve post-flop, narrowing as the board develops. Each new card removes possibilities until only the most logical combinations remain. We discussed range advantage, how some boards favor one player's set of possible hands, and how equity distribution explains which portions of a range carry strength. You saw how to apply these ideas across multiple streets, planning your bets, checks and folds with precision. You studied balance and exploitation, the dual pillars of adaptation. Balance protects you from being read. Exploitation punishes those who can be read. Both depend on accurate range awareness. Then came the practical side. How to build range-based bluffs and defenses, how to use blockers and combinations, and how to adapt to dynamic boards and multi-way pots. Each concept fit into the same framework. Every hand tells a story, and your job is to measure which stories make sense. Through this logic, you've learned to separate emotion from analysis. Range thinking doesn't eliminate uncertainty, it manages it. That calm structure keeps your play consistent and your decisions clear, even under pressure. When you leave the table, remember that range thinking is not a trick or chart. It's a mindset. It's how you organize complexity into patterns you can understand. With practice, those patterns become instinct, and instinct becomes strength. This is the bridge between intermediate and advanced poker. It's where knowledge becomes intuition, and intuition becomes control. Chapter 26. Looking ahead to advanced bet sizing. In the next lesson, we'll connect range logic to one of the most powerful tools in poker, bet sizing. Now that you understand how ranges interact, you'll learn how to use size to tell stronger stories, apply pressure, and extract value. Advanced bet sizing builds on everything you've learned so far. When you hold range advantage, you can size smaller to force folds efficiently. When the board is dynamic or the ranges are close in strength, you can size larger to deny equity and protect value. We'll explore the mathematics of expected value, how different bet sizes affect risk and reward, and how to design a strategy that remains unpredictable while balanced. You'll learn how to plan bets across multiple streets, blending value and bluff frequencies seamlessly. We'll also study psychological sizing, how small bets tempt opponents to call, and how large bets create discomfort that leads to mistakes. Each size communicates intent. The mastery lies in using those signals deliberately, not emotionally. Finally, we'll look at practical examples showing how professionals adjust sizing in tournaments versus cash games, and how stack depth shapes their approach. Advanced bet sizing is the art of control. It combines mathematics, storytelling, and timing into one elegant discipline. Range thinking taught you what to bet with. Bet sizing teaches you how much. Lesson 9 closes the door on uncertainty. Lesson 10 opens the door to precision.